It happened. Let's go.
A little bit more, around 40%. 300k to 845.
Didn't show the boots. Even if
Very warm welcome back to the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel here in Cyprus. It's day 3. It is day 3. We're about 30 off the money in the Merit Poker Vintage Series warm-up. And well, looking at this table, I've got a funny feeling that a lot of these guys are going to make their way into the money as the shortest stack has just 30 big blinds. My name's Henry Kilbane. Joined alongside my co-commentator, Leo Worthington-Elise. Leo, looking at this, I mean, Andreas Christoforou with a huge chip lead, just going to be able to lean into these middling stacks for the next couple of hours until that money bubble bursts, mate?
Yes, yes, indeed. Lots of ICM pressure coming up in the next couple of levels. We had a few of these players on our feature table yesterday as well throughout the day, at least 3 of them, so we have a bit of information about some hands they played yesterday and the like. But yeah, like you say, Christoforou was aggressive at the worst of times yesterday, so, well, not at the worst of times, but you know, even during his down moments, he was finding reasons to check raise and do all sorts of nefarious things. So looking forward to seeing how he proceeds today. It definitely should be a good one.
For sure. You can see in the top right-hand corner of your screens, 98 left, 71 paid with a min cash of $3,440.
Any information on the average stack for the tournament?
Average stack?
It's probably going to be 50 bigs or something, 100 bigs.
I reckon it's probably more, actually.
It was very deep all day yesterday, so we hardly saw anybody with like 10 bigs the entire day.
I mean, even now, shortest stack is like, what, 30 big blinds at this table?
Yeah, massive.
Yeah, don't think it's more than 100, actually.
No, it can't be. Can't be.
Can go and have a quick look.
Well, we can work it out.
Go on. How?
We can work it out by dividing the total number of chips by the percentage of the field left.
There we go. Here he is.
Not just a hat rack, my friend.
Just the pretty face. So, was it 624?
624, 71 left, so that's like, what, 12% of the field left, so the average stack is probably like 860k or something like that?
Average stat is 636k.
Oh yeah, 98 players left, of course, not 70 left.
But yeah,
that's in the money.
Yeah, when we get to ITM, yeah.
Cool.
So yeah, so 50 bigs.
Chunky.
Sizable one.
Yes.
You know what that means? We're gonna have to play Loddon Thinks.
Ooh, one of my favorites.
On the bubble, because that bubble is gonna go on for quite some time. I had to make a guess. Don't think we're going to see many bust outs at this table. I mean, unless we just get cooler after cooler.
Yeah, or we see some ill-timed aggression, perhaps trying to apply a bit too much pressure. You do get some big pots around the bubble, especially if you have a few solid players at the table. You know, somebody wants to be table captain, but
yeah,
a lot.
I just can't believe that the average stack is like 50 big blinds. It's just
unbelievable.
Or I'm just like, how do you not make the money in this tournament?
Yeah, it's not even 50, it's actually more. It's like 55. What was it, 636,
yeah,
53 bigs. Yeah.
But having said that, it is, what, only 10% of the field that get paid, or 12%. So
yeah.
71 out of 64, so
you can be 25 players away from the money right now with a starting stack and you'd still have 8 bigs.
Here are white chips.
That's pretty bad, isn't it? I love it. But yeah, I don't think we're going to see too much table chatter looking around the table.
No.
Don't look like the most chatty.
They do not. I agree with that statement wholeheartedly.
Everyone's just like, oh, why have I got to be at the feature table?
Nah, I think everyone low-key loves being at the feature table.
I mean, I have very limited experience being at the feature table, and I feel like some of my biggest blunders in my career have come at the feature table.
There is an element of I don't necessarily want people to see what I'm about to do, so maybe I won't do it.
Yeah.
But I overcame that in the past couple of years, you know, and just you gotta go for it. You gotta just do what you normally do, because
my bust out hand of the WPT, right, 4 left, 100k for first, is just like, I had so many messages. Like Kevin Rabichow, who's obviously just an absolute emboss, he saw just a clip of the hand, not even the entire hand, and he was just like, there is no justifiable way for all of your chips to have made it into the middle on any street. On like any street, it's like, what on earth happened? And I was like, Kevin, there's 100k up top. There's thousands of people watching. The pressure got to me.
I caved, all right?
Exactly. And yeah, I could definitely relate to that. And I've seen it before, you know, doing commentary now for a long time. And you just know that the lights, the cameras, parents, family, friends watching at home, it can get to a lot of people.
Yeah. I felt an immense amount of pressure. The first like major final table I made.
And yours was a big one.
It was really big, yeah. And I was
huge.
Yeah, very overwhelmed, I guess, because it was like bright lights in your face, microphones hanging over you, all sorts
like
of stuff.
A stacked feature table as well.
Yeah, absolutely stacked. So,
but yeah, you've played quite a few big ones now. I remember you having one. I think it was your first one with like Maria Lampropoulos, all those guys.
And it was Maria Lampropoulos, Maniglosa, Paul Jackson was there. No, he's not much these days, but you know, back in the day, Ryan Mandara, who's well known in the UK, Simon Brandstrom, who was WPT Player of the Year at that time, Matt Erdley, who's another really good UK reg. Yeah, there was literally nobody at the final table who was like an unknown player. Everybody was like that person.
You were the spot.
I was the spot.
Let's call it a spade a spade.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
You were the young up-and-comer.
No, there was one other person, or two other people, who I thought I was definitely better than. One of them was Paul Jackson. The other one was... Oh, I can't remember now. There's one player I feel like I'm missing from the final table, and it's that person.
Okay. Well, we'll have a look.
It was Ryan, Matt,
Let's have a look.
Manig, Maria, me, Paul, Simon, and then one other person. Who was the other person?
I feel like there was one other crusher at the table.
It might have been, yeah. It might be just imagining things.
Let's jump back into...
Oh yeah, we got a bit of action going. Adam Kavicius opening the hijack with the Queen 7 suited. Seems pretty good at this stage, playing the stack he's playing, covering players behind in the hand. Generalov, that's a name. Generalov. Sounds very official. He makes it 77k to go on the button with the Ace-King offsuit. Oh yeah, it was James Rann. Also a beast. And Paul Siddle. Also a bit of a beast. But I think
So gutted, man. 8th place.
Yeah,
like
I lost a massive flip against Ryan.
I remember, yeah.
Ace-King against the 7s.
Yeah, just like behave, mate.
Behave. Just get there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a very, very tough one. But what do you expect in the... Like 3K in the UK.
Yeah, I remember there was like a hand where you had like 8s from +1 or something.
Yeah.
And I'm just like so empathetic with that situation where you're literally playing for 6 figures like early in your career, one of the biggest like buy-ins that you were playing at the time.
Yeah.
And just like looking at Twitch chat, I'm just like, shut up, Twitch, okay?
Yeah.
Like we're playing for 6 figures here.
And it is a fold.
You know, and it's, yeah, exactly. And like with ICM, etc., etc.
Because I remember Jonathan Little was doing commentary and he was like slating me for folding. And then I ran the hand as soon as I busted the tournament and I was like, yes, I knew it was a fold. Like that's why I folded.
That's why you need Twitter, because you then screenshot that, you post to Twitter and you'd be like, have some of that, Jonathan Little.
What are you chatting about? So Generalov taking that last pot down with the Ace-King offsuit. Now picking up 10-9 suited in the cutoff. Opens it up. Christophoru in the big blind, playing 100 big blinds. We know he is not much of a folder. He is always looking for a way to win the hand. So we'll see how he proceeds in this one. I think this would be a pretty reasonable defend, to be honest, at this stage, when he has such a huge chip lead over the table, and especially over this player in the hand. He's going to be able to exert a lot of pressure at various stages of this hand, so I'd like to see that defended. Also not going to be dominated super often. There's obviously some ace-3, ace-5 that Generalov's opening, but other than that, should be pretty clean. And what a flop for Generalov.
Yeah.
He's going to be all right with his start to the day.
He is indeed. Christoforu doesn't mind check raising these boards, but I think with the 5-3 no backdoor, this one may be one of the rare give-ups.
Yeah.
For him.
But we do know he really likes to push range advantage. That's what I noticed. It's not necessarily his hand choice yesterday with the 6-3. Sure. It was more the fact that it's a paired board that favours the big blind range massively compared to the opener. Similar spot here. Because Generalov's not going to have a whole bunch of 9x. Like, he's going to have some from the cutoff. Obviously, he's going to have ace-9, king-9 suited, queen-9. But here we go. Check raise.
Absolutely loves attacking these paired boards.
He does. Yeah, yeah. Generalov just like, wow, Christmas has come early. And if he's seen a single hand from Christoforu, you know, there are some spots where, versus some people, by the time you get to the river here, if it goes check, raise, bet, jam, and you've got 10-9, you're not actually loving it because a lot of people just never bluff this spot. So 10-9 is like, is my 9 actually any good, or am I just up against a better 9? But if you've seen a single hand that Christoforu's played, you're not going to be thinking about folding at any stage.
Yeah, I think the way you phrased it was spot on, is that Christoforu just really likes attacking the boards that favour his range than his opponents, and just leaning into those ace-kings, ace-jack. We saw yesterday, we even commented on the fact that people seem to oversee bet a lot in a lot of these spots, and that's going to be a byproduct of his success here at Merit in the past and in this tournament. Is that he just, he really abuses that. Oh, wow.
He's just going for max exploit versus the general field. Goes for the check raise.
Wow.
Ill-timed aggression here, but...
It's such a strong line. Like, if you're not sat there with trips, you just, like, what do you do?
It's a weird one because you got to think, what is Generalov bet calling the flop with and then betting again once checked to? His range is extremely strong. You're only really trying to get like a draw to fold here, something like Jack 10 or King Jack that's turning itself into a bluff after calling the flop, because he's not going to be betting a queen for value on the turn, and he doesn't have very much ace-x that bet calls the flop apart from ace-queen or ace-9 and obviously 9x. He can have maybe like kings and jacks, but those don't bet the turn. So Christoforu is attacking a very, very narrow range here. He's basically like trying to get Jack 10 to fold. So
he has rivered a gut shot.
Yeah, let's see if he can get there.
Ocean dealer? Ocean?
Yes.
Wow,
yeah, I mean, it's going to be all in. What can you do? Generalov just has to snap this off.
Wow. Just exerting max pressure. 20 off the money. It's faded the snap call, but...
Yeah, I mean, when you think about your range in this spot as Generalov, you just have a 9 here so infrequently that you have to call when you do have one. I mean, personally, against this player type, if I'd have seen a hand that Christoforu had played and I was Generalov, I would have been like, on the river, you're just like, I'm in. What you got? You got a better hand? Okay, so be it.
Yeah, exactly. Just one of those spots. Yeah. The old one chip flick in.
Yeah, we'll never see a fold here. There's just so little for him to have.
Christoforu tables the 5 high. And Generalov up to 858,000, the new table captain.
That was us. That was what we said, wasn't it? We might see some ill-timed aggression leading to some big pots, and there it is, first hand, or second hand. Very ill-timed there from Christoforu. You've got to admire the heart, but you can't overdo these things, you know. You just... 5-3 off. There's better hands to choose. You need some equity.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think what you mentioned as well, when you can, I don't want to say be overly presumptuous, but you can narrow down the calling range that calls the check raise on the flop, then bet calls the check raise on the turn.
Yeah, by the time you get to the river, it's like, there's probably nothing I get to fold. Because there's no more Jack 10 anymore.
There's no draws.
If Jack 10 had bet the turn, it has to fold to the check raise. So, yeah, I mean, and we know that Generalov's going to be opening relatively tight close to the money, so he's going to have queens, he's going to have aces, he's going to have ace-queen, which probably never folds. I don't think you can really fold ace-queen on the river. Maybe you can. Maybe that's the one hand that folds, but...
Yeah, what aces?
One of my go-to strategy tips is if I think somebody has a very strong hand, I would consider ace queen a very strong hand on that board. I just don't try and get them to fold.
No.
You know, I'm going for capped ranges, weak ranges, not trying to attack super strong ranges unless it's a very, very specific situation.
Yeah, and there's going to be plenty of opportunities that present themselves for you to do exactly that.
Exactly, and Christoforu keeping that massive stack is far more beneficial than winning a few chips in that hand. You know, if he adds 200k to his stack in that hand, it doesn't really change anything. But if he loses and he's down to what he is now, 700k, he's kind of back in with the rest of the pack. And now, as the bubble approaches, he doesn't have so much leniency to keep putting the pressure down, keep putting the pressure on. But
He's had a lot of success here at Merit. I've got a funny feeling that some of this might just be image building, mate.
potentially,
Like if you know all the regulars at the casino that you play at, and you only play at one casino, are watching the stream or they're hearing about hand histories from the stream, and you're only playing like what, 15 hours a year at the table, and then the other several hundred hours that you're out there grinding, like nobody knows what you have.
true.
I don't know. Maybe I'm coming up with too many justifications for some of the blow-ups, but
I think there's a time and a place. You know, I do understand completely what you're saying. I get it, but I think that building an image for spots that you don't know if you're even going to get in the future at the expense of being 20 away from the money of a tournament in a 2K with 6 figures up top is perhaps not a bit of an over-adjustment, maybe.
yeah. Mokeem calling on the turn. 3-2-4 in the middle does check through on the river, and Christoforu back up to 946k. Just like that.
Just like
Next
that.
hand, 174k profit.
Yep.
So massive shout out to everyone over on YouTube and Facebook. Do drop us a like. Let us know on Facebook where in the world you're watching from. My name's Henry Kilbane, joined alongside Leo Worthington. Lee's going to be calling the action for you all for the next 9 days, part of the Merit Poker Vintage Series.
This is the same yesterday. Other guy had trips again. Third time I will be successful.
Bit of chatter coming along now. Christoforu opened the door after absolutely blasting it off.
Even with 9, he would tank about it.
Generalov with his
Nice score.
newfound stack, 850k. Unbelievable start to the day for him. It literally doesn't get any better than that. You come in with like 300 and something, and after less than an orbit, you're up to 850k. Not even just a double up, like almost a triple up. Because he won that first hand too.
It's hard to flop trips. Not easy.
I flop trips this hand. King 9.
King 9. If you call pre-flop, you would take.
Shilod.
You would
That's probably butchered. I'm assuming he's French, and it's like
It
Shilo.
It does
King
come
high
across very French, right?
Yeah, if you 3-bet, you go.
Thanks at 41
Yeah, I
out
can
of the
bet.
small blind with the
You
Jack
defend
7
this
offsuit.
hand
And even
Yeah.
off defends this big blind with the 9-8 off.
What is this? 3.5x?
3.5x, yeah. I think we want to just limp this one, to be honest. Like, he does cover him, but he's nowhere. They're way too deep for him to be applying pressure. You know, at this stage, it's the big blind just has a full range of options available to him. So, prefer a limp with this one, but don't hate it. I think we want something a bit worse to go for a raise with. Ace 10-6. Ivanov flops the gut shot. Shillard puts in the c-bet. Third pot. Not going to see Ivanov fold just yet in position.
I'd love to tell you where he's from. I can finally. He is from
France. Okay, so Chilo.
522k. Best live cash 53k. Whenever I see this, you know, like 500,000 in earnings, but then best live cash is only like 10% of total live earnings. You just know the person's a grinder and they're just out here, you know, just grinding the circuit.
Yeah.
Rather than that one massive score.
That's me.
And that big score came July of this year, 2022 main event, 189th for 54k.
Yeah, had another reasonable score, 30th in the millionaire maker there as well.
Oof, that's grim.
46th in 5k here in Cyprus, cashed that one. 6th in the 2k, so Had some frustrating results, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that feeling, sir.
He's
Lots of
definitely
6th and 5th and 4ths.
been knocking on the door in terms of deep runs. I mean, look at this, like 19th EPT.
Yeah.
Yeah, like definitely knocking on the door. 2K warm up came 45th. Like, keep an eye on him.
Yeah. Probably still relatively young. He just looks like he's just in his 30s or something like that.
Yeah,
So.
he's playing like online 5Ks and stuff, online 10Ks. So fair play. See how he performs over the next couple of days.
Yep.
I don't think he's as young as you think he is, though.
No.
No.
2013.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I've got caches from 2013 on Hindermob, I think.
Have you?
I think so. Not sure. It's the
Ah.
Reading Tuesday special, 25 quid.
Well, he's at least 27, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Така ли си казали?
So Ivanov stabbing the turn with his gut shot there and taking that one down. Nice hand for him.
Не знам. Сигурно до фин... Не знам.
Halabi in under the gun +3 with the ace-jack offsuit. Makes it 29,000 to go, 2.5x. And man of the hour, Christoforu, peeling the 6-3 suited in the cutoff. Not afraid one bit, just wants to get involved. We saw this a lot yesterday, peeling a bunch of hands in position, just wants to play pots, wants to be in position and play pots. Strikes me as the kind of guy that plays a lot of like deep stack cash games or something like that. I mean, he obviously plays a lot of tournaments too because we've seen his Hendermob, but just loves the game.
Yeah.
Just turns up every day and wants to play hands,
Yeah.
whether he's getting dealt them or not.
Peeling the position against people that he just perceives as easy to play against post-flop, I guess.
King, queen, queen, 2 spades. Not a bad flop for Halabi. Flops the gut shot with the backdoor, not flush draw. Got the overcard. Not going to be a whole bunch of broadways in Christoforu's range because we know he's quite aggressive, so he's going to take 3 bets pre-flop a lot of the time. Whether or not Halabi knows that is a different matter, but Halabi makes the check call. 9 on turn, not changing anything.
I mean, if he fires here, Leo, I don't even know at this point.
If it goes check bet, Halabi's just going to fold.
I'm talking about Christoforu, like if he
Yeah,
finds
that's what I'm saying.
if he finds the turn barrel,
You just don't know what's going on anymore.
I just give up.
Not going to happen though. Halabi leading the turn. Turning his ace-jack into a bluff. Perhaps just trying to get some like under pairs that stab the flop to fold. Putting the pressure on a hand like 10-9, Jack-9.
That just doesn't feel like a thing, personally.
No, it would not be a solver-approved play, that one.
It feels very designed to just like, okay, Christoforu's got 6 high, but I'm too scared of like facing a 200k turn barrel, so I'm just going to lead.
I want that pot that
just
he's
gonna
put too much money in with, too wide of a range. Not a bad strategy, to be fair. If you know somebody's just putting money in all the time, but they're going to put you in the bin and you can't really cool it down, then just good way to take pots off them. Definitely not going to see Christoforu give up, though. I'm sure he's going to be in many, many, many more pots today. I'm looking forward to seeing the stone bubble. Generalov +1 pocket 3s. Christoforu 10-7 suited in the hijack. And if we're calling 6-3 suited in the cutoff, you would assume 10-7 suited in the hijack is more than good enough. Oh yes, it is. It's way better than a call. We're in for the 3-bet. Makes it 75k. And Ivanov on the button with the queen jack suited. Just going to be forced to fold. Although if there's ever a player we want to put the 4-bet in against, it is 100% Christoforu.
Tournament poker. I've got a funny feeling Christoforu just doesn't like Generalov.
Fair enough. Maybe they've played together a bunch before.
Yeah. Just like, I don't like you.
Gets it through. Nicely done.
It's climbing. It's climbing after that massive misstep early on in the tournament.
Yes, there are players out there though who are gonna just who are just gonna immediately notice this guy's played like 5 out of 5 hands so far, and then as soon as somebody notices that you're overdoing it and you continue to overdo it, they are gonna take chips from you like there's no tomorrow. Like it's a being too aggressive is a thing that is very, very easy to exploit, and not only that, but it's something that will lose you a lot of money very quickly. That's a cool photo. Was that a trophy?
Yeah.
SPF.
Spanish Poker Festival, I assume. Although
Constantine.
it's from Russia, so maybe not.
You're quite fast with that weight, you know.
Oh, Sochi Poker Festival.
Sochi Poker Festival High Roller shipped that for $37,000. A few nice 5-figure scores there.
Yeah, pretty consistent.
A few wins. Plays a lot in Russia, obviously. All of those top results from Russia.
Oh, I love that. Back in the day.
Eurasian Poker Tour.
Yeah.
Minsk.
Yeah, a few wins.
Not bad. Halabi +1 makes it 30k with the 10-6 suited. We've seen a bit of already an interesting discrepancy in sizes from Halabi. We saw him open to 29k with the ace-jack off, and now 30k with the 10-6 suited. Don't know if anybody will read much into that. If I was to read much into that without seeing anything, I would assume that this hand is stronger than the last one, but turns out the opposite is true. Mustafov in +2 puts in the 3-bet, makes it 90k. Not having any of it.
Faradin Mustafov. That famous bluff against Patrick Antonius that was, well, sent viral around the world from the Triton 30k 6 max earlier on in the year here in Cyprus. You seen that hand?
I have not seen that hand.
Oh, mate.
I don't think
Oh,
so
you're
anyway.
in for an absolute treat.
Maybe I have. Eventually, Halabi slides his 10-6 suited into the Mac. Mustafov adding to his stack, up to about 700k now.
Let me, what's his name? I think Joey posted something to do with it. It's going to take a while if it's Joey.
Posts a load of stuff, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Mustafov with another Broadway combo, Jack 10 suited this time. Looks at 25k, Christoforu +2. Just flicks in the call with the ace-4 suited. Interesting, I would have assumed that he would always be 3-betting this one, given what we know about the player type. Curious to see him just peel. Adam Kavicius on the button picks up the ace-king offsuit, so definitely going to be a 3-bet coming here. Expect to see around 100k. Makes it 105.
Oh, wow.
Cooler. Generalov with kings in the big blind, covering as well, and we are, what, 50 big blinds deep, so this is going in.
As I was saying, it's going to take a while because of the bubble, given that they're 50. Average stack is 50 bigs. Not if hands like this happen. Although, what's this? It's going to be +1 open, +2 flat, button 3-bet, cold 4 from the bigs. The big, how much are you actually loving life with ace-king, O?
Not much, but you don't really have much choice in a tournament setting with 50 bigs. Ace-king is basically always all in. There are some spots you can fold, like you open under the gun +1 3-bets, button, cold 4-bets or whatever. Big blind 5-bet jams, like sure we can start folding, but there can be jacks plus in this range. There can be also ace-king in this range. There can potentially be some ace-queen suited that wants to 4-bet fold, although not for this size. But yeah, Adam Kavicius, not loving it at all, but when we have an ace and a king in our hand, not too much to do.
trying to find this. We're getting there. We're getting there. Doesn't like it.
Doesn't like it, no, but I do think he's going to eventually reluctantly put it in. Could be wrong. Seen some very, very good folds so far in this tournament, so definitely could be wrong. If he just reads Generalov as the player type to only have queens plus here, like queens plus an ace king or something, then suddenly it's not so good. But
which I think that is the read, like looking at his Hendon mob. I think.
Wow,
just,
nice fold, nice fold.
Well played, mate.
Well done.
He's going to look back at the stream and give himself a pat on the back.
Yep, especially when there was an ace folded.
All right, there you go, mate. Enjoy.
Oh, yeah.
Who knows? Looks like queens. Nice bet.
Henry just showing me the bluff hand he was talking about from Patrick Antonius, where he just calls him off on the river with a deuce, with some great commentary from
Will Jaffe.
Yeah, Will Jaffe in the car.
To be fair, Mustafos' bluff was actually really good.
What
like,
did he have? I didn't see.
I think he had like 10-8 on a 7-6 deuce queen ace board.
2 clubs, 2 hearts. So he had like 10 8 diamonds or something.
Exactly. I think he had like exactly that. Yeah,
Yeah.
like 10-8 diamonds or something. And yeah, Patrick just like ends up like flicking it in.
I love the
That's what
commentary.
he had.
He's sitting there thinking, I have a good calling hand against this veg. No, he's not. He's sitting there thinking, I was playing 1,000, 2,000 online against Zygmunt when this guy was a sperm embryo. High quality commentary. And we've got a bit of action unfolding here. Shafagulin finding queens in the hijack versus Shiloh's open from +2. Makes it 78k, but Shiloh just going to be getting out of the way. And Shafagulin adding 100k odds to his stack, including his bet, of course. Up over 420,000 now. Blaze it. 420.
420.
Generalov building an absolute mountain over there. What a great start.
Looks like we play short deck. Raise to bet, raise to bet.
Does it look like you're playing short deck though, Generalov?
Looks like Hardman to me, mate. You open pocket threes a minute ago. No threes in
Not
short deck.
Like, he had 3-5.
Wow, what do you do? What a rub.
No bad feeling.
No bad feelings. Maybe not for you, buddy. Ivanov +2, 10-8 into the muck. Shafagulin with another reasonable open, but decides to let this one go to 7-8 suited. Playing nice and snug as we approach the money. Actually, I think it's a fine fold at this stage, 20 away. Ranges do start to tighten significantly, even with like 25% of the field left, 30% of the field left. Ranges do tighten up a lot more than I think a lot of people realise. There is mild ICM pressure, even at that stage. Halabi in the small blind, limping the 9-4 offsuit. We don't see very many walks, like you said, like you said earlier. We don't see very many walks. Even we saw like 10 deuce off limping, 9-3 off limping, we've got 9-4 off limping here. All these are traditionally just muck, especially versus who you perceive to be a good player.
I think we've seen a lot of that especially since the introduction of the big blind ante, right? Like a lot of people didn't know how to adjust to it originally. They continued playing the same small blind range that they were playing before. Whereas now, I think with a lot of the information that's come out, and people are more and more aware of the fact that, look, there's 24k dead money in the middle. Oh, sorry, 30k dead money in the middle.
Yeah. Still got to fold some though. Can't just limp everything. But Halabi making the best hand on turn, picks up a pair of 9s. Checks it down to the river and then goes for a little bit of value with his 9. Seems pretty good. Can definitely rule out King X and Queen X and straights from Mustafos range. Probably a 9 is going to bet a turn as well. So
yeah, sizable bet, 25k to 36.
Yeah, nice.
Just
I think
Mustafos getting away from it.
if you think like a 6 always just kind of cycles, then seems reasonable. Mustafos, did he have a pair there? He had a pair
Yeah,
of threes,
rivered.
bottom pair.
River to 3.
$20 away from the money now. Closing in. Started the day with what, 98?
Thereabouts, yeah. I think there were a couple of bust outs before we actually went
started, yeah.
live, yeah. But still a ways to go. Well, I really want to, like, one of the things that I really admire about, elite regs is they often start setting up the rest of the tournament for themselves, like the foundations, if you will, around the bubble, if that makes sense. Like, obviously, understanding ICM and putting in the prep work on how to approach a final table does help you a lot with late stage game, but like the fact of the matter is that you've got to learn how to prepare yourself to get to that point in the first place, like setting it up.
Absolutely. Bubble is a super important part of tournaments, especially live tournaments with good structures with a deep average stack, because you're going to be on the bubble for so much longer than you would in like an online mass field or even a live tournament with 20-minute clocks or 30-minute clocks or whatever. So yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of chips to be made on the bubble if you know what you're doing. And if you arrive to the bubble with a reasonably good stack, you can definitely take advantage. A lot of the softer tournaments I've played where I've made it towards the bubble, I've had like a average stack or a bowl stack the entire way, and then at the bubble I've often like doubled, tripled, quadrupled my stack if the bubble lasts for an hour or the bubble lasts for half an hour even, because so many people in those softer tournaments are just happy to make the money. They're just like, oh, if I just keep folding, I'll be in the money in a minute.
Yeah, exactly.
And then I can go back to playing normally.
And that's the great thing about these as well, is when you have these massive satellites, where there's like yesterday's one, that's obviously for the main, but there are obviously satellites for this as well, where you have 50 seats guaranteed and people are getting in for 500. Their typical ABI is between like 200 to 800. And all of a sudden, they're playing a 3K or a 2K or whatever it is.
Get a 3.5K min cash or something.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's like, for them, that's normally like 10, 12, 15 buy-ins.
Yeah, because if you've bought in, it's obviously like, oh, it's a 50% ROI or whatever. But if you're in for $300 in this, then it's suddenly a 12x cash, 12x min cash. So yeah, definitely a good point. 90 left now, 19 not to go. No bust outs from this table yet, but we have had some fireworks already. Halabi picks up King Queen suited in the cutoff. Makes it 35k, almost a full 3x. So we've seen a variety of sizes from him. 3 opens, he's gone 29k with the ace jack, 30k with the 10-6 suited, and 35k with the King Queen suited. So utter randomness, it seems. Not much to be read into those sizes at all. Not really related to the hand strength in any way.
Shalal with the defend, 3x.
Seems good. These monotone boards, strategy is generally a 15 to 20% pot bet.
Oh yeah, I'm surprised to see Halabi check that back. I feel like mandatory small and wide on the mono board. Although you could argue that Big Blind is going to have more flushes than us.
Yep, definitely is going to have more flushes, but he's also going to have a lot more whiffs than we are. We're going to be more condensed to like wrapping around this board. We're going to have a much bigger percentage of our range is going to be a pair or a straight draw or a flush, whereas the Big Blind does have more of those hands, but he also has a super wide range of, he's got all the 7-8 of hearts and stuff like that we just get auto folds from. Even just ace-x of diamonds, like if we get those to fold, that's obviously really, really good.
I'm going to start checking more. but when I actually have it,
Yeah.
like, people just love to attack.
I was actually thinking of that exact thing this morning. After watching this stream yesterday, I was thinking that something I need to incorporate into my game more in live tournaments is checking back really good hands on boards where I'm perceived to be capped.
Yeah.
Because normally you just kind of, you bet with your good hands on boards where you perceive to be capped because you assume the fact that your opponent has a range advantage means that they will take advantage of that more often and just check raise you more. But in reality, that doesn't actually happen. But people are much more comfortable bluffing versus weakness than they are bluffing versus even minimal aggression.
So true. Yeah, so true. I feel like grinding cash as well. There've been so many spots in recent memory where I'm just like, yeah, maybe I should just be knuckling that back there because, you know, players are just going to blast off against me on turns and rivers.
Yeah.
So we jump back into the chip counts. Andreas Christoforou still leading the pack. Blind 6k, 12k with a 12k big blind anti. Elias Moko M still somewhat comfortable, 22 bigs, but obviously as we've already discussed, that bubble typically prolonged compared to other levels. And
yeah, if you're Mukawem now, your goal is just to cash. Like it would be a bit of a blunder to not cash off a 22 big blind stack with like 15 to 20 to go to the money. That should be your main goal when you get to this stage. It's not about making chips. Like if you go from 250k to 400k at this stage of the tournament, it really doesn't change anything in terms of your expected outcome of the tournament. But if you go from 250k to 0 by making a mistake, that is a far bigger deal. So those kind of middle to short stacks, their goal is pure cash at this stage.
We'll see how it all plays out. Feridin Mustafov and Ludmil Ivanov, two of the Bulgarian regulars that frequent Merit. Feridin's had quite a lot of success here this year. Chopped, I want to say, the 10k high roller. Party Poker Millions last year. Came third in that 30k as well. Let's have a quick look. I mean, he's had some insane results here. 3.2 million in total live earnings.
Nice. 550k biggest score.
So he came second in that Triton high roller.
10k Party Poker high roller for 500,000.
Second here in the 5k Top Guns main.
Yeah, so he's got 7 six-figure scores, which is pretty decent in its own right.
I came fourth in that high roller that I was mentioning for 124k.
A bunch of very solid upper 5-figure scores there as well.
That's pretty brutal though. Like out of all of his 6-figure scores, like second,
yeah,
and a third, one win.
Needs to work on his heads up.
Although it does look like he won one of the biggest ones that he's...
Who did he beat heads up in that high roller? Ike Haxton.
Wow.
Benjamin Pollack in third, Alex Foxen in third, Joey Weissman.
Wow.
That is a stacked one. Jake Schindler 8th. Jake the Snake.
Jake the Snake.
Mike Watson 10th and Ollie Filatov 11th, so soft one.
Wow.
And into the action. Mustafov opening the ace-10 off in the cut-off, Ivanov just defending the ace-jack in the big blind. The Queen 8-6 board goes check. And 10 on turn, it improves Mustafov to the best hand, but also gives Ivanov that double gut shot. Check once more. And an ace on the river, a bit of a cooler card. I expect to see Ivanov check once more though, because it's such a good card for Mustafov's range, so we expect him to bluff anything that doesn't have showdown value, basically. I don't think betting for value really achieves very much, because we would assume that most of the things that Mustafov would be able to pay with that are worst would have bet already in this hand. So even though I've just got a real nice bluff catcher, I think.
Some Bulgarian violence about to incur.
Perhaps he thinks that it's worth just trying to charge those kind of weaker ace-X that have checked down to showdown, or perhaps some hand like pocket 5s or pocket 7s. But Yeah, I think if we check, Mustafov's still going to go for value with a hand like ace-5 anyway, so I'd definitely prefer a check on the river. Mustafov with the 2 pair. Interesting to see what he decides to do. Relatively big bet.
Yeah, around
42 into
60%. This kind of reminds me of this spot that you mentioned yesterday, although I feel like slightly different. These
160.
ranges cut
The
off
ace-5 one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
cut off the big blind. He does find the raise.
Like it, like it.
All of a sudden, Ivanov, jack of hearts in hand. Top pair, second kicker. With a swap on the bubble. Soft bubble.
Tough spot.
Away. Against someone like Mustafov, it's going to be capable of finding bluffs here.
You just got to think to yourself of what hands are actually going to play this way as a bluff. Like what wants to just check multiple streets and then suddenly decide to bluff on an ace river.
I think King 10 is the only hand that comes to mind, but
Yeah.
even is that even bluffing river?
I don't think so.
Or is it just like goes into check call mode?
Maybe Jack.
King
but
9?
I think that probably would have bet by now. King 9 potentially, but I
bets
think
turn.
that bets flop or turn, yeah.
Yeah.
So a nice fold there. Reads the situation correctly. Could have just check called and got to see it, buddy. Nice hand. Mustafov up to about 700,000, 750,000.
Right, I'm going to try and get the live chat back up on YouTube. See if I'm capable of doing this. What's wrong with my mouse?
Generalov picking up another nice open. Ace-jack offsuit, +2. 25k to go. Christoforu been quiet, hasn't played a hand in about 4 hands.
Well, it might be... Sorry, mate.
That's alright, you take your time, mate. So we are playing for $210,000 for first place. You can see in the top right, 87 players left, 16 away from the money now. Also, anybody who makes the final table is going to lock themselves up a nice package to the Merit Series in Montenegro in February, which includes buy-ins to the 2K warm-up, the 3K main event, and your hotel for the series. So, nice bit of added value. If you come 9th place and you get 20k, you're basically adding 50% of the value on top of that in form of a package. Not sure exactly the value of the package, but it's probably around 7,000 or 8,000. Generalov again with the open. King-Queen suited this time. He's having an absolute field day. It's funny because you always go to bed like, oh, I'm nervous, you know, 30 away from the money, you need to have a good day. I've got a middle stack, 30 bigs, going to have a, hope it's not a too tough day, hope I don't bust. And then you just come in and bam, you're up to 3 extra starting stack within the first half an hour. Literally does not get any better. Mustafov, though, putting in the 3-bet +1 with the ace-queen offsuit. And I think Generalov's going to be very tempted to peel this one. King-queen suited, very, very strong hand.
It's been another day of big hands. We're like 18 in.
Yeah.
18 hands in.
I think there is a really disciplined fold to be made here. Just because the +3 range is so strong, there are so few bluffs in it. Even the bluffs are going to be suited ace-x, so we can sometimes have our flush draw crushed. And it's going to be a difficult one to play out position. But the thing is those ace-high bluffs are pretty much always going to take off on king-high boards. So, but look at this, Generalov reaching for 4 betting chips.
Oh, fair play, mate. Finding the aggression.
Makes it 195 to go. Love this.
Like the sizing as well, like 2.5x, just really leaning into the bubble pressure that's on Mustafov. I think a lot of people underestimate just how easy it is to find these spots and apply max pressure. Obviously, results oriented that Mustafov has a potential 3-bet fold candidate here. I find people are way too passive in tournaments.
It's very, very hard to proceed against 4-bets, even if you're suspicious that the player can have bluffs. Like, there aren't very many bluffs in there, and value basically always 4-bets, so it is a very, very tough spot to continue, especially with hands like this, ace-queen off, ace-jack suited, ace-king off suit even. So I really like this play by Generalov, and he gets the fold from the ace-queen. Nicely done. Puts himself up to 1.1 million chips.
Cruising.
Cruising, absolutely crushing it.
Confidence through the roof at the moment. Running well and playing well. Lethal combination. We've got all the payouts in our chat. $209,700 for first. 9 packages, as Leo already mentioned, to the Montenegro stop in February. Min cash of 3,440.
Pocket 8s for Shilo in the hijack. Makes it 26k. Folds to Mukawem in the big blind with the 9-5 offsuit. Playing around 20 big blinds, so pretty dicey spot for him. I think we actually just want to fold the 9-5 off at this stage of the tournament, 15 away from the money. We're not really interested in flopping mediocre hands. This type of hand is going to flop a lot of gut shots, a lot of second and third pairs, and we just don't want to be in those spots when we've got a relatively easy fold into the money with this kind of stack. Shillard putting in the c-bet and going to take this one down.
86 left. Dropping like flies, to be honest with you. Just 18 hands in. We've lost 14 players or so. Average stack of 50 bigs. More than 50 bigs. So maybe this bubble isn't going to be as long as expected.
Yeah, I think it will probably start to slow down when we get into the 70s.
So confused. It's like a bunch of like maybe
Henry just having to deal with his massive long list of friend requests that he gets on a daily basis, you know. Hard life, isn't it, mate?
it is.
Right?
Extreme.
Get back to the action here. 3 ways on the flop. King 5, 3, 2 hearts. Mukawem flopping the best hand out of the small blind. Not really sure how he's in this hand, to be honest. It looks like he's just peeled and open. Hijack open. Ivanov must have opened with the Queen 10 off. And Mukawem just deciding to call out the small blind with the King 9 off. 13 away from the money.
Go on, Mukawem.
Like 18 bigs.
He wants to win the tournament.
Bit of a no-no, that one, but he has flopped the best of it.
He doesn't want to min cash, Leo. He's here for the win, mate.
That is true. He is here for the win, and both these guys just draw into a backdoor straight draw at this stage. Mukawem with the lion's share of the equity there, 96%.
It's not a bad spot, 3 ways.
Not a bad spot. And we see a check call on the flop. Generalov getting out of the way with the Queen 10 suited. A Jack. A Queen. That will slow things down. Ivanov picks up a decent bit of showdown value now. He moves into the lead against any draws or pocket pairs that Mukawem might have. So expect to see either a check or a small bet to check back the river.
Yeah, I was about to say, may even go small here, like you said.
Just trying to squeeze out a little bit more value from like the 10-9 suited, Jack 10 suited type stuff. And he doesn't have any hearts in his hand, so that's a plus for going for a bet. But he does decide to just check it back. Decides Mukawem's range is going to be pretty strong.
Oh,
And
wow.
what a run out when the big blind's folded the Queen 10.
How?
How do you do it, man? 96% we had on the flop. Mukawem now, rightly just trying to squeeze out a little bit of value with his King 9, although I think this actually might be a little bit on the thin side, to be honest. And Ivanov just hits him with the call.
Oh, my word.
Well, that is a pretty sour beat for Mukawem, but at the same time, we should have just not been in the hand. So there is that. Mukawem pays the price down to just 10 big blinds now, and he's got himself in a world of hurt, 13 away from the money. He went from having a relatively easy fold in to making 2 speculative calls, and now right in the coffin.
Yeah, it really is. 13 off the money.
That could take 5-6 orbits easily. So yeah, we could see some fireworks.
He's going to have to put his chips in the middle.
There may come a stage. I mean, I think he could still fold in from here.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
absolutely. But whether he will or not is a different story, because I mean, like I say, we've seen him peel that 9-5 off, which is even in chip EV like a very, very marginal defend. And the King 9 off, so he's obviously doesn't really care about the big cash. He wants to run up a stack. Shilol opening the Ace 10 off into the gun +2. And if I were Mukawem, I'd be taking a little bit more time before folding as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, now is the
Little
time.
tricks of the trade.
Tricks of the trade. Now is the time to start getting your tank on. Wow, I've just suddenly got all these really tough decisions. Halabi in the big blind with the King Queen off. Just to defend.
I'll be taking his sweet time.
Yeah. 70k in the middle. Could see some fireworks with these 2 hands. A little bit of a Queen Jack type of scenario. Or Queen Queen. Halabi absolutely smashing it. Sure does have the 10 of hearts in his hand. Retains a little bit of equity there. 4%. Backdoor straight draw. Backdoor flush draw. Expect to see Shalod go for a kind of quarter pot bet here with his range. Does. And Halabi can really go either way here. Not going to have much deuce X, obviously. Going to have some flush draws. Do they want to check raise super often? Not really. Not at this stage of the tournament, I don't think.
Probably not on Queen Deuce either.
Not on
versus
Queen
+2.
Deuce, no.
It was
Right.
like 7-7 Deuce
Exactly.
then maybe.
Exactly. Even 7-7 deuce is not that great, because we want to have some more interaction. I think like 7-7-3, 7-7-4, 7-7-5, those types of boards are the ones we want to attack a lot more.
All the gut shots, open enders of the world.
Exactly, and because then we've got more potential ways to win on later streets. But if like the heart doesn't complete here and we have bluffs, then we don't really have much way to win. Shalot bet calling the flop, even with a flush draw blocker in his hand. Blocks some of the strong some of the strong trips, but does Halabi 3-bet ace queen off pre, ace queen suited pre? Maybe not always at this stage. Could definitely see appeal. So blocking some of those strong queen X is pretty nice. Blocks queen 10 offsuit as well, which is going to be in that defending range. Halabi, I like this. Check raise check. I like this a lot. I think Shilol has a fine hand to just check back, though. If we were ahead on the flop, we are very likely to still be ahead on the turn, and we're just trying to kind of continue bluff catching.
I tell you what, mate, we've been seeing some ridiculously tricky plays.
Yeah.
Like the amount of I just saw a double check raise like 3 hands into this tournament.
It's 5 high.
Like, what's going on, man?
Yeah.
And now we're like check raising flop with trips and then checking back turn. Like, okay, guys, all right.
Yeah.
take your solvers and stick them somewhere.
Trouble is now there's not going to be very many bluffs in
course.
this range that check raise, check the turn, and then bet the river. Like that flush draw just doesn't really play that way, and there aren't very many natural bluffs. You'd have to be bluffing a complete airball really, especially for what looks like a pot-sized bet.
What on earth?
What is going on here? We have been
Going.
we have been locked out of the stream. We've got an AirPlay passcode iPhone. We can't see what's going on the river. We can still hear though. Oh, you've got it on there as well.
That's incredibly strange.
Halabi bets 140 into 170 on the river, and Shalano with the decision. I think having the 10 of hearts is definitely going to dissuade him from calling here. Not very much. Not very many bluffs, credible bluffs that Halabi can have naturally. I think flush draws mostly get check called, so it needs to be some kind of like Jack 10 of diamonds type hand. But Shiloh giving it a good old think.
How strange. Someone trying to send us something.
Don't know. Oh, we're back.
We're back.
Love it. Just in time. I think Shadal's going to eventually let this one go.
Like, even against like the deuce X check raise bluffs, like you lose to those.
Yeah.
You're just blocking. So, blocking like Jack 10 of hearts. 10 9 of hearts.
Yeah, he actually doesn't have a terrible bluff catcher, because I don't think those flush draw ones are going to be the ones that bluff. I think it'd be more like a backdoor diamond type combo. So I don't think ace 10 is actually the worst bluff catcher, but does make a good fold there. And Halabi adds some chips to his stack up to around 1 million.
That's a really good point, actually. I like that. Just unblocking the backdoor diamonds.
Constantine, table chip leader, 69 bigs, nice. 1 million chips.
Nice. Blinds going up 10, so from 6k, 12k to 10k, 15k, so a pretty big-ish jump.
That's about the biggest jump we've seen in blinds, but yeah, you've not got much choice really.
Yeah, especially from the small blind almost doubling.
Yeah, could go 5k, 15k.
Now I've got a funny feeling that maybe it won't take as long as we first predicted. The blinds going up just near the bubble.
Mukarwem now down to 9 big blinds in absolute pain town. But look at the rest of those stacks. I mean, we've got 6 stacks over 40 bigs on the bubble.
Yeah, and there's no real like runaway chip leader at this table either that can just like really abuse everyone. So
exactly.
Everyone keep an eye on seat 1. Christopher.
Yeah, he hasn't played a hand in about 10 minutes, so we can expect fireworks any second now.
Mustafov is second on the Bulgarian all-time money list. Incredibly experienced live player. So Mokoim does find the hand to jam with.
Yep, but nothing to call with for anybody so far.
128.
And Kavici is just going to be forced to fold.
He's getting like more than 2-1 on a call after opening from the hijack. Although he is relatively short himself, down to 30 bigs. Interesting that he decided to open this combo, given that he himself is... well, it does make the call. Mokoim all in at risk with the ace-king. Just a 60-40, Leo. I mean...
It's a 60-40. Is it called off?
Well, he opened to 30k, so he only had to call 98k more.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because that range is so unbelievably strong. It's not like a chip EV. Okay, I'm breaking even by calling here, so I should call. There's a money factor, and if it's not like Adam Kavicius has a million chips either. Like he's down to 22 bigs if he loses this hand. So not a big fan of this, but he has flopped to 6.
So strong start for Adam Kavicius.
5 on the turn, and Mukawem could be busting in very unfortunate fashion here if he can't find an ace or a king. Jack on the river seals it. Adam Kavicius does knock out Mukawem. Adam Kavicius up over 600k. Mukawem eliminated 10 from the money.
Yeah, and everyone else gets to see that. I don't want to say ridiculously wide open from the hijack, but opening 8-6 of spades off of 30, 12 off the money into players like Faradin Mustafov and Christoforou seems pretty ambitious.
I think Christoforou was under the gun. He's already folded.
Oh, was he?
But yeah, still definitely at least 2 competent players behind. So I agree with that. I don't think it's the worst open, but yeah, I think on the bubble, that's one we can just let go, or approaching the bubble.
Or you can just, win the hand against.
Or you can just raise, call 10 bigs, flop a 6.
There you go.
Be up over 600k.
So now playing big blind 15k. 15k big blind ante. Now 12 off the money. About an hour and 10 minutes into today. Be going on break in around 50 minutes time.
For any of you interested in a very unrelated topic, which is climate,
Go on.
New York is predicted, is currently in the middle of a storm, and they are predicted to have, guess how much snow in 24 hours? Just a little glimpse into the overall well-being of our planet's ecosystem. How much snow is New York predicted to have in the next 24 hours in inches?
I wouldn't even know like what a normal amount is, so I'm just going to say like 9.
I'd say a normal amount. What is it? November. Normal amount for this time of year is probably around 0 or a few inches at most, especially in a city like New York. In the next 24 hours, New York is predicted to have 70 inches of snow.
70.
70 inches. Also known as 6 feet.
That's taller than. I was about to say that's like taller than me.
In 24 hours. So you could say things are going well.
Wow. I mean, I don't know where you've been the last couple of months.
Well, you mean while it's been 20 degrees in the UK in the middle of November?
Like geographically located. But yeah, I mean, it's wearing like t-shirts in Bulgaria.
Things are not looking great out there, I have to say.
I mean, I love warm weather.
I'm sure you do, but there's a limit to how warm we may get as human beings. Picking up the action here, both players with a pair. Adam Kavicius flopped top pair out on that King 6-6 board with the King Jack, and Christoforou peeled one on the flop, turned himself an ace. And Adam Kavicius now facing the 100k river bet. In a very tough spot. All the flush draws missed. We don't have a spade in our hand. We know Christoforou is a guy that loves to put the hammer down. But we are going to have a whole lot of ace-x and king-x ourselves, so it's a curious spot for Christoforou to choose a big size for a bluff, because a lot of our value range is just going to kind of snap this off, and a lot of our bluffs are going to be easy folds, like Queen-Jack just doesn't call even against a small size. So you would expect if Christoforou had a hand like a miss flush draw or miss backdoor flush draw, he could get away with a much smaller bluff than this. So I'd like to see Adam Kavicius get away from this, reading the hand that way. And as we saw him fold the ace-king earlier, we definitely know he's capable of that, and he does make a very good fold against a tough player. It's difficult to fold against these player types who you think are just always at it, so I really, really like that. Great fold. I think he's just read into the sizing there and understood that that's unlikely to be a bluff. Bluffs don't need to go that size.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I've been very impressed with the ace-king fold earlier, and just seems to be
very tuned in.
Yeah, very competent. So just go back to this quickly. Is this coming up now, you're saying?
I think they're right in the middle of it now. There's a storm going on. And it's predicted that in the next... they've already had a bunch of snow, 5 feet or something, and they're expecting in the next 24 hours to be another 6 or 7 feet of snow.
Wow. Yeah, they've had 5 of it. That's so crazy.
I don't know, but have a look on like 2000, year 2000 New York snowfall or something in November and see what...
Well, it's already doubled the record.
Yeah,
almost.
doubled the record already, and they're going to have another over double what they've already had.
Wow.
Yeah. Good job, human beings. Ivanov picking up the number 1 under the gun. Things you love to see 10 away from the money in a 2K include 2 aces.
Especially when there's 200k up top.
Oh yes, and we've got some aggressive players at the table, very capable players. We're also covered by a few of them, so we might expect the pressure to get put down. And Adam Kavicius picking up a very nice 3-betting candidate here in the ace-4 suited, and he does go for it. Bumps it up to 100k, ill-timed. And be interesting to see how Ivanov proceeds here. I would love to see a flat sometimes, because the SPR is going to be around 2 if he does peel, so it's going to be relatively easy to get the money in. We're pretty much guaranteed a c-bet out of Adam Kavicius, and a 4-bet jam under the gun versus +2 looks so insanely strong, and we've already seen Adam Kavicius fold the ace-king as well, so I would love to see Ivanov flat here.
Yeah, and he's probably going to be aware of that. You know, we're an hour and 15 into the stream. That fold with the ace-king was...
Must have been half an hour ago.
Yep. It's pretty early on.
Yeah, also just a big c-bet, a big 3-bet, over 3x, 3.3x 3-bet, so it's kind of making it easy for Ivanov, making it very inviting for Ivanov to just peel here and get nice and tricky.
Dude, seriously, we're sat here in a commentary booth commentating on poker. What's going on?
A lot, yeah, it's not great, I have to say. It's something I follow really closely. It's actually like a big interest of mine, is following climate and climate change, environmental health and stuff like that. But yes, go on Ivanov, absolutely love this. Well done, sir. Quick check of the cards. Yep, still 2 aces.
240 in the middle. What a flop.
Never ceases, does it? Poker just is non-stop this game. Adam Kavicius flopping the nut flush draw, and he has a huge range advantage on this board as well. Ivanov going to be limited to kind of like king-queen suited as his best hand. We expect ace-king to jam a decent amount pre-flop. He can have pocket 10s, probably folding king-10 pre-flop, king-10 suited, not going to have deuces. So very, very little in Adam Kavicius' mind that Ivanov can have here that's very strong. And obviously, Adam Kavicius has a big range advantage on these king-high boards in a 3-bet pot, especially in these positions. So expect to see Adam Kavicius go for probably a 1/3 pot and then jam the turn. Something along those lines.
240,000 in the middle.
Wow, he goes for the tiny bet. 10% pot. Might make Ivanov feel a little bit uncomfortable, actually. This is a very top-setty kind of size. And obviously these positions, you expect it to be a mostly value range pre-flop, but there can also be queens in there, there can be jacks, there can be some ace-king, ace-queen of hearts, so obviously never going to ever be folding aces in this hand. Might even go for a check raise versus that size, but I think he's probably just going to check call. Yeah, nice, I like this. No reason to bloat the pot just yet.
Well, one of the biggest pots of the day so far, at least post-flop wise. And Ivanov setting the trap, both pre-flop and on the flop, and now on the turn. Leo, nut flush draw, no pair, no straight draw. Do we try and get a free one here at this SPR, you think?
No, I think he's still going to go for it, pushing his advantage in terms of ace-king and aces. Perceived big range advantage in this spot. I think he's just going to go for a 2 or 3 street game. Be interesting to see what he does on the river if he bricks, to be honest. But I think here we're going to see like a like 40% pot or something like that, a 125.
Yeah, I mean that size would set up a very natural river SPR of around what, 0.5, 0.6.
Yeah, exactly.
Big pot, 11 off the money.
175 it goes for. Bit bigger, so around 60%. 180. And I think Ivanov just wants to call again. because if we're behind to a set, we're behind to a set. That's not going to change anything. We block ace king pretty heavily, so it's unlikely Adam Kavicius has a hand that's worse that can cool off. So we just want to really induce traps to continue bluffing. And if he does have a hand like ace king or king queen suited, we just let those continue to go for value. Not very many hands that Adam Kavicius plays this way that are going to like give up the river. I think we can eliminate queens and jacks now. No 10x anymore. He's really repping top of the range, ace king and aces basically. Do kings even go this size on a turn? Not sure. Don't think so.
Just let him hang himself.
Exactly,
with hands
yeah.
like this. Ace queen, ace jack.
Yeah, if he has some like queen jack suited or something like that he's decided to bluff, or just an ace 5 suited air ball. Obviously, Ivanov is going to realise though that half of the suited ace-x combos that Adam Kavicius has used as a bluff are going to have a flush draw.
That's true. That's a very good point. Yeah,
All in. Does go for the shove. And that puts Adam Kavicius right in the bin. But he has no choice but to fold. You can't just call it off for your tournament life, 10 away from the money with a flush draw, unfortunately.
Absolutely hating life after getting check jammed on the turn. 280 behind. Would still have, what, 19 bigs or thereabouts?
If he folds?
If he folds,
Yeah, he's going to fold.
Maybe going to kick himself slightly for sizing up on the turn.
I mean, I think he's played it fine. He shouldn't expect to get jammed on here very often at all, because you would think that, like, this is really one of the only hands that Ivanov's actually going to shove the turn with. He's not going to have sixes. He's not going to have deuces. He's not going to shove the turn with king queen. He's not going to probably not going to shove tens. He maybe has tens. That's like the only one.
Yeah.
No.
I think aces and tens are the only hands that he jams.
I think people often neglect to put aces in this range. You know, they just kind of assume that aces wants to get it in pre or 4-bet pre or whatever. So it slips a lot of people's minds, I think. And like if we have a combo draw, like say we have Queen Jack of Hearts as Ivanov, I guess we can play that this way, but it just seems so unlikely. If people are ever going to raise the street with a hand like that, I assume it's the flop. And if they don't raise the flop, I don't think they play it like this. I think they just check call, try to realise their equity, because you've got a decent amount of equity as Ivanov if you have Queen Jack of Hearts, and you're guaranteed to realise your equity because all you have to do is check call. It looks like Adam Kavicius has a very strong range, so why would you want to jam Queen High into that?
I really like the way you've reverse engineered both spots here. Adam Kavicius, the nut flush draw. 11 off the money. It's been check jammed on.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's taking this long, to be honest, mate. I mean, he's like, I've seen him play a few hands. He's obviously a pretty strong reg,
Very
and
competent,
and he knows he has to fold.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just tanking now because he realizes he's going to have 18 bigs, so he's just trying to delay, get a bit closer to the bubble before he folds. Like, this is a prime spot to just tank down for 5 minutes and then fold. So I imagine there's a lot of that going on here.
That makes a lot of sense, yeah. Because, I mean, even odds-wise, there's, what, 500k in the middle? Definitely not getting the right price on a call.
No. And then when you add in the ICM pressure.
Yeah, never calling off here. I mean, he might just do the old, you know,
Queen Jack suited.
flick it in.
Someone just said, have you got Queen Jack?
I think it was
8-7, nice. 10-7. 3-bet. Pocket threes.
oh, maybe they're speaking about a different hand. 10-7 and 3.
Saturday today, isn't it? Bit of UFC on later. You a fan of the UFC?
Massive fan of
Yeah?
the UFC. Yeah, it's been a bit of a shaky year. In a good way.
Interesting, hasn't it? Like,
Yeah, it's been a lot
top
of
3 pound-for-pound fighters all
Yeah.
knocked out in the past 3 months.
Izzy's knockout was so brutal.
Yeah, that first round had Pereira absolutely rocked on his feet, but
Yeah, that was brutal. But I loved his post-fight interview, man. He just loves it. He just absolutely loves it.
yeah.
You don't see many people relish in defeat.
No.
Like, he is just so ready for the future. He's like, yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
Like, I love failure. That's how I grow. That's how I get better. And he's just
Exactly.
like,
You see similar mindsets, don't you, across all at a high level in most things, like whether it's sports, poker, chess, whatever. You see there's just a distinction in mindsets between those at the top and those trying to get to the top or those below the middle, you know?
Yep.
There's a big distinction. I mean, we see it all the time in poker. I play poker with people. I see them play a hand. I see them absolutely lose their mind. You hear them physically ranting out loud at the table, body language all over the place. And you're just like, you're drawing dead, pal. Like, with this mindset, you cannot get anywhere.
Yep.
And yeah, the elites in most areas all realise that and all have a very, very well-controlled mindset, and they are in control at all times, which is something that's very hard to do, and it's impressive. I have massive respect for anybody that's at the top of anything.
You've seen 30 minutes anyway.
Because it's not an accident. You don't just get there by being good at something. Like, there's so much more to it, no matter what it is you're doing.
Oh man, I'm not being funny. Like, we live and work in an industry where there are so many talented poker players that you've never heard of.
Exactly. You kind of take it for granted a bit, don't you, in poker?
Or there are so many talented players that just failed because of their mindset. Like, they never got the chance to reach the top because of said mindset. And it's the same in every sport and every facet of life. Adam Mavichkas asking if he could see the river, asking the dealer.
And she said no, I assume.
Yeah, she's like, no, mate, what is this? Like,
think
is
this
it a
is?
private game?
Yeah.
It's a 2K warm-up, mate.
We're in a casino. Nicely done there. Ivanov trading perhaps a little bit of value for just protection and equity denial there. He probably won't be too unhappy to see that he got ace-4 suited default, to be honest. I mean, there's still a reasonable amount of equity in that hand. So, nicely done.
That's so funny. He's asking to rabbit hunt in a live tournament.
Switch, please.
A big old pickup for Lyudmil Ivanov on the bubble. Now has everyone at the table covered, including this man, Christoforu, opening things up on the button into Shalaud and Ivanov. They both seem pretty competent.
Yep, agreed. Ivanov picking up 10s in the big blind. Great spot to go for a squeeze, covering everybody. We know Christoforu is just pretty out of line in every spot, and this small blind peel is going to be pretty capped as well. I'd expect Shalaud to have a pretty linear free bet versus Christoforu, so we can eliminate a lot of strong hands from his range. This is mostly going to be capped at something like pocket 8s, maybe pocket 9s, in which case we're obviously in amazing shape. And then it's going to be just a lot of like broadways and suited connectors in there, so Ivanov should be loving this spot.
Yeah, especially after just winning a hand and gets to kind of use this spot as an excuse to set the tone. Hey, I'm table captain on the bubble.
You get out of here.
Just so happens that he has a legit hand in before the Christoforu 4-bet blow-up. Absolutely insane spot as well. You've just won a massive pot with aces. Like,
Yeah.
you're never meant to have a legit hand here.
Well, nobody knows he had aces though, do they?
Oh, that's true. Just want a big pot.
Yeah. Where everybody's going to assume he probably had like a set of 10s or something.
That's true.
Now he's got 10s again.
Shalaud thinking of. Tell you what Shalaud's thinking of, just like, why did I flat from the small? Asking for the big blind squeeze. Does let it go. A bit of a hand funeral. Just like making Ivanov sweat a little bit.
Yeah, another one. Well, again, it could be some bubble tanking going on, and is another guy who just knows as soon as this happens, you know you're never calling with King 9 suited. There's nothing you can do. So, yeah, look at that. Henry's just having a quick look on CNN about what I mentioned earlier, the storm in New York, and it's just a white blanket. Looks like Charlie Sheen threw a party for the whole of New York.
Oh, wow. Fair play, mate. Fair play.
Some cool pitches though. I love the snow. I'm a big snow guy myself. I was previously a ski instructor, and I've done like 10 ski seasons. And I used to. I mean, I still do absolutely love being in the cold and the snow, but.
You know, the scary thing is, and I don't want to take too much away from this tournament, so we'll wrap it up here.
Yeah.
But the thing that really worries me is you hear so many great minds say that we're already too late.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm firmly in that camp personally. Like I've done a lot. I've read a bunch of scientific papers and all sorts. I mean, like, I don't know, thousands of hours of reading and studying this kind of thing, and it's pretty hard to deny that we are up S Creek with no paddle right now. And
but what do they mean? Like when they say it's too late, like
it means it's too late for us to maintain the environment that is what provides life on this planet. Basically, like at some stage in the next century, it's gonna completely break down, and there's nothing we can do about it.
Then we just have to go to Mars.
Yeah, but I mean, that's not a real thing. That's complete sci-fi, because look at what we have now compared to how Mars is now. We are so unbelievably far ahead of Mars right now. Like Mars is just a blank page where we would need to completely re-engineer what we have on Earth. And if we already are almost there on Earth and we can't save it, then how on earth are we going to recreate it on Mars? You know, it's far easier to just protect what we have now than to recreate it altogether on another planet that we can't even get to. Yeah,
but it's like selection though, right? In terms of who gets to go to Mars.
Right.
So it's like getting rid of...
Let's say that somebody came to you and said, we're choosing 10,000 people to go and recreate life on Mars. Yeah. We're just going to fly you out there, and you've got to live in a like hermetically sealed bubble for the rest of your life and try and grow food out of your own shit. Like, are you going to be like, yeah, I'm keen? Or are you going to be like, that doesn't sound like a particularly great life to me. Why can't we just fix what we've got now? Like, if you can spend trillions to get to a new planet, why don't you just spend that on trying to create technology here?
Oh yeah, I'm just like, yeah, I like my SPF 50 sun cream lotion. Like, I'm fine. Like, don't worry about me.
Yeah, let's go back to the tournament anyway. Enough doom and gloom. Adam Kavicius getting rivered here as Shafagulin makes 2 pair with the Jack 10 suited from the big blind. And another pretty tough spot for Adam Kavicius. He's got queens with the spades, so he's got an interesting hand in terms of blockers. He blocks some flush draws that would be a bluff, but also he blocks quite a lot of value because he's blocking queen 8 of spades, he's blocking queen 10, he's blocking king queen in several ways. He's blocking ace queen that would peel big blind versus under the gun. So he's got a very, very interesting hand here. He could even turn this one into a bluff. Would love to see a shove. But it does let it go. Thinks that the big blind range that decides to bet into an under the gun range on an ace high board is just going to be too strong. Which I think I agree with. Like, you can't even assume that the big blind's value betting all of his weak ace-x there. The 10 is a pretty bad card for those ace-x hands, so Adam Kavicius rightly deducing that that's probably 2 pair plus.
A real unfortunate turn of events for Adam Kavicius.
Yeah.
Started off so well, the huge laydown, and then ill-timed aggression with the ace-4, flop the nut flush draw against the trapped aces of Ivanov. And now can't even win the queens against
Yeah, it was a
Jack
good
10.
hand from him. Like, he didn't do anything wrong in that ace-4 hand. I think he played it really well. It was just really good hand from Ivanov. Very well played from both. But somebody has to win. Folds around to Christoforou, who we know doesn't need much, but 10-5 off, not going to cut it. Shilod, though, queens now for him in the cutoff. Playing around 45 big blinds. Ivanov on the button with absolutely heaps. Can definitely see a 3-bet going in here. Just applying that bubble pressure. Just your ace-x becomes really powerful. The ace is just a very, very powerful card in ICM situations. ICM becomes much more blocker heavy than any other stage of the tournament, but Ivanov does just decide to let this one go. Thinks I've already had enough for today. I don't need to push it.
I was about to ask, like, I wonder which card he peeked at first.
Yeah.
You know, he just looked down at the aces and he just like, surely not.
Not again. Adam Kavicius in the big blind, the 8-5 off. Just a... Yeah, this I think is a fold as well. I'm confident this is a fold in at this stage of the tournament because this is a very, very marginal defend in terms of chip EV. So I'm surprised that I've seen a few regs make defends like this in ICM situations that are just not defends. Even 8-6 off, I think, is just a fold. And 8-7 off is like, wow, do I actually have to defend this? Probably just fold because we're 10 away from the money. But Adam Kavicius does make the defend and flops middle pair, so can't be folding to one bet. Shilord sizing up 50k into 85k. I like that size. This is a size we are supposed to use a lot on ace-high boards versus big blind, and it's nice to see people who understand that mechanic of the game. Obviously done a bit of studying. Oh well, it said 50k, but now it says Adam Kavicius called 25k, so I'm a little bit confused. What happened? Must have been 25k.
Nine-handed. Now 8.
I think we're just a little bit behind on the graphics here. There has been a turn card, but we are not sure what it is. It was a 4, so Adam Kavicius picked up a gut shot. Turn goes check, check, and a deuce on the river completes the board. And I think Adam Kavicius just goes for a check again here, trying to get to showdown. Shilord probably going to try and sneak some value in here, just trying to get called by a 6 or an 8. Looks like that's what Adam Kavicius has. The way this hand played, we can expect Adam Kavicius to block a decent amount of his ace-x on the river, just trying to kind of prevent himself from facing a big bet. And I mean, Shilord's not going to raise something like even ace-jack or ace-queen on the river for value, so he can get away with that block pretty liberally. So Shilord rightly deducing that this is much more likely to be an 8 or a 6. And all the draws have missed. We bet the flop and check the turn as well, so nice line from Shilord. Very, very apt piece of play here, getting the value on the river, going for value on the river. And I think the graphics are a little on the shady side. This hand. There is a board. There is a full board. The board is there is a 4 on the turn and a 2 on the river. Neither of them are a diamond. The flop size was a little bit wrong, and the pot says 230. Even though it said 160 before, so you would assume the bet is actually 70k, even though it says Shilord has bet 120k. So I can't confirm exactly what has happened, but it has gone bet call, check, 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 bet. And now Adam Kavicius is in the tank with his 8.
TV table.
Makes the fold. Nice fold. Shilord can definitely check back a bit of ace-x there on a turn. Some of his weaker ace-x can have these hands, kings, queens, jacks, 10s, 9s, all very, very similar hands in that spot. All of them beating an 8, so pretty happy to go for value. Nice hand there by Shilord. Adam Kavicius now a little bit in the coffin, 10 away from the money, 11 away from the money. He's down to around 10 big blinds, so a bit of squeaky bum time. Mustafov opening under the gun +1 with the ace-3 off and getting it done. Just going for a little, trying to sneak one through there with the ace-x. Perhaps thinks his image will play into his favour there because he's been a little bit tighter at this table.
Yes, câte buttons. Belly măle? Ai, mă belly, n-au problem, bă.
Faradin Mustafov.
Zamite.
This guy.
Извади дупе.
Mustafov picking up the Jack 7 suited, but lets it go this time. Christoforou back into the action with the ace 4 off.
That karma, every time Bulgarian on the table.
I never really know whether I should translate what he's saying, because there's been like so many times where I've commentated on him, and he's a character.
There are a lot of characters in poker, aren't there? Always get some good personalities.
Doesn't feel fair to translate what he's saying when no one else has a personal translator.
Yeah, and Generalov now picking up another nice starter. Pocket tens. Generalov putting in a 3-bet against the aggressive Christoforou, like this. I know Christoforou doesn't like folding, but ace 4 off, pretty weak hand. Expect he will eventually let it go. Does get out of the way.
То ми меришиш, ама викам, баба, я пък съм се удрал в танката, както ги пляскам, разбираш? Викам, ай, нема.
And we're going to have a break in around 20 minutes time, and then we will have a new feature table after that.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Not hearing much on the production front. There we go. I assume that's what you were reading from.
That is what I was reading from. You're correct. Perhaps 25 minutes then. New player there.
So different to UK poker. We think back to when we were just kids, grinding with Barbara and John, the nightly 35, and now we're in Cyprus. You know, people from Middle East, Eastern Europe, all over the world.
Been a journey.
Yeah, different characters.
Pocket 5s for Ivanov.
Mate, my back is absolutely shot in this chair.
Yeah, you should get one of these, it's pretty comfy.
Yeah, I might have to.
Adam Kavicius picking up the better pair in the hijack. Facing +2 though, it's absolutely not loving this spot whatsoever. It's going to figure he has minimal fold equity, but his hand just is going to force him to go with it, and he's got to hope nobody wakes up with a hand behind. Excuse me. And if it folds back to Ivanov, he's going to be forced to call for 9 big blinds.
Yeah, spot I'm sure he's not too thrilled about either.
Definitely not, no, but there's just a lot of unpaired high card hands in this range, and the price is too good. And we've got chunks.
I'm calling your name, Leo. Texas Hold'em, mate.
I'll be right there. Does flick it in. You're going to see the bad news. Needs to find a 2-outer. Wouldn't be the first time. Poker has been known to deal some harsh blows.
Oh, I can't not laugh at Ferrandine, mate. He's such... Whoa, this guy. It's just like, there's no point counting. He literally said there's no point counting out chips for the call. Like, you're probably going to drill a 5 on the flop. And it's just come...
So brutal for Adam Kavicius. Really, really brutal to bubble a tournament.
Queen ball.
Bubble a tournament this way is very, very sickening and feels a bit unjust. 10 on the river completes the board. Adam Kavicius leaves in 81st place, 10 away from the money. Commiserations. Well played. Ivanov finishing what he started with the aces. Wounded him gravely and then put him out of his misery. And up to around 1.3, 1.4 million now after that. Absolutely massive stack.
Wait, the guy's just busted. He's just like, yeah, well, that's karma. And the other guy goes, well, what's it karma for? It's like for tanking for 6 minutes to get a TV table time on the stream.
Момчето и мая ръка. Там свой поп ме фърлил. Нали?
Къде?
Дето аз отворих то флатна, той е трибетна и той е
Yeah.
флатбетна.
It's talking about the ace king fold now.
Свой поп имаш, да,
Да.
тук имаш попой.
Да. В смисъл имаше някакви ръце.
Аз играх в ден едно с това, че той добре играеш.
Просто му тръгна назад.
По байра.
Ace queen off for Shiloh under the gun. Around 50 big blinds.
This inevitable recession that we're heading into, Leo, you're going to have to start going back to Bulgaria skiing, mate.
Oh, I went to Bansko and I absolutely loved it.
Won't be able to afford the French and Swiss Alps.
I went to Canada this year.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Whereabouts?
British Columbia. I went to a place called Roseland, which is like a Rosvedov, very small little town about a 2.5 hour flight from Vancouver in the Rockies.
Wow.
Yeah, really cool.
That's ridiculous.
A tiny little plane, 8-seater plane I took from Vancouver to this little town.
Whereabouts is it?
It's called Roseland, Rossland. I've done a few seasons in Canada. It's one of my favourite places. It was actually a very bad season. There wasn't very much snow, but it was good enough and it was fun. It was a great experience. It's just a tiny little town, you know, one kind of main street. The rest of it's all homes and stuff, and it's a lot of locals, not too many tourists, very quiet mountains, so no queues and stuff like that, which is what I really like. My first ever ski season was in a very small town in Canada as well called Fernie, which is actually a bit bigger than this, but a place I'm hoping to go back to.
8-seater plane.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Yeah, it was sketchy. Do you know what was funny as well is, so we flew from Vancouver to the airport, which is called Trail, the little town called Trail, and on approach there was too much snow on the runway and they hadn't cleaned it up, so we flew all the way there and then we had to turn around and fly all the way back to Vancouver, and then the next day did it again. But when we were coming back into Vancouver that first time, there was no door on the cabin, so it's literally just this tiny little one-engined plane, 4 people, one seat, like one row of seats on each side, so just individual seats, 4 on each side. And we were like coming down to the runway, just like
in Vancouver.
Yeah, just like banking all over the place. And I could see the runway out of the front windscreen of the plane. And it was just like being on a banana boat, you know. And I don't love flying at the best of times, but
Wow.
yeah, it was an experience for sure. But yeah, Rodson's very cool. Made some really good friends out there as well.
Oh, what life. That looks lush, mate.
Yeah, I just went out there, rented a place for a few months, bought myself a ski pass, had a bit of a break from poker, you know, took 2 months off, 3 months off. Just skied every day, back to my roots, loving it. So Shiloh gets looked up by Mustafov in the small blind. It looks like a 3-bet pot. Mustafov just putting the hammer down as we approach the money, as the covered stack as well. Shiloh does make the call pre-flop, and the flop goes check. We've got a big pot brewing though, 300k in the middle. Mustafov picking up a gut shot on the turn. Doesn't have any diamonds or clubs in his hand either. Interested to see how he decides to proceed here after the flop goes check. We can eliminate some very strong hands from Shiloh's range. Unlikely to have a hand like pocket jacks or pocket nines. Probably doesn't have a hand with a bunch of equity like queen 10 of clubs or king queen of clubs. I think we expect those to just be comfortable betting flop when he has the covering stack. So Mustafov picking up on that, goes for a half pot bet on the turn with his gut shot, and this is going to be successful. Gets the ace queen to fold.
He always looks like he's about to rob a bank, this one. Walks in. Yeah, nice little pick up there from Faradine. See, that's another sign of, at least for me, from what I've seen in recent years, of a good reg is, and maybe you can play devil's advocate here, is still taking the spots even if you're covered.
Yeah, because it makes it look like a much stronger hand. I think most people generally just assume that
if you're covered,
and you're putting your money in, then you're just doing it for value only.
Yeah.
So yeah, I do like that spot a lot. Ace-3 off, not necessarily the hand I would be choosing, but you're not always in this spot, you know. So you can't. If you think you're going to play very exploitably, you can't necessarily just always wait for hands that are perfectly in range. Like if you're going to be overdoing it, it doesn't matter too much what you're using. The ace is much more important than whether it's suited or what your side card is. It's just he's just playing that ace blocker.
Mm. Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more.
But yeah, definitely on the wider side. But also, like, you know, the worse your ace is, the more good hands you can get to fold. Especially when you assume under the gun's opening range is obviously going to be a bunch of ace-x. Then having ace-3, if anything, is better than having a hand like ace-8 suited, because you can just get more of the better of dominated and ace-x to fold pre-flop.
Well, Generalov, who has had quite the start to the day here.
Yes.
The Jack 10 of diamonds in the hijack. Halabi 1 seat over with the pocket jacks. See what size he comes with. He is covered. So relatively small 3-bet, 87k. Making it difficult for the dealer. Wow, Christopher hasn't played a hand in a while. King, Queen of Spades as he looks up to the clock. 8 off the money.
Christopher, not much of a folder. I was about to say I literally just expect we'll see a cold 4-bet here, because he's just the type of guy that would never fold this hand. And it is going to put Halabi in a world of pain. Blocks ace-king, blocks kings and queens, so it's a nice hand selection. He's got some equity as well. Can get ace-queen to fold. So pretty good. Pretty solid hand choice here. Now, interesting to see how Halabi decides to continue.
What an incredible feature table we've had so far today.
Yeah.
Some really world-class poker being played. Some disciplined folds. Saw the ace-king fold pre-flop. The very well-played aces hand of Ivanov, and now Christoforou cutting out the cold 4 from the small.
Yeah. And it just depends on what Halabi's view of Christopher is. Obviously, we don't know how much they've played together in the past or what Halabi's seen of the stream over the past couple of days. So, be curious. If there's ever a player we want to just jam against, it's definitely Christopher. So, and these positions as well, you know, hijack cut off, small blind. It's at least a little suspicious. It's not one where you're like, oh, okay, this is just going to be value because I've opened under the gun. I've been 3-bet +1, and then the big blind's cold 4-bet. Like, there can definitely be some bluffs in here.
Halabi is checking the itinerary. Hand number 32, 8 off the money. If you're going to get a spot right, this is the one you want to make sure you get correct, as he is taking his time to think things through, understandably so. Start off the hand around 60 effective, I believe.
Something like that. Decides to just call, which I think is definitely a reasonable decision. I would personally, I would call against a lot of people, but Christopher is one of those types of guys where I'd rather just jam pre-flop because I'm confident he's going to have some folds, and just denying equity is really nice. Getting it in against ace-king, not the end of the world. And a pretty good flop for the jacks, overpair and the club in hand. Obviously, all of Christopher's unpaired Broadway combos are going to have bricked, and I assume one of his main ace-x bluffs is going to be something like ace-5. So he can definitely be ahead here. But does have the backdoor spades, 2 overcards.
530 in the middle.
And we know he's not afraid to go for the 0 equity, triple off, all-in bluff, no matter what happens. So
yeah,
we might just see a shove on any turn here.
The fact that he's not afraid with 0 equity when he's got 26%. You know,
feels like he's won the lottery. Wow, flopped the backdoor flush draw.
He's not going to get to see it. Halabi,
yeah, Halabi just puts it in now, which I think is really nice. So just looking to fade the ace or the king high flop and then get it in. Well done, sir. Nicely played.
Really nice pickup there for Halabi on the bubble. Up to 1.4 million, almost 100 bigs.
Ναι, πω, τι τώρα στην πετνέ το έμειγε χακάσα, μάνα έβερα.
It's not fair that I speak that language, right? I'm telling you.
Като нищо, че не си имал 20.
Може на 8 кай.
Няма по-голяма карта долу.
Interesting, isn't it? That For a while, I feel like there was a time where poker was just perceived as being full of young wizards, and it was all 25-year-olds and 20-year-old dudes that were just in there running it. But when you actually get to these stops and you watch a bunch of them, it's mostly like 30, 40, 50-year-old blokes.
Yeah, I think that was around like the Fedor time.
Exactly.
Because at the end of the day, when it comes to like the huge productions like WSOP before it went behind like the PokerGo paywalls, the WPTs, they would have people in the production teams that would cherry pick the TV tables for those purposes.
Yeah.
And before Black Friday, you had all of the stars, all of the Full Tilt sponsors like D-Negs, Ivy, Helmuth, all of these like big names. Then Black Friday happened, all the budgets disappeared, so they had to come up with some like new thing to kind of show off, you know, because those guys got older. They were like, you know, I mean, Daniel's now what, 50, Helmuth's 50, and it was the new whiz kids, like the new kids on the block that they were going for. Your Fedors. Who else? You had Fedor, Sam Trickett, Isildur, although he didn't get much TV time.
No.
Ike Haxton.
Yeah, he was definitely a young guy at the time.
Yeah, all of those guys. But now, there isn't really much marketing per se outside of like streamers. Now it's streamers and YouTube content creators. It's your Brad Owens, your Andrew Nemes, your Rampage. All of those guys, like those are the guys that are now getting paid like big money to come to live stops and stuff. So it's just like a shift, I guess. Who knows what the next thing is? Maybe the next thing is just going to be grandpas.
I was about to say, just a bunch of pensioners.
Yeah, maybe it's just going to be like film crews going to nursing homes and stuff and just seeing grandpas cuss at each other as they 5-bet bluff with 7 deuce.
Yeah. I mean, even if you're an absolute crusher when you're 20, it still takes a while to just build up a decent bankroll to get to that stage, unless you're just really outside the box and have a couple of massive 6-figure scores, because there aren't many 20-year-olds who are, even if they do have, let's say they have a massive score in a 10K main event or a 5K or whatever, it's very unlikely they had a big percentage of themselves. You know, anything more than 50% is pretty rare, I think, for somebody that age.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is there just aren't as many 20-year-olds playing as there were when we were 20, and the reason for that, and I've seen the numbers on all of the sites. I mean, there's a lot of reports and statistics out there that are shown, and the reason is because when we were kids playing video games, growing up, playing video games for a living wasn't an option. Like, it was very rare that you would hear your friend be like, oh, you know what, I want to go pro and play CSGO, or I want to play Modern Warfare for a living. Now, all the 16, 17-year-olds, rather than getting into poker because of like high-stakes poker or Poker After Dark or the World Series, they're watching Ninja. They're watching Nick Merckx. They're watching the Botez sisters play chess or whatever it is, and they're like, okay, now I want to be a streamer. Now I want to be a video gamer, or I want to be a content, or I want to be Mr. Beast.
Yeah, and they kind of stumble across poker as a result of that instead later down the line.
Later down the line, exactly. Not when they're 14, 15, 16, 17, just
agreed.
like... So it's interesting to see what happens over the next 5 years, man. And honestly, I think it's actually benefited us. Like, if you think about it, there are less young people in the game, which is somewhat worrying for the future. But at the moment, I think that's the reason why there's such a boom.
Yeah.
Because so many of the, 35 to 60-year-old people that come from different backgrounds and have made their wealth and their money in other areas now enjoy poker a lot more because they're not at a table full of 20-year-olds with headphones and hoodies.
True.
I don't know if that makes sense, whether I'm just going on an absolute tangent.
No,
but
it does. I think it does.
It's going to be...
And as well, I think a lot of young people who get into poker, let's say you get into poker when you're like 20, 21, and you're like, right, I'm going to see if I can be a professional poker player. They just kind of give it a go for a couple of years, and if it doesn't work out, then they move on to something else, or they just become a kind of recreational player, or even move away from the game completely.
Yeah.
It really has to stick relatively early, I think, for people to keep on pursuing poker. There's not many people who get into poker when they're 20 and then just have the first 3 years are like losing or break even, and then like, yeah, I'm just going to keep doing this. Like, it's a small percentage of people.
I also don't think there are as many. I'm going to say something pretty controversial. I don't think there are as many inspirations in the game as there were when we were coming up.
I agree.
Like
big figureheads like Daniel Negreanu and Phil.
Yeah, like when I was 20, you know, just starting out, you know, there was your Jason Coons, your Phil Galfons, your Ike Haxons, like all of these guys that
everybody knew.
Everybody knew. They were talking about, you know, the hard work that they put in away from the table, you know, the mental part of the game, this, that, and the other. And more importantly, from a marketing aspect, these were the guys that were playing tournaments where first prize was millions, just like week in, week out.
They're all quite Western. You know, they're all American or English or whatever. And these days, a lot of the people at the top of the game are European, Russian, etc., etc., and they're kind of just less familiar names.
And also, like anonymity is a privilege. A lot of these guys that are crushing the game now, they don't care.
No.
They don't want to be on camera. And the inspiration in the moment, and I don't want to shit on anyone, but it's, you know, playing bomb pots on Twitch and like memeing around.
Yeah.
Like, compared to when we were growing up, we
$1 million cash games televised late at night on ESPN and all that kind of stuff.
Exactly. So it's shifted, man.
It's definitely a different production value these days. It's a lot more like, it's a lot more about who's good these days, whereas before it was about entertainment. Exactly.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I think it's definitely helped the ecosystem a bit. There seems to be a lot more money in poker at the moment. It's soft money, I should say. Maybe that's just because we're now more aware of how the industry actually works. Maybe that was always the case 10 years ago. I don't know. As we take a quick look at our next feature table.
Interesting, interesting. Poker OK. He's Russian. Tell you that much for nothing.
Yeah, I believe he's sponsored by GG.
Yeah, that is Poker OK is Russian GG, so we had him yesterday, didn't we?
We did indeed. Bulgarian again, I believe.
Yeah.
Mistaken.
An AD on the feature table, that's always welcomed. Nice to get some more women in poker.
It's deep in the tank at the moment in a hand. Oh my god, I've played so much PLO, this guy.
Yeah.
Jesus. Absolutely loves the game.
I was about to say, looks like he's just one of those guys.
Loves the game, mate. Always bending up cards and throwing his cards in the air. It's brilliant. Nice. Love this guy.
I like the way the captions say, when you said so much PLO, it says so much pillow.
How did it really?
So we are 4 away from the money now, approaching the hard bubble. And we see a 3-way pot unfolding here. An interesting board as well. Ace, 9, 4, 2 hearts. Christoforu, who doesn't mind putting chips in the pot, has flopped top pair after peeling Generalov's open. But Generalov has a dominating top pair and a nut flush draw to go with it. And you see how much of an equity advantage that gives him. Daikev drawing dead with the Queen 8. He's not going to have any interest in putting chips in. It looks like flop went check, check, check as well, which is interesting from Christoforu. Expected him to just kind of go for it with his top pairs, but a bet on the turn from Generalov and a quick call from Christoforu. And assumed that Generalov is going to go for some value on the river as well. After the flop goes check, check, check. Pretty much nothing that we are behind to that Christoforu can have. Expect him to obviously 3-bet aces pre, bet flop with his 2-pair plus and his sets, because his sets are always going to be unblocking top pairs and flush draws. So yeah, Generalov should have a pretty easy read here that ace-jack suited is the nuts, and hopefully go for something like a 2/3 pot bet. Does, makes it 150, 75% pot, gets snapped off by Christoforu. Takes another nice pot. Christoforu not having the best day. He came into today with about 1.2 million, and he's down to just 500k now. Generalov, on the other hand, having an absolute field day. Well over 1 million for him. Just 4 players to go until we're in the money. So this is the real interesting part of the tournament. Generalov has put himself in a nice spot. So has Habibi, is that his name? Habibi? Something like that. Habibi?
Habibi means
it's not Habibi, yeah, I was going to say Habibi means baby, doesn't it? I knew that. But it was something like that. Hadidi? Hadibi?
Halabi.
Halabi. Yeah, okay. I'll give you that one. It was definitely Halabi. Halabi as well worked himself up a nice stack here, so yeah, interesting to see who starts putting the hammer down over these next few hands. Halabi. Is that what you said?
I said Halabi. Yeah.
Nice one. Well done. Halabi playing 1.4 million. Sorry, Habibi. Makes it 40k.
We've got an American on the next table.
Yeah, I saw that. He's got a bowl though.
Michael, Andrew, like maybe get a bit of table talk. Halil Beybaz from Turkey going to be in C8.
Atanasov, our man from Bulgaria. A few Russians at the table too.
Local Cypriot in C1. Luciana, a lady that we saw playing a very healthy stack.
Very big. Very chunky indeed. Table chip leader. Or close. Atanasov just got her pipped. Folds around. Ooh, falls around to Generalov in the big blind, who finds pocket tens. Interesting to see how he decides to proceed here. I think we might just see a call. He's not going to want a 3-bet playing around like 80, 90 big blinds, and then face a 4-bet would be a bit of a disaster. So yeah, does elect to just call, protects his defending range. Nice to have some strong hands in there. 10-9-4.
Behave.
King, Queen, 5. Bit of an action killer. Expect though, Halabi might win this one. Very range betty kind of board, so he may just elect to go for a third with his pocket 9s and then try to get to showdown after that. But we have seen him check back a couple of spots where I would have traditionally gone for a c-bet. So we may see him just check this one back. You can still get called by worse hands when you bet here, though. You can get called by your jack 10s and your ace jacks and ace 10s. You get called by a 5 with some kind of backdoor. So yeah, I like this bet. And then Generalov just going to fold. Yeah.
Wow, he shows the 10s, the old break fold.
Show him.
Going on break.
Show him. Shows him 1-9.
Wow, I love that.
What's the other one? Love that.
Love that, the old 1-card show. So that is it, chat. Oh, I say that is it. It's not it. We're going on our first 15-minute break of the day. Perfect timing, man. Absolutely perfect timing. We're 3 off the money.
Yep.
So when we come back, we get to play through this money bubble Merit Poker Vintage Series warm-up. Absolutely smashing the original 500k guaranteed. And we got a long old day ahead of us, but at least we got some prizes to hand out as we're going to play through the money. I'm probably going to get down to the final 3 tables or thereabout today. Myself and Leo will be back in 15 minutes. Don't go too far, as the bubble is about to burst here, the Merit Crystal Cove.
It happened! Let's go!
A little bit more, around 40%. 300k to 845.
Didn't show the boots. Even
Check raise.
Wow.
Ill-timed aggression here, but
It's such a strong line. Like, if you're not sat there with trips, you just, like, what do you do?
it's a weird one because you got to think, what is Generalov bet calling the flop with and then betting again once checked to? His range is extremely strong. You're only really trying to get like a draw to fold here, something like Jack 10 or King Jack that's turning itself into a bluff after calling the flop, because he's not going to be betting a queen for value on the turn, and he doesn't have very much ace-x that bet calls the flop apart from ace-queen or ace-9 and obviously 9x. He can have maybe like kings and jacks, but those don't bet the turn. So Christopher is attacking a very, very narrow range here. He's basically like trying to get Jack 10 to fold. So
He has rivered a gut shot.
yeah, see if he can get there.
Ocean dealer? Ocean?
Yeah,
Wow,
I
he's
mean, it's going to be
reaching.
all in. What can you do? Generalov just has to snap this off.
Wow. Just exerting max pressure. 20 off the money. It's faded the snap call, but...
Yeah, I mean, when you think about your range in this spot as Generalov, you just have a 9 here so infrequently that you have to call when you do have one. I mean, personally, against this player type, if I'd have seen a hand that Christopher had played and I was Generalov, I would have been like, on the river, you're just like, I'm in. What you got? You got a better hand? Okay, so be it.
Yeah, exactly. Just one of those spots.
Yeah.
The old one chip flick in.
Yeah, we'll never see a fold here. There's just so little for him to have.
There's the 4 tables, the 5 high. And Generalov up to 858,000, the new table captain.
That was us. That was what we said, wasn't it? We might see some ill-timed aggression leading to some big pots, and there it is, first hand or second hand. Very ill-timed there from Christopher. And I would consider ace-queen a very strong hand on that board. I just don't try and get him to fold. No. You know, I'm going for capped ranges, weak ranges, not trying to attack super strong ranges unless it's a very, very specific situation.
Yeah, and there's going to be plenty of opportunities that present themselves for you to do exactly that.
Exactly, and Christoforu keeping that massive stack is far more beneficial than winning a few chips in that hand. You know, if he adds 200k to his stack in that hand, it doesn't really change anything. But if he loses and he's down to what he is now, 700k, he's kind of back in with the rest of the pack. And now, as the bubble approaches, he doesn't have so much leniency to keep putting the pressure down, keep putting the pressure on. But
he's had a lot of success here at Merit. I've got a funny feeling that some of this might just be image building, mate.
Potentially.
Like if you know all the regulars at the casino that you play at, and you only play at one casino, are watching the stream or they're hearing about hand histories from the stream, and you're only playing like what? 15 hours a year at the table, and then the other several hundred hours that you're out there grinding, like nobody knows what you have.
True.
I don't know. Maybe I'm coming up with too many justifications for some of the blow-ups, but
I think there's a time and a place. You know, I do understand completely what you're saying. I get it, but I think that building an image for spots that you don't know if you're even going to get in the future at the expense of being 20 away from the money of a tournament in a 2K with 6 figures up top is perhaps not a bit of an over-adjustment, maybe.
Yeah. Mokim calling on the turn. 3-2-4 in the middle does check through on the river, and Christoforu back up to 946k. Just like that.
Just
Next
like that.
hand, 174k profit.
Yep.
So, massive shout out to... Wow, what do you do? What a rub.
No bad feeling.
No bad feelings. Maybe not for you, buddy. Ivanov +2, 10-8 into the muck. Fagulin with another reasonable open, but decides to let this one go to 7-8 suited. Playing nice and snug as we approach the money. Actually, I think that's a fine fold at this stage, 20 away. Ranges do start to tighten significantly, even with like 25% of the field left, 30% of the field left. Ranges do tighten up a lot more than I think a lot of people realise. There is mild ICM pressure, even at that stage. Halabi in the small blind, limping the 9-4 offsuit. We don't see very many walks, like you said like you said earlier. We don't see very many walks. Even we saw like 10 deuce off limping, 9-3 off limping, we've got 9-4 off limping here. All these are traditionally just muck, especially versus who you perceive to be a good player.
I think we've seen a lot of that especially since the introduction of the big blind ante, right? Like a lot of people didn't know how to adjust to it originally. They continued playing the same small blind range that they were playing before. Whereas now, I think with a lot of the information that's come out, and people are more and more aware of the fact that, look, there's 24k dead money in the middle. Oh, sorry, 30k dead money in the middle.
Yeah. Still got to fold some though. Can't just limp everything. But Halabi making the best hand on turn, picks up a pair of 9s. Checks it down to the river and then goes for a little bit of value with his 9. Seems pretty good. Can definitely rule out King X and Queen X and straights from Mustafos range. Probably a 9 is going to bet a turn as well. So
yeah, sizable bet, 25k to 36.
Yeah, nice.
Just Mustafos getting away from it.
If you think like a 6 always just kind of cycles, then
went live, yeah. But still a ways to go. Well, I really want to, like, one of the things that I really admire about elite regs is they often start setting up the rest of the tournament for themselves, like the foundations, if you will, around the bubble, if that makes sense. Like, obviously, understanding ICM and putting in the prep work on how to approach a final table does help you a lot with late stage game, but like the fact of the matter is that, you know, you've got to learn how to prepare yourself to get to that point in the first place, like setting it up.
Absolutely. Bubble is a super important part of tournaments, especially live tournaments with good structures with a deep average stack, because you're going to be on the bubble for so much longer than you would in like an online mass field or even a live tournament with 20-minute clocks or 30-minute clocks or whatever. So yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of chips to be made on the bubble if you know what you're doing. And if you arrive to the bubble with a reasonably good stack, you can definitely take advantage. A lot of the softer tournaments I've played where I've made it towards the bubble, I've had like a average stack or a bowl stack the entire way, and then at the bubble I've often like doubled, tripled, quadrupled my stack if the bubble lasts for an hour or the bubble lasts for half an hour even, because so many people in those softer tournaments are just happy to make the money. They're just like, oh, if I just keep folding, I'll be in the money in a minute.
Yeah, exactly.
And then I can go back to playing normally.
And that's the great thing about these as well, is when you have these massive satellites, where there's like yesterday's one, that's obviously for the main, but there are obviously satellites for this as well, where you have 50 seats guaranteed.
Nice, 550k biggest score.
So he came second in that Triton high roller.
10k 5-beggar high roller for 500,000.
Second here in the 5k Top Guns main.
Yeah, so he's got 7 six-figure scores, which is pretty decent in its own right.
I came fourth in that high roller that I was mentioning for 124k.
A bunch of very solid upper 5-figure scores there as well.
That's pretty brutal though. Like, out of all of his 6-figure scores, like second,
yeah,
and a third, 1 win.
Needs to work on his heads up.
Although it does look like he won one of the biggest ones that he's...
Who did he beat heads up in that high roller? Ike Haxton.
Wow.
Benjamin Pollack in third,
wow,
Alex Foxen in third, Joey Weissman.
Wow.
That is a stacked one. Jake Schindler 8th. Jake the Snake.
Jake the Snake.
Mike Watson 10th and Holly Filatov 11th, so soft one.
Wow.
And into the action. Mustafov opening the ace-10 off in the cut-off, Ivanov just defending the ace-jack in the big blind. Queen 8-6 board goes check. And 10 on turn, it improves Mustafov to the best hand, but also gives Ivanov that double gut shot. Check once more. And an ace on the river, a bit of a cooler card. I expect to see Ivanov check once more though, because it's such a good card for Mustafov's range, so we expect him to bluff anything that doesn't have showdown value, basically. I don't think betting for value really achieves very much, because we would assume that most of the things that Mustafov would be able to pay with that are worst would have bet already in this hand. So Ivanov just got a real nice bluff catcher, I think.
Some Bulgarian violence about to incur.
Perhaps he thinks that it's worth just trying to charge those kind of weaker ace-X that have checked down to showdown, or perhaps some hand like pocket 5s or pocket 7s. But yeah, I think if we check, Mustafov's still going to go for value with a hand like ace-5 anyway, so I'd definitely prefer a check on the river. Mustafov with the 2 pair. Interesting to see what he decides to do. Relatively big bet.
Yeah, around 60%. This kind of reminds me of the spot that you mentioned yesterday, although I feel like slightly different. These ranges cut
the
off
ace-5 one.
Yeah, cut off the big blind. He does find the raise.
Like it.
All of a sudden, Ivanov, Jack of Hearts in hand. Top pair, second kicker. With a swap on the bubble. Soft bubble.
Tough spot.
Against someone like Mustafov, it's going to be capable of finding bluffs here.
You just got to think to yourself of what hands are actually going to play this way as a bluff. Like what wants to just check multiple streets and then suddenly decide to bluff on an ace river.
I think King 10 is the only hand that comes to mind, but
Yeah.
even is that even bluffing river?
I don't think so.
Or is it just like goes into check call mode?
Maybe Jack Jack.
King
But I
9?
think that probably would have bet by now. King 9
Probably
potentially, but I
bets
think
10.
that bets.
I'm so confused. It's like a bunch of like. Maybe.
Henry just having to deal with his massive long list of friend requests that he gets on a daily basis, you know. Hard life, isn't it, mate?
It is.
Right?
Extreme.
Get back to the action here. 3 ways on the flop. King 5, 3, 2 hearts. Mukawem flopping the best hand out of the small blind. Not really sure how he's in this hand, to be honest. It looks like he's just peeled and open. Hijack open. Ivanov must have opened with the Queen 10 off. And Mukawem just deciding to call out the small blind with the King 9 off. 13 away from the money.
Go on, Macau.
Like 18 bigs.
He wants to win the tournament.
Bit of a no-no that one, but he has flopped the best of it.
He doesn't want to min cash, Leo. He's here for the win, mate.
That is true. He is here for the win, and both these guys just draw into a backdoor straight draw at this stage. Mukawem with the lion's share of the equity there, 96%.
It's not a bad spot, 3 ways.
Not a bad spot. And we see a check call on the flop. Generalov getting out of the way with the Queen 10 suited. A jack. A queen. That will slow things down. Ivanov picks up a decent bit of showdown value now. He moves into the lead against any draws or pocket pairs that Mukawem might have. So expect to see either a check or a small bet to check back the river.
Yeah, I was about to say, may even go small here, like you said.
Just trying to squeeze out a little bit more value from like the 10-9 suited, Jack 10 suited type stuff. And he doesn't have any hearts in his hand, so that's a plus for going for a bet. But he does decide to just check it back. Decides Mukawem's range is going to be pretty strong.
Oh,
and
wow.
What a run out when the big blind's folded the Queen 10.
How?
How do you do it, man? 96% we had on the flop. Mukawem now, rightly just trying to squeeze out a little bit of value with his King 9. Although I think this actually might be a little bit on the thin side, to be honest. And Ivanov just hits him with the call.
Oh my word.
Well, that is a pretty sour beat for Mukawem, but at the same time, we should have just not been in the hand. So there is that. Mukawem pays the price down to just 10 big blinds now, and he's got himself in a world of hurt.
It happened. Let's go.
A little bit more, around 40%. 200k to 845.
It showed the boots. Even at
Put it here first.
It's bubble time here in Cyprus, live from the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel. We are 3 spots off the money in the Merit Poker Vintage Series warm-up. It's day 3. And talking of day 3, 3 players not going to walk away with any profit. See if it's going to be anyone from our featured table, as the Bulgarian Stefan Atanasov leads the pack with 60 bigs, but that average stack size, Leo, looks like it's dropping by a considerable amount.
Yeah.
Those blind level increases.
15% paid, right? So it's going to be around 750k at the moment, something like that. 800k average. We got a few less than massive stacks than we had at the last feature table. Everyone had absolutely chunks before, but we've got a few more interesting stacks here. 10, 14, 15, 25 type stuff. So yeah, 3 to go to the money should be an interesting few orbits.
Yeah, I wonder if this is just a byproduct of the blind level. I mean, it went from 6k, 12k,
10, 15.
10, 15 to now 10, 20.
Yeah, seems okay. I don't know what else you would do, really.
Yeah.
8, 16. But then if you've done 10, 15, you can't do 8, 16,
No,
can you?
of course, yeah, for sure.
I saw, well, maybe it was that high roller I was playing. It went 1k 25, 15 25.
Oh yeah, yes, yeah,
So you can do a bit. Like this could go 15 20 perhaps afterwards.
It's just so random.
It probably won't. It'll probably
No.
be 15 30, but that's quite. It starts to be like quite aggressive jumps.
Yeah, well, hour-long clock, still plenty of play, but we are 3 off the money, so expecting the pace of play to slow down considerably. They may even introduce hand for hand straight off the bat, just to
What is the delay between the live?
30 minutes.
30 minutes?
just to stop people from
We are not
tanking.
You
Yeah, 30 minutes?
Yeah.
You told your family to watch it?
No.
Why not? I remember on our family table you want to take a picture.
Yes, yes.
Tell them to watch.
I don't know what's the site.
Merit Poker, Facebook.
Or YouTube.
You have to put them. On YouTube also?
Yeah.
Love this.
YouTube was Poker News?
Adverts for the stream on the
YouTube
stream.
is Merit Poker also.
Ah, okay.
Adverts for the stream, but just, you know, we got Grandpa in seat 4, the family, you know, back home. Apparently he's made final tables here before as well, and he wanted to take pictures. Moad, love to see it.
You need to put it in.
It's on the Facebook, darling.
Yeah.
When you are in hand,
it's on Facebook.
Separated.
Very professional.
So Isterman straight off the bat with 14 bigs in the cutoff. It's going to rip in the ace king and, well, may get looked up here, although we are 3 off the money. So we see Anatoly Nikitin, GG Poker Pro. Make a fold with the ace 10 Pankov. Ace 8 of diamonds in the small.
Yeah, not going to be calling this one off.
Yeah, yeah. Just for 2 hours here. So
Chip EV, he would definitely strongly consider it. But happy to fold into the money here. He knows this all-in is going to be pretty strong. Unlikely to be much kind of ace-7 offsuit or even ace-5 suited type stuff, those probably just going for a raise fold.
Just thinking about it, if Histamine is jamming hands like King Jack, Jack 10, Queen 10, those suited Broadway type hands, is he ever jamming hands like Ace Deuce through Ace 7? Just let it go.
Vitaly, can you like give me a sign when you just like stolen? Говори по-русски, я не понимаю. Можешь мне давать знак какой-то, если ты...
Я же тебя стукнул под столом. Я туз 10 порыл, ты представляешь, какая? Вот такая была.
Мог бы и заколить.
That's hilarious. You know, if that was like a friend of mine, I would 100% tell him that I'm stalling when I've just got like kings.
Yeah.
And then be like, no, I'm joking, mate, I'm cool.
Yeah. And then you get free outed.
Самая сильная из неготовых. Дама валет червей. Да, и моя.
Here?
45.
No, cards. Yeah, just.
Yeah, okay. Let me move my chips.
Alright,
You
just
put
chill it
them
on a
for
milli.
second, and then you can
50
Yeah,
bigs.
then you can- yeah, yeah.
Cruising. Atanasov bumping it up, +1.
Sorry?
Histamine giving him a good
On,
old tank with the
TV
Jack
cable?
2.
No.
Expect
No,
to
I
see a
was
little bit
once in
more of this
Europe.
over the next few hands.
City. In Deauville, when they used to have Deauville.
The buffet's just so
Maybe
good,
this time
It's
never
isn't it? How good was that chicken curry?
Just go out there, grab some food.
Nobody knows.
Good food at that.
Good food, always hot and fresh. The rice is so nice as well. Oh, they just do such a great job. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, in comparison to some other places that I've been to, just
Cough, cough, the Grosvenor, where they charge you £7 for a reheated ham and cheese toasty that they made the day before. 15. Oh, mate, honestly, it's embarrassing. That should be ashamed of themselves.
That's terrible.
They were having cash games until 5 o'clock in the morning, but stopped serving food at midnight during the middle of a festival.
Ridiculous.
Speaking of kings, Baybar's picking up the kings with around 450k in his stack, just 22 big blinds. So expect to see an all-in here, not much else. We might see a 3-bet not all-in, might go for a 125er. 22 bigs. Out of position, I usually generally expect people to go just all in and then make the 3-bet not all in position, but proving me wrong. Making it 130.
My man Baybars.
And Atanasov now with the decision with the ace-10, but I think when we've got an ace, we're going to be blocking a lot of the 3-bet bluffs that people might decide to use on the button, so yeah, just rightly puts that one into the muck.
Camera.
No, dude. I will see afterwards.
We've got a new chip in play as well, that red chip, that will be worth 100k.
Yeah.
Я ж не прибрался, да?
А не, усачи, они всегда придираются.
Stefan Atanasov. Nothing's changed here. Still chip leader tied at the top with Luciana Vati, local Cypriot. Loving the table banter at this table. Joseph Malward, he's like, look, I don't know where the stream is. And they're like, well, get your family to go on Facebook.
Get onto Facebook, darling.
Type in Merit Poker and shout out to Joseph's family, any of you listening. So you watch him ease his way into the money, I would assume, unless there's some absolute car crash of a hand. GG Poker, is he like an ambassador or is he just like a...
I'm not sure, it'd be interesting to get a zoom in on that arm patch, if it says like Team Pro or...
What's
Whatever. It says, oh, it's got his name on the patch. GG Poker, so I guess he's part of Team Pro. Can't say I've ever heard the name before though, I have to admit.
Yeah, not sure. Can't find anything.
Atanasov opening up again under the gun, Kington suited. Very reasonable, and Istomin actually with a bit of a decision this time. Tanking last time with the Jack 2, but now facing the open, the Jack 2 suited, 16.5 big blinds in his stack. Very, very interesting spot indeed. +3, few players behind. Probably not overly concerned about Atanasov just opening a very nitty range here. He knows he's going to be opening pretty wide, playing over 1 million, so it just depends how he decides he wants to proceed here. For me, I think I'm calling. We'll be in position. We're unlikely to get overcalled a lot. Any squeeze behind is going to be pretty strong. We don't want to just put our stack in now on the stone bubble with ace jack and risk being called by everything better and getting everything worse to fold. So I like this decision.
That's really eye-opening. Wouldn't have assumed that we play many flats off of 16.5.
We won't play many, but there are some we're just kind of forced, you know, like 10s, 9s, ace jack suited, ace queen off. We just kind of, we can't fold them, so we just kind of have to be in there. And if we get shoved behind, we have a relatively easy fold. So
what with 10s, 9s, and
yeah, even on the bubble, you just have to assume that everybody's playing relatively face up, unless it's like a very aggressive reg with tons of chips. But even then, ace jack suited, it's just like whatever. Cashing is far more valuable than defending your 2 big blinds. And queens for Vati, the big blind, as we said. So yeah, Istomin just going to have to let this one go.
There's no way she hadn't already looked at her cards.
That was a quick, oh yeah, still got queens.
Like, it's such a live tell, in my opinion. Like, especially if you're like in the big blind and like 8 people have acted, you expect me to believe that you haven't looked at your cards and all of a sudden you're cutting out a 3-bet. No. No, Leo. I refuse to accept that.
235k. Nice size. Very nice. Gets the snap fold out of Atanasos. Atanasos?
Yeah.
Atanasov.
Atanasov.
Take your time.
Now Istomin.
No, I probably fold. I just need to, you know,
take your time.
Get it out. I was stressful from the beginning. I couldn't fold this hand pre-flop. It was, you know. Yeah. My friends are not gonna understand me. Yeah. 5-4, I thought. 5-4 suit.
Really, friends don't understand.
Oh, I like this
but
guy.
Now I have no choice. I need this 3,400 bucks. Sorry, guys.
Win?
Yeah. Show ace-5.
Show the bluff. No bluff.
No bluff.
Yes.
I have his ladies.
Oh. Really? 2 ladies? Oh, fuck. So good I didn't show.
King, queen.
First hand.
Better,
Nice.
better.
Well played by everybody in that hand.
Ace, queen. What's better?
Ace jack suited.
Don't think about your friend.
Probably he has 10s.
When you will go to ITM, you will have a lot of money and you will become more friends.
Oh man, I hope we never change this table. With Joseph Mawad just like trying to read people. So what do you have? King Queen? No, better. What does better mean? Ace Queen? Oh man, what guy?
King Jack? Suited? Lamani opening up the 6-5 suited under the gun, playing a healthy stack, over 50 big blinds. Close to 60. Istomin again. in the tank. We can this time though. This one is going to be heading into the muck.
Seriously. I didn't have all these hands for 3 days.
You wish you had this
Classic
when
bubble
you're
where
in
you've
the
just been
money.
card dead the entire time and then you start getting loads of mediocre to good hands on the bubble that you just have to fold anyway. It really is classic poker.
Sizable min cash. Banter at the table.
Banter.
Playing a 2K with over 100 buy-ins up top. 9 packages to Montenegro as well.
TV viewers, YouTube viewers, Twitch viewers.
No Twitch. At least I don't think there is.
We were supposed to have Twitch today, weren't we?
We were supposed to, mate. But we keep shooting ourselves in the foot. I think going forward, we stop talking about such things.
Okay,
we under-promise and over-deliver rather than over-promise and under-deliver.
Yeah.
Sorry? 1 million? 1.2.
Atanasov defends his big blind with the ace-9 suited. Hard to think of a flop that they're both going to connect with on this one, but a 5-6 2 diamonds perhaps would do the job. But we get the 10-8-4 1 club, so not a bad flop for Lamani. Big blind's not going to have a whole bunch of strong hands, so you can have some 2 pairs, some of the suited 10-4s and 10-8 off perhaps still in there. You can obviously have some straight draws, but Lamani has a gut shot himself, got some backdoor clubs as well. Goes for half pot, 60 into 120. Atanasov, no backdoor. I imagine just going to let this one go.
Doubles it open. Prima bubble.
Doubles it open. Wow.
Sounds like there's been a double bust out on
no
one of the outer tables. So we could be on the stone bubble here.
Ну запомни, стол, это значит типа... Sorry, we cannot speak. My friend, I need to learn. I'm learning. I'm giving the English lessons.
Atanasov does eventually let it go. Lamani adding that pot to his stack, up over 1.2 million now.
Такой термин. Столин. Это как
Ну, это такое, типа, очень пензенское произношение этого слова.
You speak Russian, you speak English, you speak Spanish.
That's it.
That's it?
Yeah.
Are you Russian?
Yeah.
That's 3 language? That's 3 language, really?
Yeah, not much.
Normally people speak 5.
I think it's end for end or something.
Is it?
Yes.
Probably they are 73. Probably one player went out.
Sebastian say they're on the wrong top after the center.
Some table are probably wasting time.
Yeah, they stop the clock.
Doubles it open, cooler.
Yeah, 72.
I think we are hand for hand now. Seem to have paused the deal.
On the bubble. Yeah, bubble time.
Yeah, it does sound like it. There's our
Если захватишь еще бутылочку, респект.
resident grandfather from Lebanon, Joseph Moward, reminds the table. It's bubble time.
Making friends.
He's making friends. Everyone's making friends at this table. Very chatty bunch. And why not? Understandable that everyone's chirpier than previous 2 levels because they all know they're about 15-20 minutes away from making 3,400. Get to text the group chat. ITM.
ITM, baby, we did it.
3.4k locked up, boys. We've all been there.
Better than he speaking English.
На ББ дамы оказались, слава богу, не воткнулся.
So 72
Ну,
left.
короче, просто очень неприятные...
71 paid.
Stone Bubblio.
Absolute stone bubble.
Israel? Israel, or?
Israel?
This guy? Sure, yeah. Third box, yeah? He's from Russia?
Every Russia?
You Russia? No. Just 3 guys from Russia and dealer from Russia, you know, think... no, Ukraine? From Ukraine?
Yeah.
Yeah, but we can speak now. Dealer.
This man?
This man, who's it here? Where are you from?
Yeah.
USA?
Oh,
and you
thank you.
here? A lot of guys from USA came to Merit. You alone?
Oh, one other guy.
One more.
Yeah. Why not?
Yeah, that's good.
I like to play
But
new
you have a
places.
lot of game in USA.
Yeah, they're too hard now, so I kind of play the soft gun.
Oh. And which city of USA?
I'm from Arkansas. Not really big city.
Yes,
Yeah.
but there is a
Casinos?
Yeah, with
Near.
poker.
Near.
Near.
In Oklahoma.
Like 50 kilometers.
Yeah, you can drive to it. Some good tournaments. Good stuff. But I decided to fly across the world.
Why not?
I heard good things.
Yeah, why not?
I'm having a good time so far.
Lady? From Ukraine. Lady? I don't know.
She said she's from Cyprus.
Yes.
Quick scan out over
From Cyprus.
the tournament area.
I don't know, but
as
take like this, yes. But
we've
I
gotten down
think,
to
I
72.
don't know. You are from North Cyprus
8
or,
tables of
South
9 as
Cyprus?
we see some
You
people
are from North
with
Cyprus
chips
or
in
South
hand
Cyprus?
moving around as a table has
North. South.
been broke.
You born? Or?
Hopefully people not taking
You call him
too much
Cyprus
time or
yet?
getting lost.
It's a cool name.
There's no need. We're hand for hand. Well, I'm accidentally going to get lost on my way to the new table in order to miss the big blind. Grow up.
Very much so. At that time, it was like for us our escape from the war.
See Jessica Pilkington there.
Yeah, she messaged me saying that she was down to 4 big blinds, about 5 away from the money, and then got it in King Queen against aces, made it straight.
Wow.
Here we are.
Here we are. See Milad over there. Looks like he's cruising. We had him on the feature table yesterday. Looks like he's playing around about 1.1. Do we recognize anyone else?
25 minutes, like 30 minutes.
Milad Langer.
Did I raise too much with the ladies now?
No,
It was good.
no, fine. You're doing okay. You don't need advice. You're doing okay on your own.
I see a lot of dealers standing up. I see one dealer only just dealing hand. What's going on?
I guess the dealers stand up when they haven't got a hand running.
Yeah. I'm just confused as why this dealer here only just started dealing a hand. Like, what's going on?
Oh, yeah. See what you mean.
Everyone else has already stood up. Here we are, hand for hand. Great ballroom here. The Merit Crystal Cove. I mean, look at this stage. Look at the flooring.
It is a very nice room.
Feature
Players
table.
told me they wouldn't be able to fall.
Good table? I'm calling station.
Yeah, but that's Slim. What she show? What she could show there?
He showed me for 2 pairs. No problem.
I don't think so.
There was either the set of 5s or set of 7s.
I don't have cards to play.
She could not have kings. She wouldn't do it with king 7. She did not have a set of kings or jacks. So I figured she had them before.
Nice ball.
So
That's good, that's good. And you sit here. Where is guy with you? Yeah, that's good, that's good.
Okay, 1 to the money.
But
okay, congratulations.
You're in the money?
I think so, right?
Moad, wait, mate.
What did,
Oh, bless him.
this is a poker. I start day 2 with 69,000. It was my 3rd bullet. But yesterday was a good day for me, you know.
Who's fighting tonight in the UFC?
The main event is Derek Lewis versus Sergey Spivak, which I think will be pretty interesting. Spivak's, Lewis is a pretty big dog as well, so I'm
Yeah, he's been getting beat quite a bit.
Yeah, but Spivak is good, don't get me wrong, but I think Lewis might cause us some troubles. I'm going to have a little dabble on Lewis by KO.
Really? Do you think Lewis is going to win?
I don't necessarily think he's going to win. I just think the price is pretty decent. It was like 4 to 1 or something for Lewis by KO. So there's a couple of other good fights on the card though. Ion Kutalaba versus Kennedy Zichukwu should be a pretty good one.
As we are dealing hands. Dive back into this.
Oh yeah, poker.
4 to 1, eh?
I think so. I'm going to have a look.
Finally, easy decision. Thank you.
This guy's hilarious. Nikitin. Let go of the rags. Pankov. 14.5 bigs. Pocket sixes.
Tough
on
one.
the low
Tough
jack.
spot. I think we just let it go.
Now you don't need to stalling. Good end?
Yeah, you don't need to stop.
Yeah, now it's on forehand. It's finished.
Yeah.
Pankov literally telling him,
no need to
hey
stop.
mate, come and look at my hand if you really want to.
Yeah.
About okay for guys from Perm. No, really, of course your pronunciation is good. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure.
Wow.
Oh, good luck.
Good
Wow,
luck.
good luck.
145.
Fly here, 12 hours.
Oh my God.
So, Lech
No.
Oh.
jamming from the cutoff for
I didn't
7
want
bigs.
on this table.
See if anyone wakes up with something.
Please, one time.
Oh, hello. Lemani. Jack 10 of clubs.
Bad actor, bad
That's the face I was looking for.
Oh.
Calls it off. 7
Does
bigs.
make
Yeah.
the call, yeah.
Seems fine.
So Lech.
Whoa.
Oh no, his name's.
It's not aces.
It's got to be Lech, right? It's from America.
If it's not aces,
Yeah, I would
it's
say
good,
luck.
right?
If I were a gambling man, which I am.
Because
I have the best hands against aces.
wow, what? Sevens?
Seven?
Yes, 7.
Best hand against aces in short neck is 10-9. Suited.
I think I know where is aces.
No, no, he wouldn't call.
Jack 10.
Ace.
So all in and a call at the feature table. Just going to wait for all of the other hands on the outer tables to
Things to learn.
play out.
My favorite suited also.
Пристегивайтесь, пассажиры. Вот так можно говорить и ставить.
Makes sense. And we'll have the tournament director rather come over. We've got another all in and a call on a outer table. So just waiting for all of the hands to play out on every table before cards go on their backs. This could be a very short bubble here. I was expecting us to be sat here for a good 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be a quick one. Plenty of all-ins.
This is literally hand number 1 of hand-for-hand play. Things you'd love to see. Huge prize pools and short bubbles. Although it depends, if you're the chip leader,
you kind of want it to keep going.
You do indeed. You see a crowd surround the table.
One on table 3 and one on the feature table. We're going to start on table 3. Showdown.
So it is Bogdan Andrei in seat 9 with kings. David Victor Smolka with the 7s. So a 7 would burst the bubble. Kings obviously looking to just hold here and secure that min cash of $3,440. So a clean run out for the Kings.
Nice.
Bogdan Andrei Montano gets the double. Back over to our feature table. Got King Queen O all in against Jack 10 suited.
Короче, вот такое мне сообщение пришло. Привет.
My guy got a GoPro.
אני מכניס אתכם לכסף.
He's GoProing the bubble. What a lad.
Yeah.
Jack, 10 of clubs. Full of money. 40% of the time, we are going to beat ITM. 72 left, 71 paid. Lek, the all-in player at risk, come all the way from America. And well, 10-9 deuce. Lamani flops top pair. 3 of spades on the turn, and we are 1 card away from being in the money chat. Deuce of clubs is going to seal it. Our American friend, Lek,
Even you would have won from aces.
eliminated on the bubble.
Brutal, but what can you do?
7 bigs, just jamming in the King Queen O.
Yeah, might be a fold, honestly.
No, that was a light shuffle.
Could very well be a fold.
I have a lot of friends short stack. So I want to finish it.
Because if you fold, you still got 7 bigs, and that can still be worth, what, 3-4 orbits? Like, chances of the bubble not bursting in those 4 orbits is pretty slim, and your 7 bigs doubling up or winning an extra 2 big blinds is worth basically nothing compared to having a 7 big blind stack that can still be worth $3,400. So
100%. Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more with you. Very short bubble here at the Merritt Crystal Cove from an entertainment point of view. That's how we like it. And action's going to be thick and fast as per usual. Once the bubble has burst, expect to see a lot of the short stacks that have managed to ninja their way into the money to now take some of the closer spots that they've passed up on up until now. Got about 30 minutes left on the clock, this 10k, 20k level. Oshri Lamani out in front with the 68 big blinds, and everyone now guaranteed $3,440 for their efforts. Next pay jump going to be in just a table's time, and it's going to be pretty steady payouts until we get down to final 18.
yeah, 5 figures then, 10k.
Yeah, makes sense. It's like 1 table, pay jump, 1 table, pay jump, 1 table, pay jump. I really like this.
Yeah.
Table, table. Oshri, 68 bigs. Let's see if he can continue with the same momentum and pace he's had here at this feature table so far. $3,440 should certainly help things.
Absolutely. And we'll see the action probably speed up again a bit now. Might see a little flurry of busts out. Often is the way after the bubble burst. A lot of people have scraped in, like you say, ninjaed their way in with a short stack, and we should see a quick elimination of 10 to 15 people in the next hour or so, I would imagine.
Yeah, 100%. I am looking for updates over on the Facebook page. Right, that's where they've been posting a lot of their stuff. There we have it, 71 remain out of the 624 entries. We only needed 250 players in order to hit the guarantee. That's right. Yeah, maths is right. Yeah, 250. Thank you, mate.
It's easier for me as well. I don't like to think about the cards. Too much stress, you know.
Yeah, that's good.
Cameras
Poker, I
live.
don't think about the cards. Good. it's my strategy.
We can cash out at the end.
So 97 players came back into day 3. 26 of them gone home empty-handed, including our American friend, who I'm sure hasn't come just to play the warm-up.
Nope, I would imagine so. King 10 off for Atanasov, opens the button, and Muwad defending his big blind with the Jack 8 suited. Atanasov flopping the best of it. Not much going on for Muwad here, so expect to see a quick fold versus the C-bet.
Yeah, I'm just seeing a hand history update over on the Merit Poker Facebook page involving Atanasov. Was down to 280k at big blind 15k, so just a level ago, and he was facing an open from Michael Leck, who we just saw bust on the bubble. He had min raised from middle position. Jessica Pilkington cold called, and then Atanasov squeeze jammed for 280k. He was called by both Michael and Jessica. Came 5-9-4 rainbow. Michael fired out a bet. Jessica tank folded, showing ace queen. Which was terrible news for Stefan, as he also held ace queen. It's behind against the pocket jacks of Michael Leck. And it came queen queen. Queen queen to triple up, even though Pilkington had folded the same hand. And then
easy game.
And then Michael Leck goes from chip leader on the bubble to out in 72nd.
Really?
It's pretty sick.
That is very sick. That is very sick. Bad day at the office.
I would love to be a fly on the wall in that group chat. Like an hour ago. Yep, chip leader on the bubble. Loving life.
Looking forward for a deep run here, boys. Nikitin, excuse me, opening the 8s under the gun and taking it down.
This is the terrible thing with having us in here. We don't really know where to
if you don't have time
emphasize on some of these Russian names.
But
yeah.
They won't tell you have 5 more seconds, 3, 2, 1, or just if it's finished, you're dead.
I think if it's finished, you're dead.
Currently have 258 viewers over on the Merit Poker YouTube channel. Do appreciate each and every one of you for keeping both myself and Leo company for the Merit Poker Vintage Series warm-up. Day 3, we're in the money. Those of you over there watching, if you could, go ahead and hit that like button over on YouTube. Be greatly appreciated. Helps us reach a much wider audience due to the good old-fashioned YouTube algorithm. It also shows us that you guys are enjoying the stream. And for those of you that don't like it, I'm just going to assume that you don't speak English, so I don't blame you guys.
Ace Jack suited for Lamani. He opens to 45k in the cutoff. This stone mint in the small blind. No need to tank anymore, buddy. You're in the money.
Thank you.
А 25 надо, нет?
Baybar's picking up jacks under the gun. Pops it to 45k.
Baybar seems to run deep in all of these events. It's actually insane.
Sometimes you just know what you're doing, don't you?
Baybars' Hendon mob. Little Baybars. 177,000 in total live earnings. 55th on Turkey's all-time money list. We all know who the leader is of that list. Yeah, look at this, just super consistent. Since 19th of September, first saw him back at the Party Poker live event here. FT the PLO.
Good spot for you.
One day mini main event, 3K, and he won it for 25K.
Yeah.
Wow, must have got very few runners.
FT.
So we've got some stuff going on here. Everybody fancies a piece of it. Baybar's opening the jacks. Vati under the gun +1 just puts in the call with the ace-9 offsuit. Lamani in the hijack, peeling the queen-9 suited. Both of those a little bit of a wide peel, you might say. Nikitin in the small blind with the 7s, pretty standard. Now Pankov in the big blind. Jack 8 using a time bank.
Oh, nice. The time bank chips have been called out. Love that. So we got a clock in play now.
Yeah, I think Pankov just wants to fold this one. Again, it's one of those types of hands that flops a lot of second pairs or gut shots, and the SPR is going to be so big for us. We're literally going to have SPR of 1 if we defend. So we're going to be forced to go broke on kind of jack high boards or 8 high boards where we rarely have the best hand. So I think I'd make a nitty fold here. Dominated a lot. You can see Baybars has him absolutely crushed.
Wow.
There it is. 8,
Wow,
7,
wow.
3. This could be some fireworks. Pankov flopping top pair out of the big blind.
Good luck, Baybars.
And I would have expected... Is it still his turn? Yeah. I would expect to probably see a donk jam here from Pankov. His
Just
hand
never getting away from it, right?
No. His hand needs a lot of protection. If he does have the best hand now, he can't check fold an 8. This is the whole reason that you can't. Yeah, it does just go for the shove. You can't peel these hands if you're not going broke on a board like this. So does go for the donk jam, and now Baybars potentially go for the rejam here. 495k. He's only got 25 bigs behind in his stack. Already 470k in the pot. So expect to see him rejam here. Unblocks all the draws. Obviously needs a lot of protection.
You know, the craziest thing about all of this, Leo, is as Pankov jammed, Nikitin, who sat there with the middle set, said, good luck all in.
Did he?
Yeah. He's just like, good luck.
Good luck all in, I've got a set.
There's 3 people behind left to act. He's waiting in trap 4 to just snap call it off.
Yeah.
Savage. It's like, good luck, mate. I'm sorry that I'm going to bust you. Wow, Baybars does move all in over the top. Drawing to just 1 out. Pankov drawing to running cards. Vati going to get out of the way. That's Will Lamani.
3-3.
Snap call
Evans are good in this table.
for Nikitin.
Yeah. And he's got them both absolutely crushed. 95% pretty much of the equity here. Small chance of a chop. How is there a small chance of a chop?
That's how
what
you
am I
run
missing?
when you
Oh, I don't think you're missing anything, mate.
94.14. That only adds up to 99.
Yeah, I think it's just the actual...
99.1.
Yeah, exactly. Haven't added up.
Причем у меня была 7. That's how you run when you're pro.
King of clubs on the turn.
So Pankov drawing dead.
Pankov completely dead, and Baybars 1 out. Nikitin going to scoop an absolutely massive pot here as the 10 hits the river up to $1 million, 1.5 million.
Yeah, it's very close. Yeah.
Double knockout. Nikitin extends his arm over to Baybars.
Who puts him in an armbar and says, F you, buddy. Jumps across the table to a flying triangle.
There just needs to be collaboration between poker and WWE.
Yeah, where if you get knocked out, you're allowed to just pile drive your opponent.
Let's just get Logan Paul in here, just like body slamming people.
1-7. This is insane.
If you have 2 7s, I find here 5. So. Time ban, can I take? No, it's not.
Did he actually? Was that a sincere question?
What did he say? I didn't hear it.
He was like, "Can I take his time banks as well?" And he was
progressive time bank.
He genuinely meant it as well. 100%. He said, "Time back, can I take?" No, mate, that's not how it works.
I'm not gonna lie. I did try that in the high roller when I knocked somebody out of the final table. I was like, "Can I have those time banks as well?" They were like. But the thing is like, do you know what really bothers me about stuff like that is when you you say something that's clearly a joke and people would treat you as if you were being serious. I'm like,
he was being serious.
No, he
mate.
wasn't.
Yes, he was.
No, he's a GG pro, man. He was not being serious.
Maybe it's just the Russian accent.
Yeah, he was exactly a cold Russian bit of sarcasm there.
So everyone at the table kind of piped up at you, did they?
No, just the dealer. The dealer was like, "No, it doesn't work like that." And I was like, "Yeah, I know that. It's called a joke. I've already got 10 time banks."
Hello.
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 Soda without ice and single espresso.
That's a strong order. Soda without ice and a single espresso. Might do the same. We haven't really been consuming much caffeine.
I'm not much of a caffeine guy, actually.
No?
No, very rarely. I mean, I have the odd cup of tea, but mostly nothing for me.
I sometimes use nicotine patches.
Interesting.
For like high focus tunnel vision type work, like deep focus.
You can gamble.
If I'm looking for
I mean,
2-3 hours of
it's not the best, but
just
it's
being absolutely dialed in.
Yeah.
I might actually
so
run
might
up to
as
my
well.
room and grab one. But yeah, I wouldn't recommend it unless you're using it for something specific, because they are obviously addictive.
So usually play online?
Yeah.
Is that Ryanair or?
Wiz.
That's mad, isn't it? A return flight.
They're having a laugh, aren't they?
My second festival. It's really interesting to play live.
Yeah.
You play mostly live? Or?
Both.
Atanasov saying it's his second live festival. Makes sense that he's chosen Merit to be his destination of choice.
Yes, I put it here because for all table it's easy, but it's important for you, no problem, man. I forget that somebody sit from the left side of me.
Batty in the small blind.
Hello.
2.5x in the Jack 2 suited. And Atanasov making the defend. These two both pretty deep. Over 55 big blinds.
Well, she's somehow... I say somehow. I don't know why I'm choosing the word somehow. I mean, she's flopped a flush draw. It happens. Jack deuce of hearts.
Yeah, and Nasibet may well get it done here. Atanasov not much in the form of backdoors.
Yes. This one? Yes. Merit poker. Такой важной раздачи сатана ловил.
Я не успел посмотреть.
А, еще не дошло.
Sorry.
Опять в айпоте.
Волшебство.
Да. I don't know what happened. I don't know. I forget what I eat on the breakfast. I think it's most important.
I need to know that.
For those of you just joining us, we're in the money. 68 left. Everyone guaranteed $3,440 for their efforts so far. This Merit Poker Vintage Series warm-up. Vintage style festival of over $3 million guaranteed in November. Why is it that everyone's sunglasses choice
super reflective?
There's that, yeah, but everyone's sunglasses choice, it just seems to be infinitely better than my go-to sunglasses. I just look like Sloth from the Goonies every time I wear glasses. Have a look at this. Jack 3-3. Vati just flat calling. The Queen 3 suited on the button. She's here to play.
I know. Love this.
And fortunately, it's just ace high. But this is why people play tournaments, chat.
Absolutely.
This is why people play tournaments.
Also, shout out to
just
never use Wizz Air, just in case you were wondering. Unrelated, but don't do it.
Could you not get sued for that statement? This is. It wouldn't be slander, would it? It would be.
It would be telling the truth.
No comment on my part, because I'm not trying to get dragged into this legal case.
Yeah.
What's
me. What are you going to do?
What's the term? It is slander, right?
Slander or libel. Libel's
That's
written. No, libel's written, I think. Slander is the one. I mean, it is slander. I'm going ahead and slandering Wizz Air. They are absolutely trash, garbage people.
There we go. Gilland betting 180 into 210.
Yeah, and Vati absolutely loving this. How can Giemond ever think that he's behind here? Like, ace-jack, that's it, basically. You just are not putting any 3x in the button flatting range apart from quads. And he even blocked... Oh, he doesn't block any ace-3 suited, so there could be an ace-3 of diamonds or an ace-3 of clubs out there, but... I love this. Vati getting it with the time back. It's not her first rodeo.
Yeah, there's no way. This is her first rodeo. The old time extension, that is... It's an OP trick. Let's see what she comes with. No, she's come with the raise.
Interesting.
Just cool. He's gonna have. Oh wow. Okay, he didn't. I thought he moved all in and she like snap called. She's clicked it to 360. Given about 180 into 210. I feel like she could have just flat called. I mean, Given would have had significantly less than pot behind. Would have been 600k in the middle. Does also have the King of Hearts in hand, so he's blocking some of the hands, like not many, but like King 10, King Queen of Hearts. Very impressed. You can get away from this, although...
Did the flop go check?
No.
No.
No, but flop. Although Vati has just given him absolutely every...
opportunity.
Yeah. To really get away from this. If there's ever a time where you just fold ace-king, well, it does just move all in and she's snap called. He's already grimaced. See, tables the ace-king.
Oh, no, not three, no, please, no three. Oh, this is
Oh my god, slow.
You just got snap called, pal. Like,
What do you think she's got? You don't beat anything once she snap calls.
Oh, he's standing up. He's throwing the time bank chips in the middle. He's pulling out all the tricks to drill an ace. No dice. 5 of clubs on the river in Vati. To 2 million chips now.
Open call. Yeah, but like, she doesn't flat a lot of tweaks on the button, so.
Well, mate, she's got green free suited, so there's that fairy out the window.
Sometimes, you know.
She can't have ace jack. She can't have jack.
Yeah, for sure.
And his place, yeah, for sure I folded.
Remember what I said?
Easy.
Yes, yeah, that's your lucky number
Can I
with
get
roulette.
more soda, please? You can just bring a bottle.
That was my bet when I saw 3-3. I tried myself.
That's why you called.
I think that it's your time, you know, to start career.
Yeah, and lemon.
We're fighting for second place.
Sure.
No deal.
What the fuck?
I like that.
I'm a big fan of this table.
Yes, this is a fun one.
Not me.
I think just saying no deal.
Not me, please.
You almost got me out.
It's not making deals in tournaments, eh?
Yeah,
So I won the 209k.
Yeah, but I had what, 6 cards.
Jack 3-3,
Yeah,
huh?
It's something.
I should have
You
maybe,
saved yourself.
I should have just called her re-raise.
No.
No, I couldn't. No, I played.
A lot of draws.
I played okay.
You played perfectly.
It just she had too many chips. If she had 500,
But still 10
easy
seconds
to call.
after.
But she would knock me out.
Sure.
Yeah, that's true. It was dangerous. Dangerous. When is the pay jump? Like,
I think already, no?
no.
Ah, 63, no?
60 something, let's see.
62.
60 seconds. So it's 3 players.
60 seconds, it's correct.
Oops. Thank you.
40.
Really chatty table here. Moad said he would have folded the ace-king. The additional needle from our resident grandfather from Lebanon. Love this guy.
Cheers.
Just loves the game.
Gin tonic?
Sure.
Some gins in. Oh, it's flopped a flush draw. 110 in the middle.
Item, we can celebrate it.
Yeah.
It's like everybody.
We did it. We did it.
Yeah, we did it, guys.
The people who watching us probably think so. Like, this guy is playing poker. Here's cigar. Here's gin tonic.
Wow, now 347 people watching over on YouTube. As we work our way down through the money ladders here
On such a YouTube
at
channel.
the Merit Crystal Cove. This is the 2K warm-up, part of the Vintage Series. Everyone guaranteed $3,440 for their efforts. Whilst we got you over on YouTube, if you could, go ahead, hit that like button, as always, to show some support for the players, the staff, me and Leo in the commentary booth, and also it allows us to continue to bring you
this world-class coverage.
Poker streams, yeah.
First hand on the TV table.
Oh, hello. Me? Like 1,700,000. And you? 1.63. I think we're like the same. Oh, wow, wow. What's a star in our table? Что-то стол ухудшился. Don't be nervous, man. Don't be nervous.
Yeah, just 10 blind.
Small big.
Yeah, I can just take it, no problem.
All in.
Oh. Are
Go
you
on then,
showing
Moad.
Nash ranges or?
No, it's my range.
Okay, it's easy. It's easy decision for me.
Andre, how much you have?
1.63. What about you?
1-3.
No, I think I have a little
Don't
bit
know
less.
how I feel about a comment like that. Is that a Nash range,
Like,
it says?
I think doesn't matter.
Yeah, keep it to yourself, buddy.
Yeah, it's just like, let Moad
Looks like
play
more
whatever
than
range he
1.6.
wants. He rightly responded that
Oh.
he's playing his own ranges.
The whites.
Look like 900, blue
The
400.
stack is 900. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, anyway.
Bovetsky won a huge one on the bubble. Ace-7 against Ace-Queen against... Sorry, after making it into the money, rather. Eliminated a couple of short stacks. Let's see what cashes Moad's got. In before is just
billions.
337k.
90k best score. Let's go. All Cypriot cashes. Cyprus,
yeah.
Cyprus, 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 Cyprus.
Oh, he's here. He's in the mix.
Loves it.
In the mix in absolutely everything. Came
My
5th in the seniors event.
Cool, cool, cool. What was the big score? What was the 90k?
90k was 3rd in the
Thanks for the
5k
lead.
high roller event. Merit Poker Top Guns.
Nice.
Looks like they made some sort of deal. 85k, 90. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. So 85k, 90k, 100k, 122k.
Yep. So Vati opening here with the Queen Jack offsuit from +3, and Nikitin defending the 7-2 suited out of the big blind. Standard so far. Vati flopping second pair and checking it back. And Nikitin turning a pair himself. Continues to check. Vati going for a little bit of value now with her queen. Trying to get paid by some straight draws, some flush draws, potentially a worse queen. Nikitin makes the discipline lay down with his turn pair, realizes that's not going to be good much of the time.
Did we check out Nikitin's Hender mob yet? I don't think we did.
Чё грустно?
200k. Total live earnings, best live cash, 60,000.
How much? 60?
60, yeah. Earlier on this year, came 4th in a 10k high roller event here. It's a pretty sick high roller as well.
And we've got Lubavetsky back on the feature table. He was with us earlier at the start of the day. Atanasov now +3 with the 9-7 suited. Seems like the type who likes to open these, but he does just let that one go. Discipline, staying in range.
Длинный стол очень, то есть сложно подкидывать фишки. тяжело тянуться.
This table is bigger than the other table.
Желательно, чтобы сюда подкидывали, но если так...
Но если так не получается, то хотя бы туда подкидывай.
Nothing for nobody so far this hand. Lamani picking up some kind of hand, the ace-5 of spades, +3, makes it 45k to go. Folds around to Vozyanov in the big blind. Double I, you don't see that in a name very often. Double I followed by an A. Vozyanov. Makes the defend with the suited 9-2.
Assuming he's Russian.
Yeah.
No speak Russian on the table, please, man, really. During the hand.
Both players whiffing, but Lamani with the range advantage and the pre-flop betting lead. Probably going to be c-betting this one. King high boards, traditionally a range bet versus the big blind. Vozyanov just going to be out of the way, I imagine.
Wow. Only recorded his first live cash back in August of this year.
Is that Vozyanov?
Yeah, the MPP. Cashed 5 events there, by the way. There were only like, I don't know, 20 events in total, so pretty sick to cash for over 150,000.
You won one of them.
Won the 5k 6 max for 150k. Cashed the main for 12.5. Fair play, mate.
Crushing it.
It's a dream.
Whoa, it's mine.
Oh, sorry.
$170k. That feels really sus. I've never found a Hendon mob where someone like their first live cash was like 3 months ago. Wonder if he's just some online crusher, or maybe he just had a
one series heater. First
yeah,
time.
either that or his name was like misspelt on like a different Hendon mob. Or
yeah, it's true. I used to have 2 Hendon mob pages for a long time.
225.
225?
Yes. I hope it's a light call.
Light?
Yeah. Like a cream, you know?
Istomin putting his last 11 big blinds in from the hijack with the ace-jack offsuit, and Nikitin looking him up out of the cutoff with the ace-queen suited. Now Lubovetsky with a relatively interesting decision in the big blind at the king-queen suited.
damn, boy.
What would I do here? We're pretty deep with Nikitin. We're doing pretty well against the hijack jamming range. We're not doing amazingly against the cutoff range, but we're doing okay. There can be some pairs in there that we have 2 overs against. We've just got a ham of decent equity, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Lubovetsky just call here. Shove would be a bit out of the question, I think, without an ace in our hand, because that flatting range is obviously going to contain aces a decent amount of the time. Does just make a very disciplined fold, which is nice. He's going to see those hands and be pretty happy about his decision. Domination Nation.
4 is good.
Yeah.
4 is good, right?
9-9-4. Some opportunities for Istamin.
It just feels unfair, man. You got 11 bigs. You
Yeah.
wake up with ace jack, and you're in late position. One seat over, he just wakes up with ace queen.
It's just not the best hand. And it is a brick run out.
And you're trying to convince me
Thank you.
that tournaments are the way forward. No. At least in a cash game, when someone stacks me, I can just go to the cash desk and rebuy. Maybe that's my problem.
Когда уже будут давать таймбанки как нокаут? Ну это же реально классная идея.
I see why you don't have friends.
What?
I see why you don't have friends. I thought you were friends.
But it's not me. What I can do, man?
Easy call.
Easy.
Normally guy, but
You need to fold before the sevens on the flop. Maybe someone with eights.
45.
He had,
Atanasov. Haven't seen much of him since we joined this feature table, mainly byproduct of him just being somewhat card dead. Vati's furious. So why are you always raising my big blind, and then flicks in the call with
After
the 9-3.
winning like a 1.6 million pot with Queen 3 against Ace King, and nothing's ever good enough, is it? Ace Queen 9, 2 clubs. Atanasov flops middle pair. Vati flops bottom pair. Plenty of draws for Atanasov to get value from here. And again, just a kind of range betty board, so expect to see a 40k bet out of him.
55.
55 instead. Sizes up slightly. Vati makes the call with the bottom pair. No club for either player. 3 on clubs on the turn. Vati picking up 2 pair against Atanasov's Queen Jack.
Great defenders. Why you always defend your big blind? That's what Jason Somerville used to say.
Jay Carver. Back in the day. I used to watch him on Twitch quite a lot.
Used to watch him
one
all the time.
One of the streamers I would watch.
Yeah. All the time.
Yeah.
Do you have a flush?
Check on a turn as Atanasov asks Vati, do you have a flush? She says no, but I'm going to bet anyway.
Let's see.
What she said, let's see.
150. Yeah, I don't know what she said.
She said, let's see, as in, like, let's see if I have a flush.
Yeah. 150 into 230. 2/3 pot bet. Atanasov in a pretty tough spot, but not that tough. I mean, he blocks a bluff, which would be kind of King Jack. Really, King Jack, Jack 8.
Wow.
He blocks both of them.
Wow.
These trees.
Wow. Bravo.
Shows the 3. Love that.
You really should go up and play it.
Yeah.
Maybe tomorrow.
Break.
Where do you play? Here in this casino or at the Royal?
No, here.
Here at the Cristal.
That's live poker chat. People from all different walks of life. Just love it.
Ace 3, I imagine. We'll see later.
Is it a break at the end of this level?
Okay, I'm not going to ask.
Can't remember how long we've been playing, to be honest. Since the bubble burst. We came back. The bubble burst.
Came at 12:30.
We came back. But what level did the bubble burst? It was this level, wasn't it? 10:20.
No, it can't be because we had the 15-minute break. Been back for an hour
Oh no,
and 20
because he
minutes.
was all in for 138k, wasn't he? And then he got called for the 5s versus 7s was like 138k. And that was the same. Oh no, that was the level before the bubble burst. 10k, 15k.
Was it?
I think so. I don't know. I've got no idea. I feel like we've been.
Oh, it was 10k, 15k. You're right.
When the
yeah,
burst?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
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 So a break after this level.
Yeah.
I need it. My head's fried.
Yeah, I got to say, like eating food just absolutely destroyed me for the last 30 minutes
No good
before
for
break.
human beings. Nikitin opening the king queen off under the gun +2. Vati giving him the business. Ace jack offsuit 3-bet 145 out of the small blind. Back to Nikitin. Vati not here to mess around. Gets a quick fold out of Nikitin. Adds to her already very impressive stack. Up over, well over 2 million chips now. Absolutely massive stack for this stage of the tournament.
So quick dealer change as blinds up to 10k, 25k. What?
So we'd have a break at the end of this level then. So it must have been 10k, 20k to bubble burst. I knew we could.
Yeah.
So we got a break in an hour.
Yeah. I mean, you can go for 30 minutes if you want, mate.
I will in a minute.
Yeah. Luciano Vati still chip leader after a couple of fortunate flops, boards, whatever you want to call it. The Queen 3, the 9-3, the Jack Deuce, up to 2.3 million. Anatoly Nikitin currently sat in second. Sergej Provinchev, bottom of the pack with 9 bigs, and he's the shortest stack by quite some margin. Need to find a spin.
Bryn, it's you? How are you? Yeah. My brother. What's about the situation on GG? Oh, I can't talk about that now.
King queen off under the gun for Muwad.
No, GG is the best site in the world. Thank you so much.
It's not your site, is it?
And then one latte, please. 2 sugar.
2 sugar?
What's the difference? Oh, you're in the cancer.
Pocket 3.
If I see,
If I see any 3.
if I see a 3 on the board, I'm not. I'm not calling.
How many people is broken? Because sure that not now 62. Because this guy busted when already was 62.
Because this guy busted.
Yeah, I think now like 59 maybe.
Waiting for the tournament clock to update by the sounds of it. See how many people have bust out.
Yeah. Vati putting in the call on the button. Loves her suity type stuff.
6 table.
Peels the 8-6 suited. Atanasov though in the small blind. Ace king playing around 35 big blinds now. Goes for the jam. Love this play.
1-7.
Don't think that it's too much.
Gonna get two folds out of previous players, I believe, and we are back on
The old airplay passcode. Love it. Who's trying to send us stuff?
Okay,
Stop sending us dick pics, guys. We don't want it. We're doing something.
One time, just one time.
Just one time.
I'm gonna run it once.
Use the smile if
And me.
go Oh, thank you, sorry.
What even is an airplay passcode?
I've no idea. Airplay. What is airplay?
That would be people trying to play music through this channel.
Ah, I'm not an iPhone or Mac user anymore. I used to be.
Yeah, you want to fold?
Not
Oh, you
for
want
a
to call?
good few years though.
If he wants to call.
No, I like you. Stay.
I would say he...
No, you just have
I would say
8 high.
He doesn't want you to call.
Well, I don't mind.
Ace queen?
Better.
Better?
I think ace king.
I had a flash.
Ace queen?
Flash?
Or trips?
You had a
Potential flash.
I have a potential coup.
Aha.
king 3 of spades.
We got it back.
No diamonds. But
Not diamond.
That's why you folded.
If you have 3-3 now, you call?
of course.
Sure?
Nah,
Instant?
not sure about that.
We're back.
I believe it.
You're naive.
Last call for Mr. Peter.
42 days left of this year.
That's ridiculous.
Sounds funny when you say it like that, doesn't it?
Absolutely ridiculous.
Isn't it? 2023. Any plans? Any resolutions?
Yeah, well, I really wanted to summit Kilimanjaro on New Year's morning.
Interesting.
The people that I wanted to go have kind of bailed, and I'm annoyed at myself that I didn't just like follow through and do it on my own.
Yeah, doing stuff on your own, very underrated skill.
Yeah, and it was kind of like pulled out, and I was just like, okay, well then I guess I'm not going to do it. But then recently, especially over the last like month or so, I've been a bit annoyed at myself for that decision, because now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, I wish I'd just gone through and did it anyway.
I'll do it.
So I've said that my resolution for next year is to just do it, regardless of whether people want to join. And I think it'd be a really cool way to start a new year.
Yeah.
It's like a 7-day hike, so you start off around Christmas Day, basically. Wow, Moad just drilling this. But yeah, start around Christmas Day. It's, what, 80 kilometers in total, so we're looking around 50 miles, which obviously in terms of distance is nothing for a young, healthy, relatively fit, in shape man. But obviously there's a lot more to it than just walking 50 miles.
Yeah.
So I mean, Kilimanjaro is a bit of a glorified hike, let's be honest.
Yeah.
But it's still pretty epic. You know, the final push to reach the summit on the final day is like 15 hours.
145.
Yeah, dealing with lack of oxygen and whatnot for the first time. It's going to be, not for the first time, but it's going to be quite an experience.
So Muad, after making a pretty speculative defend out of the big blind with the Queen 2 offsuit multi-way, is now facing a bet and a raise on the flop of Queen 7-7 whilst holding trips. Vati just absolutely relentless here, putting in the bare airball bluff on the flop versus Vodzianov's c-bet. Muad trying to work out what he should do, how to proceed with his trips. Let us know what you would do. Looks like he's cutting out a call.
Yeah, rainbow board.
Yeah.
He said he would fold. He would have folded the ace king earlier on the jack 3-3 ace board.
Yeah.
It's not folding here though.
No, makes the call, and I think this is probably going to force Vati to shut down.
5,000, please. Скажи погромче.
5,000 back is it possible for this guy?
Dealer's just having none of it.
Sorry, 5,000 back.
There we go.
Those chips look so similar when you get the aerial view.
Yeah.
Colours. 5 of hearts on the turn. Muad got a pretty big smile on his face. Wonder what he's got.
I checked it.
It's like, I've checked. I've checked. It's on you.
Wow, and Vati just refusing to slow down.
So this has gone bet, raise, overcall.
Yeah, bet, raise, cold call, fold, continue to barrel. Like, I don't know what we are going for now with the ace-10. Imagine if she gets Muad to fold queen 2 because he just thinks that she's got better trips all the time. That would be pretty phenomenal.
I mean, he did say he would have folded the ace king, so he's given off this
Folding
image
kind
of, yeah.
He's not loving it.
Oh, the big old side. Oh, we got trips if you got me beat.
Yeah, it's one of those. Can't be just folding trips.
To be fair, you know, it's a cut-off flatting range. If I had to kind of look at what the perceived flatting range looks like,
Yeah,
it's
going
going
to
to
be some
include
sevens.
Sevens, queen jack, queen 10.
Queen 9 suited. Perhaps
Some
we know
king,
Vati
queen.
loves to play hands as well, so queen 3.
Yeah, queen
After
5
seeing her
suited,
flat the
why
queen
not?
3.
Oh, hello.
Muad filling up on the river. Any worries he had about being behind in this hand have swiftly vanished from his mind. Now he's saying, go on then, put the rest in. Before he was probably like, God, I hope she doesn't shove the river. Now, absolutely loving it. See what he decides to do. I wonder if he's just going to go for the donk jam, trying to get called by all the queen X. Now the flush completes. Hoping he just checks again.
I hope he jams and Vati asks him, did you get there with the flush?
And then he says, no, I've got a full house.
That's what I'm hoping for.
All in.
All in. Come on, Patty. Let's not waste any more time, shall we, love?
Wait, glasses have got to come off.
But I beat. What is it? I beat the.
This is the hand funeral.
Time to bluff.
Bad time to bluff for me. Ah, they were going to bluff at the end. So I made a mistake. I had
Surely she wasn't going to follow through. Like, what do you think you're getting? What are you even aiming to fold now?
Trying to get sixes to fold.
Yeah, I was going to say, you think it's just cold called the flop like a 7 or something?
I just love the honesty from Vati. She's just like, well,
I was
you
bluffing.
caught me.
Yeah.
It was a bad time for me to
I
bluff.
was being a little bit cheeky. You got me.
I love it.
And then he's like, were you going to bluff at the end? And she's like, yeah. I made a mistake.
I absolutely love this one. We got this 2K warm-up, 200K for first. And we just got people at the table just being super honest about, you know, their hands and what's going on.
Yeah.
Big fan of this. Those of you watching over on YouTube, if you're also fans of this content, we've got plenty more coming up in the form of the main event and some of the side events as well. 7 days of streaming live from the Merit Crystal Cove, part of the Merit Vintage series here in Cyprus. Please do go ahead and hit the like button.
Thank you.
Over on YouTube. Shows that you are fans and supporters of the stream. Also helps us reach a wider audience. And for those of you that don't hit the like button, I'm just going to assume you don't speak English, which is also fine.
You don't like us. I'm going to take a wee break.
Please do. Go ahead, mate.
Be right back.
If you could be so kind to just find something that's going to...
He wants cake.
No cake. Because cake induces sugar crashes.
So what do you want?
It induces like glucose spikes in the blood levels that then just absolutely ruin you. I'll just have a coffee, please, mate.
A coffee, okay. You have to probably remind me on my way back. Send me a message in like 15 minutes.
No, I trust you to. I trust you to remember, mate. I didn't forget the wine after an hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah, but you're not me. That's your first mistake right there.
It's more so that I'm going to forget to send you a reminder. See you later, mate. Yeah, just make it as grim as possible. Just get me like a doppio espresso or something. Double espresso.
I had the queen.
Love the honesty.
40.
And the Keaton with the block bet on the river.
$180.
It's normal.
Like a 7 blinds?
It's okay.
Behind, yeah?
Now 7 blind. Next hand, 16 blind.
Optimistic.
Realistic.
Realistic Lithuanian guy. Boy.
Good start. Perfect.
Okay, I fold.
You never fold the 3.
Domination nation.
Babinchev
Too much hand.
getting the walk off of what, sub 10 big blind stack. Much needed. He'll take it.
Not bad. Big blind.
Close to double up.
Yes, but.
Let's see what we
Take
can
my small
find.
blind, it's not bad. One more round.
On the hand, the mob. Dmitry Babinchev, just 3K in total live earnings. That cash coming from a 250 euro PKO in Lithuania.
It's me. 55. 55 right.
Does anyone know how the Hendon mob popularity ranking thing works? Is it just based off of total searches, or
Good cappuccino.
all-time most popular player on Hendon mob? Daniel Negreanu, followed by Phil Ivey, followed by Fedor Holtz. Wow. I have no idea how it works though. I think it's just completely random. Jack of diamonds on the river. Zhenov is going to win at showdown with the nines, unless Vati can get him to fold. 350 out there. Find out a big old bet. 185k. This could work some of the gut shots. Queen Jack, Jack X of spades, Queen 9. He does flick in the call. He's going to get shown the A7 and Vizhanov up to 1.3 million chips. Well played, Yusa. Just sliding it on over to Vati.
I need the 3 to win. Don't give me aces.
Aces?
No, I don't want.
Queen 3, I think. Diamond, yeah? I know you gave.
Vati telling the dealer that she no longer wants suited aces.
Your time. Your time to fold. So our table start more sad than we started this game. I don't know why. Maybe everybody a little bit tired or new guy, a so sad guy. I don't know.
Something should change.
Something changed, sure.
So Nikitinov just letting the whole table know that they're all doomy and gloomy.
Так весело было, пока вот вы втроем не пришли.
Что мы вам мешаем? Развлекайтесь, мы посидим, посмотрим.
Кальянчик пока покурим, туда-сюда.
Спойте, станцуйте, мы только за.
Must say.
Перенесли атмосферу серьезности.
They were a lot chattier earlier on. Maybe that's a byproduct of certain players losing some chips.
50.
Those of you just joining us, everyone is now guaranteed $4,000 for their efforts. 59 left, 624 hopefuls ponied up the $2,200 in this one. Vati with one of her favorite type of holdings. Suited two-gapper. Flops best on the ace-8-7. Little does she know, mono board. Okay, so we do get to see a turn card. So checked around to Virginov, who did fire out a bet of 55k. It was snap called by Vati. Do apologize for the graphical lag there. Jack of Hearts on the turn. What is Vati thinking of doing? She does eventually check. It's just impossible to call this in Vati's shoes. Even if she just, I don't know, like, I feel like her instinct is telling her that something's off here, and she just doesn't believe him. And I've got to give her credit for even thinking for this long. But bottom pair on a 4-flush board, there's nothing she can do about it, really.
Mr. Vati
Хорошо тебя сдают, я смотрю. Надежно так.
Oh, same situation.
Just received word that we are going to be going on break in 30 minutes time. The new feature table coming up. Give you guys more information as and when I receive it. Tanasov flopping middle pair. Fatty with the open ender. Not going to go anywhere just yet. Bricks the turn. Wouldn't hate seeing her lead on this turn card. Well, bricks out. Atanasov improves to 2 pair, 2-2-5 in the middle. She's now thinking of leading. She is.
35 будет улетать час.
95. 95.
4-3. Echo.
No. 4-6.
4-6.
Yes.
Not bad, not bad.
Not bad.
How to play pre-flop? Check, check.
She raise, I 3-bet, she call.
No, no. Check,
Okay, okay, and check, check.
check. Check, check. 2 pair.
Yep.
Nice one.
Thank you. Там у Ляны видел, что-то отметила в этом инстаграме. Наверное.
Трансляшку?
No more bluffs.
No more bluffs, no more suited ace-x. She just wants her queen 3 suited back.
Пока есть нюансы.
Братан, ну не переживай, видишь, я ССБ уже один раз выкинул. Мы своих не бросаем.
Больше не выкинул, да, надо было сказать?
Мистер Вадим, Сосновый квартал Вадим.
On TV table, penalty for is included or no? No.
Мистер Вадим.
Если не вовремя скинул, да?
Сосновый квартал.
So we are going to have a different feature table. I'll give you guys a glimpse into the outer field in the next 20 minutes or so. As we dive back into this, been a bit card dead since the money bubble burst at this table. Has been a bit of action, mainly in the form of Natty just getting involved and being creative and having fun. 58 left. 5 off of a pay jump.
Юра, я смотрю, держится.
Да, он бабл пережил, урвался сразу, первый раз дать.
Рад за него.
У нас на бабле, короче, оставалось 3 человека до бабла. Смол отбил на пространство, один из лампов, там ректор. Лайнов менял и пуспет.
Я слышал, Rebels is open.
Don't open ace face. It's okay.
Okay.
Bavinchev's table talk has been fantastic for a short stack. He's enjoying his TV table time. Saying to Nikitin, you look like, mate, you don't need to come for the close spot. Look at this from Vati. She thought about it. She did think about it.
Hold it.
Lamani, 4 bigs.
Big hands, so big hands. In great situation, but not perfect.
She would have called.
Туз 10 там было. Дама 7, туз 10 там было.
У него был валет.
А ты хочешь сказать, что уже прошла трансляция?
Вот она.
Туз 10 у него?
Да, у него дам 2.
Вау.
Просто дама?
Слушай, а ты какой-то VIP здесь в казино или что? Всем не разрешают телефон держать на столе, а тебе разрешают?
Да, да.
Big fan of Lamani's watch. Not sure what it is. Very elegant. Babinchev's just been incredibly card dead. Going to be more than willing to get his final 10 in if he can pick up a hand. Vazhinov been pretty active. I think he played that hand with the 9s incredibly well against Vati earlier on. To really set the trap. Vati with the 3-bet in the hijack. The King Queen out. Starting off the hand around 46 effective. Vazhinov got to be somewhat concerned about being dominated and does just let it go.
I win one hand with you, yes. Yes.
I folded one of my best hands.
You say this every time.
A and A.
Now I got the flow.
Lubovetsky, the silent assassin. Popping things up from +1 player, 1.6 million.
Let's start the show.
Vati with
Maybe.
Queen 10 suited. Andre
Call.
fresh off a bracelet win. Took down the WSOP Europe 1K Turbo freeze out. Kid is a bit of a crusher, not gonna lie. Had 2 final tables. Oh, sorry, 1 final table during the World Series during the summer. The 3K PLO. $25K, 20K, he's playing 25Ks. I mean, this kid is special. I do apologize, it's not his first bracelet.
You say about showtime?
2 bracelets.
Where is the
First
ticket?
cash back in 2011. Did not expect that. 11 years ago.
Билетики тоже надо убрать со стола.
Number 7 on the
Half price of floor.
Ukrainian all-time money list. See Eugene Kachalov way out in front.
So there is 3.
Vati. The Queen High clubs. 27% equity. Atanasov with just 8 high, ace high rather. Gonna continue firing. Did 3-bet pre. 3-bet squeezed. Lubovetsky opened.
350.
Vati flat called. Atanasov squeezed from the hijack. Vati now getting 3-1 on a call. So in terms of realizing her equity, she's getting the right odds. She is just going to fold. Well, she hasn't folded. I do apologize. She must have slid in a time extension. I thought I saw her just muck her cards. Just slide her cards forward. Wow. Take a bow. Vati just... I tell you what, chat. She's just dialed in, man.
Interesting.
Check jam's turn.
So aggressive table. Box number 1 and box number 4.
Once the 3 came on the turn, I said the lady's winning.
Yeah, 3 on the turn, of course.
Yeah, that's it.
It's 100%.
The hand is sealed.
Brother, ты на что учился?
You have enough chips only for call. You can check raise turn.
Yeah. And call squeeze flop.
Andreas, Mr. Andreas. This is number 510, Andreas.
Say 53 champion.
53, yeah, two players more. Easy $770. Easy.
2 more eliminations till the next pay jump. Go from 4K to 4,770K. We hear a couple of players at the table talk about how easy the pay jump that's going to be. All right for some.
Mr. Andreas. Andreas, this is number 510. Mr. Alper. Alper.
Easy money.
Easy money.
Easy money for Vati, up to 2.2 million. Came to this feature table with $1 million. Played some big pots.
I don't want to play with me either.
That jam with the Queen 10.
Bad poker player.
Where are you from? You're doing good.
Cyprus.
Absolutely loved it.
Brazil.
But not like Brazil, yeah.
No, I look like Russian, not Brazil.
Yeah, sure.
No,
but you play like Brazil.
Very
You are from
aggressive.
North Cyprus, looks like Russian, and play like a Brazilian.
More
That's a good
crazy than
combo.
that.
You look Dutch to me.
Dutch. But anyhow, I'm pretty, yes? Yes?
What?
Anyhow, I'm pretty. Yes?
How I'm PD? What?
I'm pretty, beautiful.
Yes.
You are not beautiful. You're the most beautiful.
Okay. When you are Olina, I will fall.
Yeah. But what if you want to...
Love this table chat.
But I must think about it, you know. Don't say all in like a
55.
55 raise.
big race, something like this.
Do we stay here after this level or we move?
We move.
Last 11 minutes in TV table, yeah.
We move.
We move on a normal table.
And how many levels we play today? Does anybody know?
8 maybe, no?
I think till final table, no? Till 2 tables?
I don't know.
No, they have a big.
Yesterday it was the first time that we played 10 levels
No,
in day
no,
2.
but they have a big.
With dinner break and...
They have a big concert at the Diamond.
You want to go to concert?
It's not. It's. I think a lot of people came here to
wanna
see
go
a
to
famous
concert?
Arab singer.
Which kind of concert?
But it's a singer. It's an
Singer?
Arabic singer.
Popular singer?
Used to be popular. He's not so popular
He used
now.
to be popular.
Something like a son of...
Bob Marley.
yeah.
No, he's an older guy.
Of hotel director.
But I think they will stop the tournament because a lot of players
Want to
go?
probably. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, we're hearing about a concert that's
But
happening
anyway,
at the
he's not-
Diamond. Let's
doesn't
jump back
start
into
until
this
10:30, so.
because Lubovetsky has woken up with the aces in the big. It's gone under the gun +1 open from Atanasov off of 23 bigs. Vojanov in the small blind is just flat with the ace queen of diamonds. And somehow Lubovetsky has found the final 2 aces. Final 2 aces in the big. Atanasov with the decision for his tournament life, pretty much. Don't think he gets to play many flats here. It looks like he's thrown in another time bank chip extension. I can't say I blame him, the Bulgarian. Second live stop. Does eventually move all in. Actually now on Vajanov in a bit of a sandwich. Don't think he's too concerned about Atanasov. To be perfectly honest with you, the tank and the jam didn't come across as incredibly strong. Vajanov maybe picking up on that, just concerned about Lubovetsky. He does eventually get out of the way, and a snap call from the Ukrainian. Tables, the two aces.
You know how it works?
Yes, I remember it, but now it's more difficult. But I'm not sure. Last time.
Remember the ace queen? Oh no, different.
Do it, man, do it.
Different picture.
What?
Say.
Queen.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, there we go. It's never easy. Picks up 4 outs on the turn. Lubovetsky looking to hold. He does hold this time round. Chips up to 2.2 million. We lose the Bulgarian. Atanasov in 55th. Cash in for 4 point. Sorry, just 4K.
Since yesterday, I decided only aces.
Next ladder in just a couple of spots time.
Yeah, I think ace queen suited. Ace king is shove. They don't take three time.
Закажи пивка, блядь, сиди, зарабатывай бабки, нахер тебе эти стрессы.
Because it's ace queen suited.
Это выставление, нервы, сиди, все, кайфуй. Там где-то да нет, я еще разочек с малого блайнда выкину. Опять круг кайфуешь. Если бы ты каким-то чудом сюда заполз, то мог еще и выиграть раздачу. Ну, честно, мне вообще не нравится его пуш, создам его там. Пуш, создам его.
So there's going to be table rebalance of sorts once we lose one more player. See if that happens before or after the break.
Видел тузов, подсквизил. Вряд ли там есть что-то еще.
Only aces, guys.
Буду знать. Королевы кинуть.
How much you have now?
2.2.
54 remain. I believe it's now 8-handed once we get ITM. I'm not 100% sure.
Такую феерическую игру, конечно, показываешь на перестоле.
Согласен, будет что проанализировать.
Fatty defending the big with the 950. Just absolutely loves getting in the mix. She's in the big blind. She wants to see a flop.
My big blind. You are stealing my big blind. Show me the 3. Ah, not.
Can I touch?
You can look, but you can touch.
From where these rules?
So a short stack at the table. Less than 10 bigs. He's been nursing that stack for some time.
Store, you know.
I think about same.
Antique store, yeah.
I do.
Jesting about not picking up hands. 3 more minutes. I'm going to finish the levels, take a quick look at one of the outer tables. Table number 5. Don't recognize anyone. Not that I've seen.
What happened now?
55.
I recognize that lady. She was
Hello.
Hello.
at the table yesterday. Got aces against kings.
Sebastian, how many?
You friends? Oh.
That's 4 more hours. Yeah. Makes sense.
So whoever just came over is literally going to be here for just one hand.
How much? 150?
I think it's less.
Wow. You need it's after when you touch ace.
Sebavinchev.
That's fantastic. Still 2 minutes left.
You are coming to TV table and still 1 minute we go from TV
yeah, but he don't play this hand.
He doesn't play this hand, and then it's anyway. They have to, I guess, go by the rules.
А ξέρεις που να το βάλω.
Нас так пересадят, да, что? За нормальный человеческий стол.
Ради мне, да? Артонавай.
Можно взять пивка и готовиться к следующему ТВ-столу.
Петь песни.
А то неподготовленный пришел.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, last break. So last hand before the break, hand number 73. I feel really bad for that lady that's just joined. To come and stack all of her chips at the feature table to only then be moved after one hand. Going to be going on a 15-minute break, thereabouts. We are in the money here. The Merit Crystal Cove in Cyprus, everyone guaranteed 4,770 euros for their efforts.
Παίρνουμε το μαζί μας εδώ. Όχι, θα το βγάλουμε τώρα.
Oh, I'd go to defend as well. Assume this is going to go check, bet, fold. Yeah, Moad. Not interested in getting out of line with the King 5. Vajanov, great couple of levels, made that fold with the Ace-Queen. And it looks like we are going to get a new featured table, I believe. We will find out. Andrei Ruvensky up to 73 bigs, courtesy of that Aces hand against the Bulgarian Atanasov. So he is cruising here. The final 6 tables in Cyprus. It's the Merit Poker Vintage Series warm-up 2K buy-in, 500k guaranteed. We absolutely smashed it. Over 1.1 million in the prize pool and 210,000 for first. I'll see you guys on the flip side of this break. When we come back, we'll be playing down to the final 3 tables. Don't go too far. Be a byproduct of his success here at Merit in the past and in this tournament is that he just he really abuses that. Oh wow,
he's just going for max exploit versus the general field. Goes for the check raise.
Wow,
ill-timed aggression here, but
it's such a strong line. Like if you're not sat there with trips, you just like, what do you do?
It's a weird one because you got to think, what is Generalov bet calling the flop with and then betting again once checked to? His range is extremely strong. You're only really trying to get like a draw to fold here, something like Jack 10 or King Jack that's turning itself into a bluff after calling the flop, because he's not going to be betting a queen for value on the turn, and he doesn't have very much ace-x that bet calls the flop apart from ace-queen or ace-9 and obviously 9x. He can have maybe like kings and jacks, but those don't bet the turn. So Christopher is attacking a very, very narrow range here. He's basically like trying to get Jack 10 to fold. So
he has river the gut shot.
Yeah, see if he can get there.
Ocean dealer? Ocean?
Yeah,
Wow,
I mean, it's going to be all in. What can you do? Generalov just has to snap this off.
Wow. Just exerting max pressure. 20 off the money. It's faded the snap call, but...
Yeah, I mean, when you think about your range in this spot as Generalov, you just have a 9 here so infrequently that you have to call when you do have one. I mean, personally, against this player type, if I'd have seen a hand that Christopher played and I was Generalov, I would have been like, on the river, you're just like, I'm in. What you got? You got a bad hand? Okay, so be it.
Yeah, exactly. Just one of those spots where the old one chip flick in.
Yeah, we'll never see a fold here. There's just so little for him to have.
There's the 4 tables, the 5 high. And Generalov up to 858,000, the new table captain.
That was us. That was what we said, wasn't it? We might see some ill-timed aggression leading to some big pots, and there it is, first hand, or second hand. Very ill-timed there from Christopher. You got to admire the heart.
He actually went live, yeah. But still a ways to go. Well, I really want to, like, one of the things that I really admire about, you know, elite regs is they often start setting up the rest of the tournament for themselves, like the foundations, if you will, around the bubble, if that makes sense. Like, obviously, understanding ICM and putting in the prep work on how to approach a final table does help you a lot with late stage game, but like the fact of the matter is that, you know, you've got to learn how to prepare yourself to get to that point in the first place, like setting it up.
Absolutely. Bubble is a super important part of tournaments, especially live tournaments with good structures with a deep average stack, because you're going to be on the bubble for so much longer than you would in like an online mass field or even a live tournament with 20-minute clocks or 30-minute clocks or whatever. So yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of chips to be made on the bubble if you know what you're doing. And if you arrive to the bubble with a reasonably good stack, you can definitely take advantage. A lot of the softer tournaments I've played where I've made it towards the bubble, I've had like a average stack or a bowl stack the entire way, and then at the bubble I've often like doubled, tripled, quadrupled my stack if the bubble lasts for an hour or the bubble lasts for half an hour even, because so many people in those softer tournaments are just happy to make the money. They're just like, oh, if I just keep folding, I'll be in the money in a minute.
Yeah, exactly.
And then I can go back to playing normally.
And that's the great thing about these as well, is when you have these massive satellites, where there's like yesterday's one.
Mhm.
That's obviously for the main, but there are obviously satellites for this as well, where
Yeah.
you have 50 seats guaranteed. Extreme.
Get back to the action here. 3 ways on the flop. King 5, 3, 2 hearts. Mukawem flopping the best hand out of the small blind. Not really sure how he's in this hand, to be honest. It looks like he's just peeled and open. Hijack open. Ivanov must have opened with the Queen 10 off. And Mukawem just deciding to call out the small blind with the King 9 off. 13 away from the money.
Go on, Mukawem.
Like 18 bigs.
He wants to win the tournament.
Bit of a no-no that one, but he has flopped the best of it.
He doesn't want to min cash, Leo. He's here for the win, mate.
That is true. He is here for the win. And both these guys just draw into a backdoor straight draw at this stage. Mukawem with the lion's share of the equity there, 96%.
It's not a bad spot, 3 ways.
Not a bad spot. And we see a check call on the flop. Generalov getting out of the way with the Queen 10 suited. A jack. A queen. That will slow things down. Ivanov picks up a decent bit of showdown value now. He moves into the lead against any draws or pocket pairs that Mukawem might have. So expect to see either a check or a small bet to check back the river.
Yeah, I was about to say, may even go small here, like you said.
Just trying to squeeze out a little bit more value from like the 10-9 suited, Jack 10 suited type stuff. And he doesn't have any hearts in his hand, so that's a plus for going for a bet. But he does decide to just check it back. Decides Mukawem's range is going to be pretty strong.
Oh,
and
wow.
What a run out when the big blinds folded the Queen 10.
How?
How do you do it, man? 96% we had it on the flop. Mukawem now, rightly just trying to squeeze out a little bit of value with his King 9. Although I think this actually might be a little bit on the thin side, to be honest. And Ivanov just hits him with the call.
Oh my word.
Well, that is a pretty sour beat for Mukawem, but at the same time, we should have just not been in the hand. So there is that. Mukawem pays the price down to just 10 big blinds now, and he's got himself...
Mustafov is second on the Bulgarian all-time money list. Incredibly experienced live player. So Mukawem does find the hand to jam with.
Yep, but nothing to call with for anybody so far.
128.
And Kavici is just going to be forced to fold.
He's getting like more than 2-1 on a call after opening from the hijack. Although he is relatively short himself, down to 30 bigs. Interesting that he decided to open this combo, given that he himself is... well, it does make the call. Mukawem all in at risk with the ace-king. Just a 60-40, Leo, I mean.
It's a 60-40. Is it called off?
Well, he opened to 30k, so he only had to call 98k more.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because that range is so unbelievably strong. It's not like a chip EV. Okay, I'm breaking even by calling here, so I should call. There's a money factor, and if it's not like Adam Kavicius has a million chips either. Like he's down to 22 bigs if he loses this hand. So not a big fan of this, but he has flopped to 6.
So a strong start for Adam Kavicius.
5 on the turn, and Mukawem could be busting in very unfortunate fashion here if he can't find an ace or a king. Jack on the river seals it. Adam Kavicius does knock out Mukawem. Adam Kavicius up over 600k. Mukawem eliminated 10 from the money.
Yeah, and everyone else gets to see that. I don't want to say ridiculously wide open from the hijack, but opening 8-6 of spades off of 30. 12 off the money in Cyprus. You know, people from Middle East, Eastern Europe, all over the world.
Been a journey.
Yeah, different characters.
Pocket 5s for Ivanov.
Mate, my back is absolutely shot in this chair.
Yeah, you should get one of these. It's pretty comfy.
Yeah, I might have to.
Adam Kavicius picking up the better pair in the hijack. Facing +2 though, it's absolutely not loving this spot whatsoever. It's going to figure he has minimal fold equity, but his hand just is going to force him to go with it, and he's got to hope nobody wakes up with a hand behind. Excuse me. And if it folds back to Ivanov, he's going to be forced to call for 9 big blinds.
Yeah, spot, I'm sure. He's not too thrilled about either.
Definitely not, no, but there's just a lot of unpaired high card hands in this range, and the price is too good. And we've got chunks.
I'm calling your name, Leo. Texas Hold'em, mate.
I'll be right there. Does flick it in. Going to see the bad news. Needs to find a 2 outer. Wouldn't be the first time. Poker has been known to deal some harsh blows.
Oh, I can't not laugh at Ferrandine, mate. He's such... Whoa, this guy. It's just like, there's no point counting. He literally said there's no point counting out chips for the call. Like, you're probably going to drill a 5 on the flop. And it's just come...
So brutal for Adam Kavicius. Really, really brutal to bubble a tournament.
Queen ball.
Bubble a tournament this way is very, very sickening and feels a bit unjust. 10 on the river completes the board. Adam Kavicius leaves in 81st place, 10 away from the money. Commiserations. Well played. Ivanov finishing what he started with the aces. Wounded him gravely and then put him out of his misery.
So it's just like a shift, I guess. Who knows what the next thing is. Maybe the next thing is just going to be grandpas.
I was about to say, just a bunch of pensioners.
Yeah, maybe it's just going to be like film crews going to nursing homes and stuff and just seeing grandpas cuss at each other as they 5-bet bluff with 7 deuce.
Yeah. I mean, even if you're an absolute crusher when you're 20, it still takes a while to just build up a decent bankroll to get to that stage, unless you're just really outside the box and have a couple of massive 6-figure scores, because there aren't many 20-year-olds who even if they do have, let's say they have a massive score in a 10K main event or a 5K or whatever, it's very unlikely they had a big percentage of themselves. You know, anything more than 50% is pretty rare, I think, for somebody that age.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is there just aren't as many 20-year-olds playing as there were when we were 20, and the reason for that, and I've seen the numbers on all of the sites. I mean, there's a lot of reports and statistics out there that are shown, and the reason is because when we were kids playing video games, growing up, playing video games for a living wasn't an option. Like, it was very rare that you would hear your friend be like, oh, you know what, I want to go pro and play CSGO, or I want to play Modern Warfare for a living. Now, all the 16, 17-year-olds, rather than getting into poker because of like high-stakes poker or Poker After Dark or the World Series, they're watching Ninja, they're watching Nick Merckx, they're watching the Botez sisters play chess or whatever it is, and they're like, okay, now I want to be a streamer, now I want to be a video gamer, or I want to be a content, or I want to be Mr. Beast.
Yeah, and they kind of stumble across poker as a result of that instead later down the line.
Later down the line, exactly. Not when they're 14, 15, 16, 17, just
agreed.
like... So it's interesting to see what happens over the next 5 years, man. And honestly, I think it's actually benefited us. Like, if you think about it, there are less young people in the game, which is somewhat worrying for the future. But at the moment, I think that's the reason why there's such a boom.
Yeah.
Because so many of the, 35 to 60-year-old people that come from different backgrounds and have made their wealth and their money in other areas now enjoy poker a lot more because they're not at a table full of 20-year-olds with headphones and hoodies.
True.
I don't know if that makes sense, whether I'm just going on an absolute...
We had him yesterday, didn't we?
We did indeed. Bulgarian again, I believe.
Yeah. AD on the feature table, that's always welcomed. Nice to get some more women in poker.
Deep in the tank at the moment in a hand. Oh my god, I've played so much PLO with this guy.
Yeah.
Jesus. Absolutely loves the game.
I was about to say, it looks like he's just one of those guys.
Loves the game, mate. Always bending up cards and throwing his cards in the air. It's brilliant. Nice. Love this guy.
I like the way the captions say, when you said so much PLO, it says so much pillow.
Oh, did it really?
So we are 4 away from the money now, approaching the hard bubble. And we see a 3-way pot unfolding here. An interesting board as well. Ace, 9, 4, 2 hearts. Christoforu, who doesn't mind putting chips in the pot, has flopped top pair after peeling Generalov's open. But Generalov has a dominating top pair and a nut flush draw to go with it. And you see how much of an equity advantage that gives him. Daikev drawing dead with the Queen 8. He's not going to have any interest in putting chips in. It looks like flop went check, check, check as well, which is interesting from Christoforu. I expected him to just kind of go for it with his top pairs, but a bet on the turn from Generalov and a quick call from Christoforu. And assumed that Generalov is going to go for some value on the river as well. After the flop goes check, check, check. Pretty much nothing that we are behind to that Christoforu can have. Expect him to obviously 3-bet aces pre, bet flop with his 2-pair plus and his sets, because his sets are always going to be unblocking top pairs and flush draws. So yeah, Generalov should have a pretty easy read here that ace-jack suited is the nuts, and hopefully go for something like a 2/3 pot bet. Does, makes it 150, 75% pot, gets snapped off by Christoforu. Takes another nice pot. Christoforu not having the best day. He came into today with about 1.2 million, and he's down to just 500k now. Generalov, on the other hand, having an absolute field day. Zichukwu should be a pretty good one.
As we are dealing hands. Dive back into this.
Oh yeah, poker.
4-1, eh?
I think so. I'm going to have a look.
Finally, easy decision. Thank you.
This guy's hilarious. Nicked in. Let go of the rags. Pankov. 14.5 bigs. Pocket sixes.
Tough
on
one.
the low
Tough
jack.
spot. I think we just let it go.
Now you don't need to stalling. Good end?
Yeah, you don't need to stop.
Yeah, now it's on front.
Golden hour here at the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel. We are deep into day 3 of the $2,200 buy-in warm-up, part of the Merit Poker Vintage Series. 500k guaranteed in the prize pool. Well, call a spade, we absolutely annihilated that guarantee. Collected over 1.1 million. And we're down to the final 50 players here. Everyone now guaranteed 4,770 euros for their efforts. Say 209,000 euros for first. Got some recognizable names at this table. And some new faces. Andrea Ricci, up and coming Italian crusher, been on quite the tear the last couple of years, last year and a half, post-COVID. Queen 3 deuce. 2 hearts. Actually, one overcard to his pair of nines up against an under the gun range. Gonna go anywhere just yet. 295 in the middle. Another undercard to Richie's pocket nines. See if Mondros continues telling the story that he's trying to set up. Raise from under the gun. See bet small on the Queen 3 deuce. Gonna barrel again here on the turn. Like 40% pot. Doesn't really feel like he's repping much with that size. I don't know, chat. What do you guys think? 130 into 295 on the turn with one street to come. Doesn't really set up a natural river SPR of, you know, 0.7, 0.8 where you can just effectively jam. King of Spades on the river. That may change things. That, my friends, may change things. 5-5-5 in the middle. He is going to empty the clip again. Just a really milky sizing here. Small on the flop, small on the turn. Small again on the river. Yeah, Richie's going to throw in a time bank. Understandably so. Just doesn't make much sense in Richie's head, and someone like him, the success he's had in the last year and a half, a lot of live experience. You get to play against these different player types. You can kind of just reverse engineer the thought process and ask yourself, like, what is my opponent trying to represent here? Now, don't get me wrong, I understand this is under the gun v big blind, but just the sizings have just been really off from Mondros. One third flop, one third turn. Now again, 2-3-5 into 560, rather than setting up like a river jam spot, which he would want to do with, you know, the value parts of his range. I guess the thing that Richie has to be somewhat concerned about is like is Montrose just betting small, small, small with a hand like jacks or tens? Don't think so. Is he now scared on the king of spades river and he's now going small again with a hand like ace queen? Again, maybe, but I don't think so. Just doesn't make much sense. And he does sniff it out. Well done, sir. Just took his time, used up 2 time banks, just thought the entire hand through, and kind of came to the same conclusion that we came to here in the booth, or at least on the turn, that the story that was being told, whilst it may have looked like a convincing one to the naked eye under the gun and then triple barreling off, the sizings of said story just didn't check out as we welcome Mr. Leo Worthington-Lees back into the booth.
Hello. How's it going? What did I miss? I saw that hand. I just worked out what was going on.
Yeah, day 3, deep into day 3. Everyone guaranteed 4,770 euros.
Nice. A couple of pay jumps then.
Yeah.
How many people, how many are we down to now?
We're down to the final 50, 53.
Decent. Getting pretty exciting then.
Yeah, I mean, you actually missed, what was the lady's name? I should know this.
From
the previous stream. Vatti, Luciana Vatti.
Yeah.
Just like check jams queen 10 of clubs on a jack 5-5 7 2 clubs. So jack 5-5 2 clubs turns like a 7. Check. Bet 230k, just check jams for like 900k in like a 3-bet pot, and just gets the fold from like ace queen from Atanasov and just chips up to like 2.2 million. And I got to give her credit. I was like, you know what? I would much rather check jam here than just check call and then have to like check fold rivers, because we still do have a ton of fold equity. And just to like see her in the moment take that spot, you know, it's very, very often, whether it be in the commentary booth, whether it be watching YouTube highlights or watching streams, where there's a lot of stereotypes around different players or different player types, and to see someone like her just like take that spot, and it was just such a great spot to take, and just see her chip up to 2.2 million. I think she took absolutely everyone by surprise, and you know, she got a lot of credit.
Did she show it?
She didn't. No, she just casually scooped in the pot.
Because as well, everybody's seen her play that hand with queen 3 when she's peeled pre-flop, so you can't be sure that there's not much 5x in her hand, in her range, that peels a 3-bet. So it's just like in the bin. Love it, love it. There's levels to it.
There is, and I think I have definitely been guilty of that myself, where I haven't given someone enough respect at the table, and they've completely used that against me.
Yeah.
As we dive back into Basta and Ismailov getting there.
Yeah, that didn't look like a particularly nervous all-in, did it? From Asimilov, picks up 2 chunks of stacks and just smashes them down into the middle. I've got a pair of jacks.
Andres with an ace. What's the second card, pal? Oh, he's squeezing it proper Baccarat style. Love that.
Nothing yet.
It is Baccarat, right? Where you squeeze. Yeah.
Never played Baccarat. Wouldn't know.
I know you're a bit of a roulette crusher, aren't you, mate?
I can't remember the last time I played roulette.
Well, your birthday?
Oh, that was it. That was the last time. Yeah. That was
so sick.
How long ago was that? 2 years ago? 3 years ago?
No. It's you're August, right?
No, April.
April. It's April 2020. No, 2021. Sorry.
Was it?
Yeah.
Isn't that mid-pandemic?
We
no,
dived.
Kind of after.
It was kind of after. Well, yeah, it depends where you were in the world, but yeah.
April 2021. That was the last time we played roulette. Everybody chipped in something. What was it, like 20 bucks, 50 bucks?
$10. $10.
Everybody chipped in 10 bucks each, and we just chucked it all on 7 because it was the day of my birthday.
No. We all chose a number.
Yeah.
My number came in,
That's
28.
Right.
So you got the 350 back.
Right.
And then you put it all on red, bang, red.
Oh,
for 700.
yeah, that's right. That's right. That was funny.
That was great.
That was funny. That was the last time I played roulette.
And it wasn't even with your own money.
Yeah,
so
absolutely. That's how you beat roulette.
That's how you beat roulette. $700 easy.
Crusher.
So I have
completely butcher the entire hand.
If you want to know more about how to beat roulette, you can buy my book called How to Beat Roulette. Use your friend's money.
Yeah. How to make money without risking your own
Could be also like
capital.
As an online player, you know, like this is not what I'm good at.
Happy birthday.
I mean, I'm an online player too, but like
I'm too spoiled.
I would like to see big blinds over your head.
Yeah, so that would be so nice.
Just because it's like one spin and you know like whatever happens.
Yeah, nobody gives a shit because it's $10.
Yeah, and then it just comes in and it's just absolute
Twice in
scenes.
a row, unbelievable. We were just like, well, we might as well just stick the whole lot on a 50-50 and see if we can get 700. Back to the poker. That looks like a very healthy stack. This man was on our feature table yesterday, wasn't he? Gonna get reminded of his name in a second. Nah, that's right. Levy or Levi. Still unconfirmed. Ace-Jack suited. Under the gun +1 for Marcotte. Smolka +2 finds himself with pocket tens. Playing around 35 big blinds. Interesting decision. Goes for the 2.5x 3-bet. A little over. Definitely can go either way. Peel and get... I'm not sure what the stacks are behind though, that's why I can't really say what I would do yet. Need to get a look at all the stacks. Everybody else out of the way, but I think if there's a couple of short stacks, you know, a few 2 or more 25 big blind or lower stacks behind, then peeling can definitely be a good option, but Marcotte making the call with the suited ace.
Go on now, chaps. Big old table. Small lady. Chuck the chips in the middle.
Yeah, I've been guilty of that here.
Well, not even a diamond. Marquardt. Sounds like that guy from Shrek.
Yeah, Lord Farquaad.
That's it.
Yeah. Do you know what's funny? Is do you know what's really funny? Not about this guy's name, just about the universe in general. Is that this morning, for some reason, I woke up and when I had a shower, I listened to the Shrek soundtrack.
Oh, really? That's weird.
It was super weird.
That is super weird, yeah.
Super weird. Not just like a little bit weird, just like the most random thing ever.
Like, I don't even remember the last time I mentioned Shrek in my life.
No, honestly.
And all of
the
a
only
sudden
reason I listened to it is because I was listening to one song which was Accidentally in Love by Counting Crows, and I was like, oh, I'm just going to stick the rest of the soundtrack on because it's got a really good soundtrack. Loads of like feel-good songs, and I was about to go to the gym, so it was weird that you would then mention this is Shrek in the same day. Well, the universe is such a sim, man, honestly.
We're living in a sim, mate.
It's all done to keep you feeling familiar and comfortable. You know, it's all designed to like, oh, I recognise that. Oh,
There's no way that like we met each other playing 1-2, whatever it was, like 7, 8 years ago, and like now we're here.
Probably longer than that, wasn't it?
And it's like, yeah, maybe.
I can't remember how old I was when I moved to Reading.
Maybe even
20, 21.
Were you 30 now?
Yeah.
Turning 31 in April?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
I think you're too late.
Now we're here.
Here we are.
Small old world, isn't it?
It is indeed.
The poker world is certainly small, but it's really nice.
I actually think it's a lot bigger than we realise, but it's very small in terms of like the community side of it. You know, the people within the UK community poker scene, there are a lot of them that, for example, don't have a social media presence, but they're very active at live stops in the UK, so you kind of have that bubble. Then you obviously have like everyone like stateside. You then have like the Germans, the Austrians, but a lot of people don't actually know each other's cliques within the cliques.
That's true. Good point.
Because like for example, if you went onto poker Twitter and you were completely new to poker, you would think that that's all poker was.
Yeah.
It would be just like a lot of loudmouthed Americans, like, you know, giving their opinions on why Alan Kessler shouldn't tank in a certain spot.
Their opinions that nobody asked for.
Yeah. But it's just, the longer I've been in this industry, the more I've realized that, hang on a minute, this is actually like, there's so many deeper levels to this. There are guys that are just absolutely printing and getting all the money. but nobody knows about it because all they care about is Garrett Adelstein on the Hustler Casino stream or whatever.
There's the social media side of poker that's emerged. That's emerged recently, though, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Really.
But then there's these guys that are like in their early 30s playing private games in Dubai and making 10 times more than Garrett is. It's just, but nobody knows about them.
Yeah.
So Nataliev going to defend. Oh, no, he's not. I do apologise. He's gone for the ISO, trying to get that dead money in the middle. Basta all in for 10k. Smolka raising to 60k from +1 with the threes. And he just gets the free roll, the dead money. Gonna table the king 3. See Smolka's reaction. Any reaction?
Internal.
Just like, all right, mate.
Processing. King 3, huh? Interesting. I just got wrecked.
You are behind there. Yeah, David. Behind there.
No, it's a good play with the king 3. I like that. Decent flop. No clubs.
Richie asking David Smolka if he was behind with the threes.
Ace 10 holds.
Does indeed. Given that it's big blind ante first, Basta from 10k to 70k.
Nice. That's about as many times your stack as you're ever going to make, I think. It's hard to get it in and get more than a 7x return.
No, I didn't see what you gave me back.
Friend always tells me all you need is one big blind.
Yeah, exactly, you know.
Well, now you got
We'll be
2.
the first one to make a huge comeback, you know.
Nothing to lose now. Everything's a free roll.
Oh, yeah.
Basta 2.4 bigs. Queen 2 not good enough into the muck. Ismailov under the gun +2 picks up pocket 8s. Makes it 60k. Nataliev on the button, 9-6 offsuit into the muck.
Nataliev, I recognise him, but I don't know whether it's just because of commentary. Well, it probably is.
Nataliev.
Okay. Nataliev. Came 10th in the MPP. I covered 2 months ago. That makes a lot of sense now. 45k.
Nice.
Like the white, huh?
Again, another guy, you know. 200k. Hasn't been grinding that long. Total live earnings. So I guess with the amount of volume that you can get in live poker now.
It could be people who just win satellites to things online. I don't know if that's possible for here, is it? Probably not.
I don't think so.
Only
No.
party poker stuff, really, isn't it? And GG, stars and that.
Yeah, I mean, it did have the Party Poker Millions here last September. Had obviously the Triton series that had qualifiers from GG for the first 25k. But no, MPP as of next year will be, I assume, partnering with some online client. How about this? Basta, let's go, bud. Ace Jack.
Yeah, absolute premium under the
In
gun
it
as well.
goes.
Into the big blind and ante next hand, and you find the absolute nuts under the gun.
In it goes.
Richie in +2 with the ace 3 off. Gets out of there. I like they got mics at the table.
Yeah. The only thing is like, I understand, unfortunate for Basta to run into the ace queen. That feels a bit harsh after just getting the old 7x. Yeah, the only thing is, you know, at Merit, there's just so many different speaking nationalities and representatives, like compared to, you know, grinding WSOP or grinding the GUKPT in the UK, where it's just like English everywhere. So I feel like people are a lot more timid and a lot more like they're not as outspoken because they're just not sure if someone's going to understand them or whatnot. So yeah, you don't get too much table chat, and when you do, it normally gets met with sorry, could you translate that into Russian?
Yeah, or English only at the table, please.
It's 215k in the middle. Basta can find a jack here.
Yeah, it'd be pretty big.
It's going to be back up to 7 big blinds. Some opportunities in the form of running cards as well.
6. Ooh, 5.
Hello. 6 or a 7 needed. Jack for a win, no dice.
GG.
GG's indeed.
49th, not too shabby. Nice run.
$4,770 for Basta. No more than 2x. A couple more bust outs, and we're up to 5.5k.
Nice pay jumps. For
I
a
really,
2k, that's
really
decent.
like this structure, man. I mean, to have 71 places paid in the first place. Look at this final table.
Are the packages added?
Yeah.
They're added.
Yeah.
So it's 1.15 plus 90k or like 70k's worth of packages.
Yeah.
Something like that. Wow. Jesus. Suddenly the $300 rake on Hold'em really seems pretty reasonable. I was just literally thinking that as I walked back from. I went to Diamond.
Oh, I said it, man. I said it when I was last here. Like, people were like reaching out to me, and I was like, look, I get it. Compared to your local in Bratislava or wherever you are, I understand. But I took a picture of the Bulgari hand soap that was in my hotel room, and I was like, but the reality is I'm using Bulgari hand soap
for free.
For free.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm getting picked up in a Mercedes.
Yeah.
And you're just in a 5-star resort, beach.
It's unbelievably like pretty everywhere you look. It's just unreal. It's hands down. I have never experienced hospitality like I have since I've been here. Like everything is absolutely spotless, perfect. They don't miss anything. You never see rubbish.
No.
You never see a mark on the floor. You never see a filled table.
I saw 5 guys, literally 5 cleaners on top of the roof outside the Royal, just like all with mop buckets, clean like the roof of where the parking is.
Yeah.
Like the glass ceiling.
It's immaculate everywhere, and it's such a like beautiful looking hotel as well. The whole complex is so nice. It seems so quiet for the amount of work they're doing all the time. It's just like, I don't know how they're doing it. It's like being in Charlie in the Chocolate Factory.
I think they
it's
just
like
get
a magical little factory.
They get it done quietly.
They get it done. They get it absolutely done.
You just like casually walk through the hallways, and you just see some random person with like some polishing cloth just like wiping down one of the
bins.
Just whatever it is. And I'm just like, oh, that's how they do it. They just send their spies out to just walk around with like polishing cloth and be like, oh no, none of that.
It's unreal, honestly. The buffet is just it's ridiculous. Like it's absolutely ridiculous. All day, pretty much.
Yeah.
The whole spa setup,
You've been to the spa?
Multiple swimming pools, unreal massages. Massages are cheaper than the ones you get everywhere else as well. Even though they're just like in a 5-star hotel, it's still cheaper.
Yeah. No, I love it.
It's so good. Good value. Everything's just it's just value.
Yeah, right.
We are taking a quick 3-minute break.
Even though this table is
as we
better
are
than the others,
waiting for,
we have more space.
I believe it's the final.
Yeah, I'll do 300.
Final 6 table rebalance. 48 left.
I do hats up too.
6 tables of 8. My math checks out.
That does make 48.
Does indeed. Gonna get a quick scoreboard coming up to show you all.
Yeah, well, our man busted in 49th, I think. So
maybe a little bit.
Okay.
Or 50th, and then it was on 49. I'm not sure how quickly they updated that.
Yeah, so we are waiting for someone. What you're waiting for? And Smoker's like double espresso. Oh no, you just ordered.
Did you get? Oh, you did. Yeah. Is that the one that I ordered for you?
No,
you went and got your own.
When I got my own.
The first thing I did when I walked out of this room was I went up to a waitress and said, "Please, can you take a double espresso to my friend? He's straight through those doors." But they didn't do it.
Apologies, chat. We just had 3 random people burst into the room. Me and Leo thought it was a hold-up, but it's not. It's a different kind of hold-up.
Some kind of photography equipment retrieval session.
Yeah. So we've been stashed away. You know what? I've done commentary in a lot of places. It's not bad.
It's not bad at all.
It's not bad. We got a big room. I've been put in cupboards before.
Yeah, I've been in prison cells.
Yeah,
literally.
You know, we've seen some shady ones as we wait for another player to be brought over to the feature table, rebalancing the final 6 tables, chat, of the warm-up event from the Merit Poker Vintage Series. And what a start to the series. I'm expecting a lot of our friends to come to the upcoming series.
I will be doing my very best to convince them.
Yeah,
that this is exactly what they should be doing with their time.
You look at the blind levels in the structure. You look at like the ITM. You look at the like first place money, just everything, the whole package, the hotel, all of that. It's insane.
Yeah,
insane value for money. So yeah, getting out to the business end of this tournament. Got about 2.5 hours left on the day, I believe. And the reason for that is there is a massive concert over at the Merit Royal Diamond. If I'm not mistaken, I want to say a Lebanese, like famous Lebanese singer, going to be performing over there. So if you are in town and that sounds like a thing that would tickle your fancy, you can ask the floor or head over to reception, get your hands on some tickets. I may, honestly, and I'm not just saying this for the sake of the stream, just for the actual experience, I may wander through myself after the stream because we're going to be wrapping things up early. And as far as I'm aware, from a cultural standpoint, those Middle Eastern countries know how to throw a party. They know how to throw a shindig. And if this is, from what I've heard, as famous as a singer that is meant to be, there's going to be a lot of shenanigans going on over there. So may head on over and see what's going on. And then tomorrow, I'll be bringing you what I assume is going to be final 4 table coverage. We've got 48 left. Would make sense to get down to the final 32 tables and call it a night. It shouldn't take us too long. Another 2 hours sounds about right, as the average stack has decreased quite a bit since we made our way into the money. Can do the math real quick actually. Was it 626 total?
Something like that.
Times 100k divided by 48. So average stack is 40 big blinds. Divided by 48. Yeah. 1.3 million. Big blind 30k, about halfway through this level. Shrek's Nemesis. Gonna jam it in from the cutoff. What a great name. That's a strong name.
Marquardt. Q. You don't get many Q names.
What that is I love that, man. I mean,
Marquardt. I wonder where he's from. Where's he from? Have we got the
let's have a look. Power of the internet.
Have we got the internet?
Definitely got the internet.
That's many Marquardts. I'm surprised at how many there are. Richard? No. Is he a Richard? He's not Richard.
Oh, Smolka taking the rejam spot.
That's the highest ranked one at the top there, Berlin. 45k. Probably him? No, that's not spelt the same, is it?
No.
Got T on the end. Stefan?
Let's have a look.
Bottom of my range.
Bottom of his range.
Good enough, huh? Bottom of your range, yeah.
I thought you have a little more.
Should be mandatory that you have to have a picture on the hand of mob.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have we got names in the? Did they send you the info though?
No.
No. So Marquardt all in, facing elimination as Smolka is called to put him at risk with a dominating hand, but it does flop a flush draw. But Smolka got the 9 of hearts in hand, so one of his outs is gone. King of hearts on the turn though. Gives him the 100% equity sign, and he is going to get a full double up to 750k. A very big pot at this stage of the tournament.
Well, that needs updating.
Yeah, doesn't it?
You've chopped off the Barnet.
Yeah.
You've got rid of the Justin Bieber facial hair.
Yeah.
got the glasses. You have. You have. You've grown. I told you we're getting to that stage in life where we're peaking.
That was 3 years ago.
Yeah, I know.
At least. Oh no, it was about 3 years ago now, wasn't it? We went to Bali in October or November.
Yeah.
November.
And then that was January of 20.
No, that was in Cambodia while we were in Bali.
Oh, was it really?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so that was November of 2019.
Yeah.
Wow, 3 years ago we were in
I know,
Bali.
isn't that crazy? What a trip that was. Definitely need to do that again. Go back to the same place.
Yeah, Uluwatu. Yeah,
Nah, I'd want to stay somewhere a bit closer to everything, I think.
Yeah.
It was really nice, though.
I mean, it really depends what you're looking for. Like, we just wanted a grind house. Everyone was grinding.
Yeah. We could have done better on that front.
Yeah. But I've, heard a lot more about Bali now, and I've had a lot of people talk to me from, a lot more experience. Canggu seems to be a big one. Ubud.
Yeah.
I think I was giving the beaches way too much importance.
Yeah.
And I don't think we ended up going to the beach at all.
I don't remember going to the beach.
Apart from when we went to Nusa Penida.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And the time that we went out for dinner for your birthday. That was about the closest we got to the beach.
Yeah, that was right. Yeah.
It was actually more of a cliffside. That was good. That was good. And where was that other place we went where we got taken down to the restaurant in a golf cart? Do you remember that? We went to some place and we got on these golf carts and they took us down and then there was like a couple of swimming pools. I got a picture of it on my Instagram. I'm going to get it and show you. You will remember. We went in the pool.
It wasn't the nightclub, was it? Finn's?
No, not that place.
Finn's Beach Club?
No. It was at night time. We went for dinner, but it was the most over-the-top thing ever.
I don't remember that. We jump back into this. Smolker hijack, or cut off the hijack rather. As Leo peruses his phone for.
Can't even remember what order this is all in. 2018. I've gone back too far. Maybe I don't have a picture of it.
$25 bigs effective. Marquardt did just double the ace-3 against the ace-9. Smolker. Absolute end boss.
We went in the pool. We went in this pool.
I wasn't there. I left early, remember?
Ah, you left early. Why on earth would you do that?
I had to go to Paris.
Oh, I had to go to Paris.
And Marquardt does make the fold. Smolker with the pickup.
You're picking on me, huh?
David Smolker, 222k in total live earnings.
I just want a little in return.
That's fair. I think it's fair, yeah.
Came first in a WSOP International Circuit event.
I'm starting to take it personal, this rebet.
I thought the same when I did this.
Yeah.
So circuit ring winner. Best live cash, $40,405. Came in the 10K WSOPE main event in December of last year at Rozvadov.
Decent. Few nice scores. Whoever that is you were just looking at.
Yeah, Ilya Savevsky just won a bracelet.
Ismailov goes for the 2.5x in the cutoff. Just under 900k in his stack, and Montiano finds ace-10 suited in the big blind. He's only playing around 14 bigs, so it's going to be interesting to see what he decides to do here. I think we will see him move all in. Don't think defending versus the size up is the worst thing in the whole world.
All in.
Does decide to just put it in though.
God, you love fading the snap call. 15 bigs. Like, go on then, mate. I'll take it down pre.
Yeah, this is it now. We're happy. It's a pretty gross spot for Ismailov, but I think, like I mentioned yesterday, people's big blind free betting and free bet jamming ranges tend to be stronger than from other positions because they have the option to just defend for a great price. So you tend to see a lot more of the like Broadway combos get defended, whereas so if you open the cutoff and the button's got like King Jack and he's got 14 bigs, he's probably just going to jam, whereas if you open the button and the big blind has King Jack, he can just peel more often because he's getting a good price and he doesn't necessarily need to just jam where you fold everything that's worse and call everything that's better.
Ace 9, ace 8.
Nice little pickup there, increasing his stack by 25%, uncontested. We were talking about Levy yesterday, weren't we? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he was on the feature table for a while.
So Levy, 640k in total live earnings. That's right, he ran deep in the main.
Yeah, he got like 13th or something.
19th.
19th.
That's rough.
Smoker. +2 makes it 60k with the King Queen suited and Ismailov. Suits dominated and a worse connector. 27 big blinds or so. See how he decides to continue with this one. Goes for the call. I think ideally we fold this one. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's a fold.
Just some queen or jack.
Could be wrong. Maybe I'm a nit. Maybe I'm about to learn something really. No, maybe I'm about to have one of those moments, you know, where you discover a nice leak in your game that you can plug.
Not flatting the 10-9 off of.
Yeah.
Was it 20?
I mean, I think I would peel 10-9 suited. I haven't looked yet, so I'm not like cheating, but I feel like I would peel, but I definitely don't think I would peel 8-9 suited.
10-9, 27.3 bigs.
It's just hijack versus +2. It's a bit. I don't know.
Hijack v low jack.
Yeah, hijack v low jack. Hijack.
Smoker.
No, hijack versus MP, not low jack. One before low jack. How many bigs has he got? 27. 27. I could do 27.5. 10-9 suited. Yeah, well, there we go. It's a mix. 25%-ish call, 50% fold, and a very small sliver of 3-bet. So maybe it's more like 40, 10, 50, or 35, something like that. So a bit of 3-bet, bit of call, bit of fold. You can do whatever. That's why you don't know. It's like, oh, this spot's weird. Could do anything. It's because you can literally do anything.
Well, how about 3-betting the ace-8-0 from the big blind?
How about it? This is a play. This is a gangster play. Solver approved for sure.
See what Smolka comes with. King Queen suited. Just saw Nataliev 3-bet the King 3 out the big the previous hand, and he does say run it. All in announced. Nataliev just getting put in the bin. Absolutely binned here.
Binned. Yeah, this is also a very gangster play.
On the feature table. That's one of the ones that you don't want to to make the cut on TV.
No, you do.
Not what they say.
Yeah, you played it well. It's a good play.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. We'll see.
I don't know.
I'm pretty confident. It might be. You might need slightly worse ace-x, but I am pretty confident that that is a solid one. So it was low jack.
You just called it MP. When I said that.
Well, that's because this player's not here, though. I didn't realise that, so they haven't adjusted it, but he is.
Yeah, so
technically the low jack.
Low jack, high jack, 40 big blinds effective against the big blind.
Multi-way though, wasn't it?
Yeah. Can't solve it.
Yeah, you can.
Oh. I'm just going to take a quick picture of the scoreboard.
Levy picking that one up with the queen 10 suited. Ismail off picking up jacks onto the gun +1. Had a couple of hands so far. Richie taking a second before folding the 6-5 off. Montiano finding ace-10 off on the button. He's playing 19 bigs. Decides it's just slightly too early position to be jamming this one, which I think is a good decision. Just decides to flatten the cutoff, and down to Taliev with king 10 off on the button. Seems like a guy who likes to take an aggressive pre-flop spot, but does decide to let this one go a little bit on the wide side. That would be. It is actually, I checked, and it is actually worse ace-x, like I thought might potentially would be. Ace-8 actually a fold.
Felt like a bit of a
too good.
Yeah, overly aggressive.
But you do use ace-4, ace-3, ace-2. So he was close, and I think it's probably going to work.
What about three betting aces from the big? Is that a thing?
That is a thing, but so is calling. Hands are shaking a little.
Shaky hands with aces.
A little.
Guilty.
There was some shaking.
Yeah, guilty of definitely doing that in some big spots in my career. I remember one very vividly from like ridiculously early on in my career. Just overly shaky, and I was actually bluffing, but my opponent was a very solid live reg that read into it as strength.
Yeah.
And ended up folding. But yeah. Wow, it's Ismailov
just peeling.
Just peeling like
Markov
half
put
his
in
stack.
like 40% of his stack so far.
Okay, okay.
with the 3-bet. This is a very interesting hand, and we get the classic 4-4-3 flop. So
Well, Ismailov going to be doubling up Marquardt unless Jack rolls off on the turn or river. I don't see him ever peeling pre and then folding on this flop here.
I don't think so, no.
Stranger things have happened.
That is also true. Just decides to put it all in. No small bets here, and Ismailov does call it off. Sees that he's up against the aces. No heart either. Marquardt got him absolutely crushed here. Ismailov down to 2 outs. Well, not down to 2 outs, he always had 2 outs.
Oh, 3 for a chop.
Hey! Good one, Henry.
1.4 million in the middle. Marquardt on quite the spin.
What? Yeah, massive. Up to 1.4 mil chance. Give us the come on!
I mean, I'm not surprised to see the emotions there.
Yeah, cool.
Spin.
Good for him. I like to see recreationals. He's probably in for a satellite. He looks absolutely buzzing to be here and also extremely nervous.
47 left, 200k for first.
You have pocket also?
No,
Pocket.
Lucky.
Also pocket?
Great tweet from Awasam Ahmed saying, I once had a girlfriend who asked me why I didn't just play the way I do in winning poker sessions. That way, you'll never lose.
That is true. What a great point by a female.
Don't rush too much, no, I know. I should show
Oh,
now.
man.
47
They
left.
do
I
say
cannot
the
finish
darndest
it,
things. People who don't understand poker.
I know.
They really do.
Also,
it's way too.
They really do.
did you see Derek Lewis's recent interview about on this fight night? There was a question at the end where I'm going to try and show you the clips funnier than me describing it. Hang on a second.
It's going to be one of those you should have been there moments.
No, there's a clip of him there's a clip of the thing, don't worry.
Alright. Is this PG enough for stream?
Yeah.
So here's Derek Lewis. Andrea Ritchie, by the way, chat, haven't had the chance to talk too much about him on stream other than just telling you guys about the year that he's had. Let me give you some more facts. 1.34 million in total live earnings. Came third in the 10K high roller here back in September. The one that Tony G actually ended up winning for 257k. UK Alex Peffley came second in that. Stephen Chidwick came fourth. Pretty sick final table, not gonna lie. Came first just a week prior in the 500 La Notte degli Assi, part of the Luxon Pay Mediterranean Poker Pie for 50k. Some really nice 5-figure scores as well. Fourth in the bracelet event Colossus for 70k.
Joker. Just had to show Henry that clip. Made me chuckle. Back to the action. Smolka has a pair to go, sorry, a flush draw to go along with his pair. Currently a very high percentage chance of a chop, but Smolka does have a much bigger share of the remaining equity than Levy does. Levy cannot win this hand, he can only chop. Levy deciding to check back his showdown value on the turn. No diamond on the river means this one is going to be a chop, unless somebody takes it away with a bit of well-timed aggression. But can't really see that happening, to be honest. I think Schmolka will just check this one. Levy check back. Schmolka does come in for the block. And Levy makes the call. Chop it up.
These guys make poker seem so easy.
You have also flash draw on the flop? 9 and flash draw? $60.
Richie getting involved from under the gun. King 10-0 is Ismailov in terrible shape. It's final 45 bigs. The jacks giveth and the jacks taketh away. Ismailov doubling up with the jacks against the ace jack, then running his jacks into aces. Hello, 5 on the turn. 6, 8, 10 or a spade needed for Richie. And there's the 6 of clubs on the river.
Good game, man.
Ismailov just double checks the board. Shakes his head.
I didn't see.
Me too, me too, me too.
Don't think Richie realised what happened. So dropping like flies here, chat. Dropping like flies. I do expect the pace of play to slow down considerably.
How much you play, David?
1.5, 1.6.
So like more than 50 blind, yeah? $60?
Smolka opens the 10-9 off on the button, and Richie defends his big blind with 10-7. Smolka flopping the best of it, 2 pair. Not much for Richie. Expect we'll probably just see a check fold. Maybe he's thinking of getting funky though. Got some potential good future blockers. Does make it 100k. Richie going to have a lot of Queen X in his range, obviously. He's going to defend a whole bunch of it. Big blind versus button. But Smolka going to be pretty well protected himself. Definitely not going to be folding a 9 just yet. Jack on the turn, interesting card. Gives both players the open ender. Richie going to continue with the aggression. 155 into 350, half pot.
Yeah, if there's ever going to be a turn card on which you fire again, you put open ender, blocking Queen 10 of hearts.
Yeah, and a lot of the bluffs that he would choose on the flop have made a good hand now. He would could potentially choose something like King 10 or 10-8 to be a bluff on the turn. And also his like Jack X that he uses, if he uses something like Jack 8 of spades or something, that's going to have turned a pair as well. So Smolka does decide to let it go. Thinks that turn is just a bit too good for Richie's range. And Richie gets a nice pot through. Nick gets a nice one through there.
I hope you have it. You will see in the camera.
Bluffing at this conversation. I'm not bluffing actually, it's telling the truth. You are going to see it. Facebook chat's really quiet today. Had one guy rooting for Ferdinand earlier on. That was it.
What day is it? Saturday.
Twitch chat's been
football.
Maybe no. We've had like 3 times the amount of viewers though.
Oh, really nice.
Yeah, maybe
that's good. Has the World Cup started yet?
Don't know. Has it?
I don't know. Not that I'm going to be watching any of it.
I probably will.
I'll watch the England games probably.
Nah, that's just disappointing. Watch some actual talent play. World Cup. Tomorrow.
Sorry.
Kicking things off, Qatar against Ecuador. Monday, England against Iran. USA against Wales. Senegal against the Netherlands.
Cool, 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 cool.
Cool, 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 cool,
cool, cool, cool, cool. No doubt, no doubt.
He's so good. He is such a great actor.
Cool, 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 cool.
Some no limit hold'em cash games running in the background.
No limit of them.
Love to hear it.
Wondrous flopping top pair on the Queen Jack 10 board. Backdoor spades for both guys. Levi has a massive range advantage here, and I expect to see this board get aggressively triple barreled by bluffs. And this is a pretty good one because he's unblocking all the hands that can call twice and fold, so we might see him unload the clip here depending on the run out. Already sizing up. Bets half pot. Do you want a half pot with ace king on this board? I don't think so.
That is
a turn card.
The spiciest.
All we need now is 4 of spades on the river.
4 of spades. Why the 4 of spades?
Well, why not?
Why, well, but why specifically?
The only number I could muster.
325 in the middle. Mondros was 600 behind. See what size Levy comes with. Obviously he wants to choose a sizing where he still has enough room to get folds on the river. He's gone for a sizable bet. 200k into 325. Would leave Mondros with 400 back, should he make the goal, which he inevitably will. Though there is a 4-liner on board, he himself has now picked up a flush draw. Learn something new every day.
What did you learn today?
I'm assuming that's pronounced glut, this word here.
Yep.
Glut, yeah? Didn't know what it meant until I saw George YMB put a tweet out.
Like gluttonous.
That's what I assumed from movie 7 of Morgan Freeman.
Is that not what it is?
Sorry?
Is that not what it is?
Well, yeah, the definition of the word glut is an excessively abundant supply of something. For example, there is a glut of cars on the market.
Like being gluttonous is having too much food or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So surplus, excess, overabundance.
Yeah.
So we dive back into this. Mondros does make the call. 725 in the middle, 400 behind. Let's see if Levy can pull the trigger on brick rivers.
That is effectively a brick, doesn't really change anything. Like
Is,
the showdown value that we've picked up is not relevant.
Yeah, I think so many people make the mistake of like, well, you know, the interesting thing is like he does now beat ace-4,
well,
ace-4 of spades.
Yeah, but it's actually a good river for him now because he blocks some hands like queen-5 of spades or 10-5 of spades that would have called twice, and have improved, so hands that could call. So interesting to see what he decides to do here, but I think we'll see him go for it. I would certainly be jamming.
Yeah, sicko. If it does move all in. These guys are so good just finding these spots. See, if I ran this...
They'd snap you off king queen.
They snap me off, and then I put the hand history in my backers group chat, and I get dropped in stakes.
You wouldn't. I mean, this spot is really good for another reason, is that I think There's been some signs that Mondros is more on the recreational side, so Levy assumes he's going to get more folds than he would against other players. I mean, even against anybody, this is a super tough spot. Even if you have a king, like, you're not loving it, but obviously you have to call. But Levy can be pretty sure by now that he's not up against the king. But it's just really interesting to see him go for it with spades. I mean, I think it's great, and I would definitely play this hand the same way, but it can creep into your mind that having spades is really bad because you want him to have called twice with a hand like 10x of spades or queen x of spades and then fold the river. But he thinks his spades are not relevant enough. But the thing is actually we've got bad spades to have because the better spades that he could have, like queen 8 is obviously a straight, and king queen with a spades is obviously a straight, and king 10 with spades is obviously a straight. So what kind of having the 6 and the 5, I don't know how good that is. But yeah, still the board is just so good for us that you got no choice. Just unload. Nice hand, Levy.
GG.
Kind of weird calling people by their last names, isn't it? Yeah. Nice hand, Levy. It's not my name. Well, I don't know your first name.
Talking of Levy, Sir Levy.
There we go, Sir.
Sir, we're just going to call him Sir Levy.
Sir Levy.
Out in front.
General Levy.
74 big blinds. That's the kind of spot you want to find yourself in when there's 210,000 for first, down to the final 5 tables here. Andrea Ricci on an absolute tear over the last 12 months. He's really putting in a ton of volume on the live field and getting the results. Joshua Marquardt on a bit of a spin up to 36 bigs. Doubling with the ace-3 against the ace-9 and then holding with the aces against the jacks. David Smolka, 33 bigs, that really cool 4-bet jam with the king-queen. Oleg Nataliev down there around 25 big blinds.
Yes, let's go guys.
I'm working on it.
Yes.
Blinds, 20,000, 40,000 now.
No, I just
can't wait to go to the buffet in a bit.
That was bluffing.
That's actually what I look forward to when I wake up.
Bet, you know.
Marquardt picking up pocket 7s and hijack.
I got to tell you this story, man, because it's just quality, right? So Sean D just came 3rd in the 25k platinum high roller for 6 figures, bracelet event. Followed it up with a 3rd place finish in the 50k high roller for another huge payday. And if that wasn't already enough, then followed up with a 3rd place in the main event for 700k. So cash for over 1.2 million. But obviously 3 3rd place finishes, some serious close calls. And then he joined me in the commentary booth for the heads up of the main. And he was telling me how, him and his wife really love needling each other. Their relationship has been built off just their senses of humor, which I totally understand. I love it. And he said, many people wonder how me and Ashley are still married since I got home last night. She's called me Mr. Bronzer, our bronze medalist, and said we should have a 3rd kid and call him Sean II. And when he has a kid, make him call him Sean III in honor of my Tawnies. Her needle game is stronger than mine. Not sure what one hurt the most. And I was reading that and I was thinking, if you ever get married, I feel like it's going to be a similar dynamic. You love a needle. You do love a needle.
Yeah.
And it's gonna take a woman who knows how to give a needle back. I think.
Yeah, probably right.
That's brilliant. That is absolute quality.
Before I ever get married, that'll be the day.
I like your flower.
Yeah, right?
Very sunny.
I'm sun running,
He is sun running. You got to admit it.
Thank you.
sometimes it's just your time to win a tournament. Sometimes you get down out of the tournament through no fault of your own, just the way the cards fall. There are days where you are just destined to reach final tables, to run deep. That's the beautiful thing about this game. It's the reason why it is as popular as it is. It's the reason why there is as much money put into it as there is. Because if it came down to hard work and dedication, it would be the same old guys winning. If it wasn't for the luck factor and the variance, this game wouldn't exist. Interesting flop. Hijack v Big Blind. Modern day cooler. Smolka flopping top. Nataliev with middle pair. This ace 8-7 tray. Hijack open against a very aggressive opponent in Smolka. Wouldn't be surprised to see Nataliev lose quite a few chips here, especially on this board texture.
Yeah, tough to get away from spots like this in these positions. I'd like to see Smolka size up. What size did he go? 135 into 220. Yeah, I like that.
135.
These are boards where we do size up, draw heavy, and we have a big advantage because of all the overpairs.
Yeah, I remember you pointing that out yesterday on a similar board texture, and it's certainly a mistake that I've made through observing in the commentary booth. Always felt like, you know, because we have overpair range advantage and set range advantage, we're meant to just continue small and wide. But it does make a lot of sense with these draw heavy boards to.
You choose sizes based also, like, it takes into account how your frequencies are on a board like this. So it's not a board that you always want to bet. So when there's a board that you range bet, you're always going to use a small size. But if it's a big board, big bet board, if it's a board that you're going to check sometimes, then you also can use a big bet. But if it's a board you're going to range bet, you don't often range bet big. So there are some.
Can we just talk about that fold there?
Yeah, I love it.
From Nataliev, just getting away from it. Flop middle pair. Not sure how much of a fan I am long term, but hey.
Population read, he just understands that people, when they size up on boards that, like you were saying, most people default to 1/3. So when something pops into their mind that goes, actually, maybe I should bet bigger on this board, generally that is because they have a good hand. It's not like you look at that board with like a nut flush draw and go, I should bet big. You're just happy to bet small on it so that if you get check raised, you can continue. Or you look at it with king, queen off and go, yeah, I should bet big on this board. Like, it doesn't naturally occur to most people. So if they've played a few hands together, I think it's just a really solid read that he's comfortable following. I got a lot of respect for that.
Yeah.
He's definitely not a nit, so like he's just made a good fold. He's a guy, he's not the kind of guy that doesn't know you're supposed to continue flops with pairs. I mean, he looks about as reggy as regs ever look.
Finely tuned intuition.
Exactly.
From Nataliev. Got to wrap up this hand with you, mate, and then I am going to hit the gym. 45 minutes.
Cool. Sounds good.
Do you want me to grab anything on the way back?
No, when you're back, I'm going to go and raid the buffet.
Nice.
Yeah, I assume it's 8. What time does it go till? 10?
Yeah, we're going to, I'll tell you what, I'm going to put
Oh, we'll be finished, won't we, before?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Levy in the big, facing the
240.
3x. So look at this, just clicking it back to 240. There's some reg wars going on here. There's some street poker being played. So Levy, deep run in the main this summer, out in Vegas for career best cash.
This is one of those spots where you're in your small blind. Obviously his hand is trash and I expect him to fold, but this is one of those spots where you're like, do you actually ever do this when you got a good hand? Like, who min free bets? What kind of reg min free bets here?
Yeah.
If they got aces or something, they just peel or whatever. Like, you just don't really see hands things like that for value. But Nataliev just had such a bad hand that he couldn't do anything about it. But I don't doubt that he probably had a similar thought.
Just fuming at the idea of letting your opponent get away with one.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, I'll be back in an hour's time, mate.
Sweet.
Don't do anything that's gonna get us fired.
Pocket fives for Mondros in the hijack, and he is playing less than 10 big blinds. Ships it in. Levy ace-8 offsuit in the small blind. Pretty close one. Ace high doing pretty well against a 10 big blind jamming range though from most positions, and a hand as good as ace-8 is going to be doing pretty well against this range, so wouldn't be surprised to see Levy call here. But does let it go. I think ace-9 off, he is definitely calling. 6-4 suited for Marquardt in the big blind. Nice one to defend, but not to call all in with. Mondros survives up to 12 bigs. Richie finding Queen Jack offsuit under the gun. Makes it 80k.
80 minimum.
Make it.
Montiano putting his last 9 big blinds in the middle with the ace-jack suited. I think Richie's just going to probably find the fold with this one. Not really doing too well against this range. Not getting a particularly good or inviting price either. Only a few big blinds. 9 big blinds to call, but I just think our hand is not quite strong enough. Be interested to see what he does though. I'm personally folding. Queen Jack kind of interesting though, because I don't think it matters too much. I was going to say like getting it against Ace King and pairs is you got decent equity against that kind of range, but it's not like it's only Ace King. It's going to also have a bunch of other King highs and Ace highs that dominate us. So don't really dominate anything. I think maybe like Queen 10 suited goes in occasionally, but I doubt it, to be honest. Not that quickly either. It seemed like a kind of snap all in. Calls. Yeah, I think this, I'm not 100% sure, but I think this is a fold. Dealer going to run on the board, see if Richie can find a queen. It's Drawing pretty thin now. Does have the backdoor clubs, but only good for 6% equity. Got some straight draw potential too, and there is a king on the turn. Never easy. Still retains a little bit of equity in the hand, 10%. Around 9% chance of hitting a 10. But king completes the board, full house for Montiano, and he'll double up to over 800k now. Bit of breathing room.
40, 50, 65.
Such a nice stack yesterday, right?
Yeah.
What happened?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, today, good job.
He bluffed it.
He bluffed it away. Yeah, man. It looked like really nice, though. Not your day so far, huh? Yeah,
Not
of course.
finished yet.
No, of course. It's 2 hands and you're there again, right?
This is my ticket.
All the chips.
This is not mine.
Yeah, this is not mine. Crazy.
Oh, this is mine. Ticket. Okay.
It doesn't matter, you just can't bust.
I didn't take. Huh?
Can't bust, and
Take.
it doesn't matter how much.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just survive, you know. Totally.
Yes. Okay.
You survived.
Just over 40 players remaining in this warm-up event. 500k guaranteed, but they absolutely smashed that, getting 1.15 million in the prize pool. Over 600 players and over $200,000 for first place. So absolutely massive tournament here at Merit Poker and Casino in Cyprus, Northern Cyprus. There are plenty more festivals next year here at Merit. There's going to be a Western Series in January with a very similar layout of tournaments, 2.2k with a 400k guarantee, or 500k guarantee, excuse me, and then a 3.3k main event with a $1.5 million guarantee. And we do have a main event of this series coming up later this week.
He's big blind.
Oh, it's big.
Yeah.
But we will be covering day 4 of this tournament tomorrow before we get to the main event. Natalia in the hijack with 19 big blinds. Queen 9 off. Does let it go.
Play like 500?
9.
9? Oh, yeah. Makes sense.
He meant no. He meant to say no in your language.
9? Does he know I'm playing?
No.
Before you fold, you must put it here, then you see it, and then you fold.
Elimelech in the big blind with the ace queen off, playing 20 bigs. Versus Smoker's small blind limp. They're going to want to ISO this one. Obviously, more than happy to get it in, facing a limp jam. Goes absolutely massive, makes it 190k, almost 5x.
Next time I'm just gonna ask you. You probably know exactly. But it's not allowed, huh? To ask other people for this guy.
Probably not.
Yeah.
But if I see someone answers anyway, so I don't mind just answering for him.
Yeah. Well, I can count too, but you know.
Yeah, I know him.
That's right. Yeah.
Smolka picking up King 10 offsuit on the button. Makes it 80k. Both the blinds putting under 25 big blinds, but both with absolute burgers getting out of the way.
Mr. Robert, successful 510 Robert. Mr. Robert.
This guy looks a bit like Rob Young. Any of you know who Rob Young is? Guy who owns Dust Till Dawn in the UK. Puts on some stuff with Party Poker as well. Marquardt finding himself another nice opening hand in the hijack.
80. 8. 80.
Makes it 80k. Ace Jack for Smolka in the cutoff. Both these guys playing very similar stacks. Around 35, between 35 and 40 bigs. Smolka decides to just call, doesn't want a 3-bet, face a jam with a hand as strong as Ace Jack. Because it would be a disaster to be folding against a hand like this. That's a good example. And Ashkenazi in the small blind decides to complete with the 7-6 offsuit. Unconventional peel. Richie in the big blind with the 8-4 off, just going to get out of the way, I think. Not. Decides he's going to peel this one. Anybody interested, the 8-4 off is a very, very out of range, and even in chip EV, and there is actually ICM implications here as well, so the 8-4 off will be a very clear fold. 8-6, 8-5 off even getting folded, 9-6 off, 10-8 off, even Jack 9 off, Queen 9 off, King 9 off get folded in this spot pre-flop from the big blind.
How much, sorry? 140?
Very, very suited, combination heavy. Obviously we're raising, we're jamming a lot of our value. 8s plus, Ace 9 suited, that type of stuff, King 10 suited, Ace Jack off, but yeah, those offsuit disconnected hands have so little equity against 3 ranges, so they just really end up getting folded. Because if one person has a pocket pair, we're just in absolutely dire shape. Like a pocket pair better than 4s, we just have absolutely terrible equity. So I'm surprised to see that from Richie, that defender.
לא רואים אותך, סתם בזה. אני יודע שעוד לא. אני יודע שזה עוד לא משודר.
quad, finding Jack 8 off. Decides to let it go. Smolka opening the ace-10 off in the hijack. Richie getting out of the way of the small blind. Wondrous in a big blind with a 5-4 off. Different, completely different when it's heads up. This we definitely want to be defending. It's not dominated too often.
Yeah.
And your threshold for stacking off when you've got 10 bigs is much lower. So we want to have defended that one, but that is okay.
When is your lucky?
Yeah, yeah. Well. Next time. Good for us. Yeah.
That one there, we would have defended all the way down to 5-2 off. 4-2 off, 4-3 off, 6-3 off, 7-3 off, even in there a little bit. You're only folding the really disconnected offsuit ones, 10-4, 9-4, and the really weak ones like 3-2, and 10-2, 9-2, all that stuff. But other than that, we defend a lot. We defend in some manner. We defend 90% of our range. We're only folding 10% of the time, which is not very many combos. 235 combos, 75% call, 15% all in from the big blind. Mostly linear for value, all your pairs. Ace-8 off plus, Ace-5 suited plus. Smolka 8. Opening up the Queen 10 suited under the gun +3. And Ashkenazi putting in the absolutely massive free bet in the cutoff. Puts in 350k, well over 4x. Suspect we'll see Smolka get out of the way, and he does instantly fold, so Ashkenazi getting the dominating hand to fold. Up over 1.5 million. Pocket threes under the gun for Levy, and he is playing a very healthy stack indeed. 75 big blinds. Decides to let it go. Good decision. Marquard opening Queen Jack suited under the gun +1.
210.
210 raise.
Richie in the cutoff, putting in the 3-bet makes it 210k. Love this, but perhaps ill-timed as Montiano finds jacks in the small blind, and he does not have a stack that's going to ever consider folding. Moves all in. They're going to get it through everybody. Montiano up over 1.1 million after scooping that one. Really good, really nice. The last couple of orbits for him.
Arrivederci.
80.
Schmolka opening under the gun +1 with the 7-6 suited.
Fold. Fold.
Ooh.
Fold.
Off in the cutoff for Mondros. Into the muck. And Montiano found himself a pair of queens on a right old heater.
Raise.
Unlikely to get action out of Schmolka though. But he has made it pretty small, 215k, just over 2.5x. So Schmolka may feel compelled to call versus this small sizing. He's got a good hand to take up against the kind of 3-bet value range. Not going to be dominated very often. These hands are pretty powerful. So wouldn't be surprised if we see a call here. Does let it go though, disciplined fold. Smolka picking up a nice one. King Queen suited under the gun.
With you. Nice. 180.
Nothing for anybody else so far. Let's see what Marquard's got in the big blind. Jack 6 suited, definitely defendable.
Easy life.
Lets it go though, very tight fold there from Marquard. Like I said earlier, I think he's probably in through some kind of satellite or something. Seems to be a pretty big spot for him, judging on a couple of physical movements he's made at certain stages, especially when he had the aces, so fair enough.
שלחתי לו לינק. יש לינק לאינטרנט.
יש לינק לזה, יכול לרדת אליו.
Ashkenazi just in there with the 10-9 off as well under the gun. Peeled the 7-6 off earlier, just absolutely loves it. Goes for almost a full 3x as well, and Richie +2 with the ace-10 offsuit. Interesting decision here, but Alex to let it go, seems reasonable.
Strong. You call all in? You call all in? Button's good. Maybe no.
Gets it done with the 10-9-0. Not here to fold. Folding, everybody folding this hand so far. No opens. Marquard on the button though with the Jack-6 suited. Didn't defend it out of the big blind, facing the open, so we'll see if he opens with it. He does decide to open. Perhaps wants to take his chances in position a bit more. Smolka picking up a monster in the small blind though. Ace-King offsuit, playing around 32 big blinds. Interesting to see what he decides to go for here. I think a jam is definitely on the table, but he decides to make it 300k, a little under a 4x 3-bet. Elimelech in the big blind, nothing for him to get involved with. Folds the King-8 off, so one of Smolka's outs gone should he need it, but I imagine we're going to see Marquard just fold here. Does just let it go. Smolka back up to the 1.5 million chip mark.
Now I had the best hand out of all of the 3 bets.
Probably, I believe you. This was the best out of all the 3 bets?
But I'm terrible in live sizing.
Yeah. I noticed, like, I was pretty big, so I was like, I wanted to call you then. Make it a little cheaper, come on, man. Let me in.
Interesting bit of table talk there.
Live sizing is
like cosmetics. I should delete the
online, you're just clicking buttons. All hotkeys.
Action player getting moved. That's no good for the entertainment factor. Levy finding pocket sixes in the hijack. Definitely going to be opening.
Nice. Don't look nice on the camera. It's all good.
Marquardt in the cutoff for the Queen 9 suit. Could definitely go for a free bet here, but we've seen him on the Schneider side.
Sorry.
Decides to let it go.
Can you take this? Oh, sorry.
No problem.
Richie with a 10-7 off in the big blind. Expect we'll see him defend. Does peel. Pretty much a flip. See who flops the best of it. 8-5-2-2 spades. Pretty strong flop for Levy's hand. Only one overcard. And he's got spade in his hand too. A couple of backdoor straight draws. So hand definitely going to be strong enough to bet and call a raise should he face one. So I expect we'll see a c-bet here.
Count stacks.
Yes. All the tricks.
Pretend like it's
all
bigger
the
decision.
Yeah, I would do it. Before bet me 4 times. I get an idea, you know. Wow, I'm so weak now. He used to 10.
Nothing personal. We can get a drink later.
Of course, man. All good. I'm just joking. All fair game. You're in position.
Makes it 70k on the flop and takes that one down.
Wrong about 3
Very comfortable stat for Levy over the 3 million chip mark. Definitely going to have his eyes on the deep run here.
You can do it wrong.
Huh?
You can do it wrong.
Yeah. Sure.
Don't think about history that it is wrong. Some people do it wrong.
Yeah, of course.
Montiano going to be sending this one into the muck. Nataliev not going to be sending this one into the muck though. A few too many big blinds to jam though. Still playing over 16 bigs, so expect to just see an open.
Raise 18.
Raise 18. Call.
Elimelech. Pocket fours on the button, not deep enough to peel. Lets it go. Richie in the small blind though, the pocket eights. His hand is definitely good enough. Can be interesting to see. I think we're just going to see an all in here. And then we'll see Nataliev eventually get out of the way. King Jack suited, not going to be strong enough to call a jam.
All in.
Jamie, that's the
Vitaliev asking for a count, but I think he can see from there that he is covered. So he's the effective stack, 16 bigs.
Is there a dinner break now? Or
No, ordinary break. I asked them.
no?
Ordinary? It was only 8 level we played today. They say all breaks.
No 45 minutes, only 15.
No,
Less
for
than
us.
Yeah.
795.
7-9.
Vitaliev does eventually get out of the way. Richie back up to close to 1 million chips.
Not eating big break. Maybe like a small fruit or something like that.
Yeah, fruit is good. So we play down to final table today?
Yes. 8 levels.
8 levels?
I was told so.
From what level?
25.
25?
After 25 we finish?
So after this, 2 more.
Okay.
More 2 levels.
Shorter than yesterday.
Yeah.
It's not going fast enough.
Yeah.
For a final day, 30 left.
Yeah, but the final day will also be like, should be like 10 hours or at least, probably even more.
Structure is way too good.
Yeah.
Structure way too
not
good.
gonna
No
complain.
such thing.
Yeah.
Should be counting your blessings.
I have nothing to do tomorrow. And the day after too.
Levy finding Jack 10 suited under the gun +1. Picked up his fair share of hands today. Marquardt also with a nice one, ace queen offsuit. Marquardt putting in a 3-bet. Makes it 240k to go. Smolka gets out of the way from the hijack with the queen jack offsuit.
I'm not late. You know,
Close one.
I'm not like my neighbor to the left. I'm not picking on you all the time. Just forget it.
You're not getting cards as good as mine.
Probably. I will see
That's
later.
one answer, one excuse for it.
But yeah, probably have some decent hands.
Slight caller here. Elimelech in the hijack with the ace-jack offsuit, playing 20 big blinds. Ace-king suited for Richie in the cutoff. Elimelech could definitely believe he has the best hand here, some of the time at least. And Mondros finding pocket fives behind with 7 bigs. It's another very interesting spot for him. When Mondros calls, I think Elimelech is going to fold a little bit more because it looks so strong to just call it off for 7 bigs with obviously no fold equity. Like, you have to have some kind of hand, whereas at least Richie's range can have some potentially lighter jams in it. Hijack versus cut off, so interesting to see what Mondros decides to do. Decides to call it off the last 7 bigs, can't blame him for that. This might force Elimelech to get out of the way and avoid a bit of a caller. Could have been very tempted to call ace-jack, 20 bigs, cut off, hijack versus cut off, does get out of the way and he's like, yes. Said he had an ace. Ace-jack, S-Valley. So Richie down and out, but still has 50% of the equity here, just a straight flip pretty much. Action. Very sweaty one for Mondros. Richie 2 overs in the nut flush draw now.
Yeah, that would be
calling
nice.
for a 6.
7.
Ooh.
King is a bad one.
Yeah.
5's drawing extremely thin now, just 2 outs.
That's not entertaining.
No.
Jack on the river. Seals it for Richie as he moves up to 1.4 million.
Is the turn. You should pick. Or queen.
Yeah. Yeah. Dinner break now? Oh.
5 minutes.
Yeah. Still play, right? Sometimes they're gonna stop the clock, but
Lucy, it's no penalty. It's no penalty. No.
Next feature table after we go on a 15-minute break. These guys are going to be making an appearance. Some faces we've already had on there before.
Lucy, дай.
Some pretty big stacks in some of those seats. Ooh, especially that one, 2.5 mil at least. Way more actually.
He can see what he has or no?
Stop. No. In penalty, we need to stand up. Penalty.
Stand up. Go smoke. Take my money, 80. The casino take
Raise
my
80.
money. I want to steal the small black.
A couple more hands before we head on to break though. Smoker opening is 10-8 suited under the gun +1. Elimelech in the hijack. King queen off. Another pretty close one for him, an interesting spot. Depends on your perception of smoker. So what you can do here, but king queen makes a fine jam. I think call would be okay. I think fold at small frequency would be okay as well. Does fold. I'm gonna have a look at that one because I'm not sure. Not sure what that tank was about. Whether you've aced enough in the big blind. Imagine we just defend here. Seems a bit too good to 3-bet bluff. Don't want to 3-bet fold this hand out of the big blind when we don't have to. Looks like he is going for the 3-bet though. Makes it 320, and that gets a fold from Schmolka, but Levy did have it dominated.
Mr. Moxen, Omaha 510.
We are going to go on a break after this hand. 37 players remaining. We'll be back for a couple more levels, I believe. Richie trying to take down the last hand before the break. Opens the ace-8 offsuit in the hijack. Does take that one down pre-flop. That's going to see us head on a break, so we will be back in 15 minutes.
Table. So just waiting for all of the hands to play out on every table before cards go on their backs. This could be a very short bubble here. I was expecting us to be sat here for a good 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be a quick one. Plenty of all-ins.
This is literally hand number one of hand-for-hand play. Things you'd love to see. Huge prize pools and short bubbles. Although it depends, if you're the chip leader,
you kind of want it to keep going.
You do indeed. Let's see a crowd surround the table.
One on table 3 and one on the feature table. We're going to start on table 3. Showdown.
So it is Bogdan Andrei in seat 9 with kings. David Victor Smolka with the 7s. So a 7 would burst the bubble. Kings obviously looking to just hold here and secure that min cash of $3,440. So a clean run out for the Kings.
Nice.
Bogdan Andre Montano gets the double. Back over to our feature table. Got King Queen O all in against Jack 10 suited.
Короче, вот такое мне сообщение пришло. Привет. Увидел Влад.
My guy got a GoPro.
אני מכניס אתכם לכסף.
He's GoProing the bubble. What a lad.
Yeah. Green.
Jack, 10 of clubs. Full of money. 40% of the time, we are going to beat ITM. 72 left, 71 paid. Lek, the all-in player at risk, come all the way from America. And well, 10-9 deuce. Lamani flops top pair. 3 of spades on the turn, and we are 1 card away from being in the money chat. Deuce of clubs is going to seal it. Our American friend, Lek,
You would have won from aces.
eliminated on the bubble.
Brutal, but what can you do?
7 bigs, just jamming in the King Queen O.
Yeah, might be a fold, honestly.
No, that was a light shuffle.
Could very well be a fold.
I have a lot of friends short stick.
Baybar's picking up jacks under the gun, pops it to 45k.
Baybar's seems to run deep in all of these events. It's actually insane.
Sometimes you just know what you're doing, don't you?
Let's have a look at Baybar's Headland mob. Little Baybar's. 177,000 in total live earnings. 55th on Turkey's all-time money list. We all know who the leader is of that list. Yeah, look at this, just super consistent. Since 19th of September, first saw him back at the Party Poker live event here. FT the PLO.
Good spot for you.
One day mini main event, 3k, and he won it for 25k.
Yeah.
Wow, must have got very few runners.
FT.
So we've got some stuff going on here. Everybody fancies a piece of it. Baybar's opening the jacks. Vati under the gun +1 just puts in the call with the ace-9 offsuit. Lamani in the hijack, peeling the queen-9 suited. Both of those a little bit of a wide peel, you might say. Nikitin in the small blind with the 7s, pretty standard. Now Pankov in the big blind. Jack 8 using a time bank.
Oh, nice. The time bank chips have been called out. Love that. So we've got a clock in play now.
Yeah, I think Pankov just wants to fold this one. Again, it's one of those types of hands that flops a lot of second pairs or gut shots, and the SPR is going to be so big for us. We're literally going to have SPR of 1 if we defend. So we're going to be forced to go broke on kind of jack high boards or 8 high boards where we rarely have the best hand. So I think I'd make a nitty fold here. Dominated a lot. You can see Baybar's has him absolutely crushed.
Wow.
There it is. 8,
Wow,
7, 3. This could be some fireworks. Pankov flopping top pair out of the big blind.
Good luck, Baybar's.
And I would have expected... Is it still his turn? Yeah. I would expect to probably see a donk jam here from Pankov. His
Just
hand
never getting away from it, right?
No. His hand needs a lot of protection. If he does have the best hand now, he can't check fold an 8. This is the whole reason that you can't. Yeah, it does just go for the shove. You can't peel these hands if you're not going broke on a board like this. So does go for the donk jam, and now Baybar's potentially go for the rejam here. 495k. He's only got 25 bigs behind in his stack. Already 470k in the pot. So expect to see him rejam here, unblocks all the draws. Obviously needs a lot of protection.
You know, the craziest thing about all of this, Leo, is as Pankov jammed, Nikitin, who sat there with the middle set, said, good luck all in.
Did he?
Yeah. He's just like, good luck.
Good luck all in, I've got a set.
There's 3 people behind left to act. He's waiting in trap 4 to just snap call it off.
Yeah.
Savage. It's like, good luck, mate. I'm sorry that I'm going to bust you. Wow, Baybars does move all in over the top. Drawing to just 1 out. Pankov drawing to running cards. Vati going to get out of the way. That's Will Lamani.
3-3.
Snap call
Sevens are good in this table.
for Nikitin.
Yeah. And he's got them both absolutely crushed. 95% pretty much of the equity here. Small chance of a chop. How is there a small chance of a chop?
That's how
What am I missing?
Oh, I don't think you're missing anything, mate.
94.14. That only adds up to 99.
Yeah, I think it's just the actual
99.1.
Yeah, exactly. Just haven't added up.
У меня была 7. That's how you run when you're pro.
King of clubs on the turn.
So Pankov drawing dead.
Pankov completely dead, and Baybars 1 out. Nikitin going to scoop an absolutely massive pot here as the 10 hits the river up to $1 million, 1.5 million.
Yeah, it's very close.
Double knockout. Nikitin extends his arm over to Baybars.
Who puts him in an armbar and says, F you, buddy.
Волшебство.
Yeah. I don't know what happened. I don't know. I forget what I eat on the breakfast. I think it was important.
I need to know that.
For those of you just joining us, we're in the money. 68 left. Everyone guaranteed $3,440 for their efforts so far. This Merit Poker Vintage Series warm-up. Vintage style festival of over $3 million guaranteed in November. Why is it that everyone's sunglasses choice?
Super reflective.
There's that, yeah, but everyone's sunglasses choice, it just seems to be infinitely better than my go-to sunglasses. I just look like Sloth from the Goonies every time I wear glasses. Have a look at this. Jack 3-3. Vati just flat calling. The Queen 3 suited on the button. She's here to play.
I know. Love this.
And fortunately, it's just ace high. But this is why people play tournaments, chat.
Absolutely.
This is why people play tournaments.
Also, shout out to
no.
never use Wizz Air, just in case you were wondering. Unrelated, but don't do it.
Could you not get sued for that statement? This is it wouldn't be slander, would it? It would be
telling the truth.
No comment on my part, because I'm not trying to get dragged into this legal case.
Yeah.
Sue
me. What are you going to do?
What's the term? It is slander, right?
Slander or libel. Libel's
That's
written. No, libel's written, I think. Slander is. Slander is the one. I mean, it is slander. I'm going ahead and slandering Wizz Air. They are absolutely trash, garbage people.
There we go. Gammond betting 180 into 210.
Yeah, Vati absolutely loving this. How can Giemond ever think that he's behind here? Like, ace-jack, that's it, basically. You just are not putting any 3x in the button flatting range apart from quads. And he even blocked. Oh, he doesn't block any ace-3 suited, so there could be an ace-3 of diamonds or an ace-3 of clubs out there. But I love this. Fatty getting it with the time back. It's not her first rodeo.
Yeah, there's no way. This is her first rodeo. The old time extension, that is... it's an OP trick. Let's see what she comes with. No, she's come with the raise.
Interesting.
Just cool. He's gonna have... Oh, wow. Oh, okay, he didn't. I thought he moved all in and she like snap called. She's clicked it to 360. So given bet 180 into 210. I feel like she could have just flat called. I mean, Given would have had significantly less than pot behind. Would have been 600k in the middle. Does also have the King of Hearts in hand, so he's blocking some of the hands, like not many, but like King 10, King Queen of Hearts. Very impressed if you can get away from this, although...
Did the flop go check?
No.
No.
No, bet flop. Although Vati has just given him absolutely every...
opportunity.
Yeah. To really get away from this. If there's ever a time where you just fold ace king, well, it does just move all in and she's snap called. He's already grimaced. See, tables the ace king.
Oh, no, not three, no, please, no three. Oh, this is it.
Oh my god, stop.
You just got snap called, pal, like.
What do you think she's got? You don't beat anything once she snap calls.
Oh, he's standing up, he's throwing the time bank chips in the middle, he's pulling out all the tricks to drill an ace. No dice, 5 of clubs on the river and Vati. To 2 million chips now.
Open call. Yeah, but like, she doesn't flatten. Yeah, whoa, it's mine.
Oh, sorry.
$170k. That feels really sus. I've never found a Hendon mob where someone like their first live cash was like 3 months ago. Wonder if he's just some online crusher, or maybe he just had a
1 series heater. First
yeah,
time.
either that or his name was like misspelt on like a different Hendon mob. Or
yeah, it's true. I used to have 2 Hendon mob pages for a long time. Welcome back after that brief intermission. Back on the feature table with another levy with
also absolutely chunks. Maybe they're related. Twins, perhaps. Wouldn't that be funny? Identical twins and they both got the same stack in a tournament. Fazel in second there, 46 big blinds, 2.3 million. Kabazi, third in chips at this table, just under 2 million. We've had him on our feature table yesterday. Langart also on our feature table yesterday.
50-50.
So good to see some of those guys still in. Only 7 players at this table, a couple of empty seats. Tables will start to be kind of unevenly balanced for a little while as you get deeper. Not enough players to fill all the tables, not enough players to even have one empty seat, so getting pretty deep now. 37 players left, down to just over 5% of the field. Absolutely smashed the guarantee out of the park this tournament, over doubled the original guarantee, so not too shabby.
All in.
Good luck.
Hand developing now, a different levy. Opening the ace jack. Kleiper all in with pocket 8s for under 10 big blinds. See who wins their flips. Well, that is a pretty good flop for Levy. Flops top pair and the nut flush draw. Kleiper down to 1 out. So things not looking good for him. King of Hearts on the turn, seals it, drawing dead. Kleiper eliminated in 37th place. Not a bad run.
Good game. Good game. Good luck, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Play it out. We need players to get here.
Okay.
Levy picking up 8-9 suited now in the hijack. We got a new Levy, and he's also got chunks. They got like similar stacks and everything. Pretty funny.
The Levy's going to play heads up.
I don't know. That would be funny, wouldn't it? I don't know if they're related. Maybe they're like
some
cousins.
Levy on Levy action.
Yeah.
All in.
Grigorev. A little 18 or 16 big blind rejam rather from the small. That was so much respect. Like I remember watching poker 5 years ago and people just would not take these spots at all.
Cool.
And now people just realize that I could actually fold out. So but it has maybe not with this hand. I don't think we're folding out King Queen. Maybe King Queen O, maybe Ace Jack O, but unlikely in these positions. Hijack the small blind.
Yeah, I think King Queen is probably folding. Not loving it, but folding. Ace Jack over probably calls.
איך אני קראתי את היד? אין לי פלאפון. אני לא יכול להיות עם פלאפון.
So everyone currently guaranteed $6,435 for their
So,
effort.
yeah, or they're all on that page jump right now. I don't know exactly how many left.
לא, 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 די, מספיק. כמה גרנטי יש? כמה גרנטי יש?
50,000, אבל 14 שחקנים, 15.
מה זה מעניין?
מה שאתה רוצה. לא? אני נראה לי עושה אבל.
Hand number 115, eh? 36 left. We are on that money jump, by the way.
Yeah.
So everyone currently guaranteed $5,545 for their efforts.
$900 pay jump. After one more elimination.
Dollar pay jump.
Faisal in the hijack, opening the Queen 6 suited. He's got himself a healthy stack as well. Over 40 bigs, almost 50.
So what did I miss, Leonidas?
What did you miss?
Doesn't sound like much.
Nah, not much. There
No?
wasn't too many fireworks. There weren't too many fireworks, I should say. Oh, disgusting English.
Absolutely disgusting.
Grigorev, 7-8 suited on the button. He flicks in the call off his 20 big blindish stack. Langer out the way with the ace-7 suited in the small blind. Heads up. Nine, 7-5, all spades. Faisal flopping at the bottom end of the gut shot. Grigorev with a pair of the gut shot. No spade for either player though. Faisal going to take a stab at this one. Continues for 80k. Grigorev makes the call. Doesn't look like he's enjoying it too much though. 4 on the turn. Faisal picks up an open ender. Decides to check. Grigorev checks it back. Jack of diamonds on the river doesn't change anything, so Grigorev does have the best hand to see if he gets to get to showdown, or if he can perhaps pick off a bluff from Faisal.
A bit of a scare card, right? Jack of diamonds and the Jack X of spades type hands. Hijack v button.
Not too many offsuit combos, but
you would
there are some.
assume.
Yeah, there could be some like ace jack off, king jack off that had a spade for sure. Maybe queen jack.
It's out here with the queen 6 suited. I mean, my guy. Just a bit of an update from the floor. Nina Krasolinikova. We covered yesterday. Remember aces against kings?
I remember. Oh,
twice?
Yeah.
It's cruising along, man. Up
Yeah.
to 2 million chips. So she's still out there getting it done. Well, he's trying to get it done. Keep an eye on that. There are a lot of updates. Go on, Leo. I interrupted you, mate.
You did. That was totally rude. Grigorev flicks in the hero call and receives the good news. Nice call for him. He's up over 1.4 million now.
More good news. Everyone's now guaranteed 6,435 euros.
Page
Dollars,
up.
rather. Dollar efforts.
На большой блайнд это называется.
У тебя тоже так все делал, да?
Какая принята?
У меня вообще... Что, на 10 не собрал инси, не будем? Не обещали. Не обещали?
אני לא יכול.
אני שמאלי, קצת
What did you snag from the buffet?
Oh, mate, all sorts of stuff. Including another one of those chocolate Swiss rolls. Highlight of the evening. I actually just had like chicken and rice and like a load of greens because I was feeling like I should eat some vegetables.
I reckon, mate, you drive your minivan, your bus, once it's all done up here.
To Cyprus.
To Cyprus.
Okay.
And then we just like rotate commentary, playing commentary.
Live in the Merit car park in the camper van.
Mate, you got access to everything.
It's true. It's good.
Cash games, everything. Cheap flights to European stops.
Yeah.
Got a place to live.
True. It's not a bad idea. Ashkenazi back on the feature table. He was a fun one to watch earlier. He was doing a bit of blasting. All sorts of interesting hands, so. But he is absolutely crushed against the Kings of Isaiah. Makes it 3-15, so a very, very small free bet as well after Ashkenazi opens the full 3x. Isaiah trying to give Ashkenazi every opportunity to continue. And I guess he probably will.
Wait, who just said snap call? Did he just snap called? He just beat him to the pot.
I think he just said snap call at the same time as well. He was like, yes, I snap call. Okey-dokey. Ace 8-6, always an ace.
Ace magnets.
Six on the turn after the flop goes check. Doesn't change anything. Let's see if Ashkenazi decides to turn his falls into a bluff. Probably going to be a bit worried about the old top set maneuver here though. Min free bet pre-flop, check back the ace high board.
Yeah, Sire going for the 3-bet off of 22 rather than jamming, which is, you know, a thing. I actually really like it.
Yeah.
If you're mixing in some like ace 10-Os or some king 10-Os.
Yeah, absolutely. I probably wouldn't want to use king 10-0 in these positions, but
let's go.
Definitely an ace 10-0 or an ace 5 suited.
Ashkenazi, the half pot on the river.
Isaiah talking to himself.
Well, I've 3-bet pre. Does make the call. 1.9 million. Up to 40 bigs. Ashkenazi down to 2.1. We thought Leo on the 4s river bet there. Trying to get 10s through kings to fold.
Yeah, seems alright. I'd probably start just taking off on the turn if I was going to be bluffing. You want to go for 2 against hands like that because once he checks back the flop and you do actually have an ace, the times you do actually have an ace, you're going to be blocking that top set check back, so you're not super worried about it and you're mostly targeting kings and queens and stuff like that. So I think you can just bet small and get kings and queens and stuff to fold like that. Go for a 2-street game myself. Ace-6 suited for Faisal. Opens under the gun plus 105k. Jack-9 suited for Isaiah.
Oh, we're going to get down to less than the final 4 tables, mate. 34 left.
Yeah, 2 hours to go for sure. We might get down to like 24 or something.
Mate, I reckon. As soon as we got 2 hours, you should probably go for a stroll and find us something sweet on your way back.
Another cake?
I reckon you should, mate. Yeah.
Should I just go to the buffet and come back with a whole... did you see out there at the front? There was like a plate of stuff. Did you not see it?
No, I didn't.
Oh, go out.
I can't. We're commentating. But you can go.
You can go for you can go for 5 seconds.
Nah.
It's literally in the main room.
Okay.
They've just got this like table filled with like donuts and stuff. It's all got like sprinkles all over.
Oh, it's because it was Jasmine's birthday.
Ah, there
did you see?
Go and eat some of Jasmine's birthday cake.
Did you see the dog that got in?
I saw several dogs. I've seen a few dogs in this hotel since I've been here. They're all very friendly.
But actually in the
in the
card
poker room. No, I didn't see that.
He was like barking and like.
Is he the little scruffy one?
No.
No. Like a more of a smooth coat white one.
No, I haven't.
No. You haven't seen it?
Haven't seen it. No. Keep an eye out for him.
Well, you just said that you saw him.
Well, I saw the little black one. Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
the
actually,
black one.
he's pretty big. Actually.
I haven't seen the little black one. Last time I was in Cyprus, we went to a restaurant down by the beach once, and this dog followed us home from the restaurant and then spent the rest of the week sleeping in our Airbnb. So we called him Jet.
Just making friends like that, eh?
Because he was jet black. Something sweet. And we kill Bane with the sweet tooth. Oh, I've just had cake, but I do want more.
Go ahead, mate.
The desserts at the buffet in here, though, are not as good as the ones at the main one. And I don't know if I can walk through the whole hotel with a plate of desserts.
What do you mean the whole hotel?
Like from the buffet upstairs.
Right. They're not as good as the ones here.
No, they're way better.
The
But
ones
I'm saying
upstairs.
if I
are-
went upstairs, I'd have to walk through the hotel lobby with a plate of cake, and I feel like a bit of a pig doing that.
I reckon you throwing out a couple of important names, just like, hey, Ashkan invited me here, or Ms. Songul invited me here. If anyone questions you, they're going to very quickly apologise and be like, I'm so sorry for stepping in front of you. Please do continue going about your day.
Please eat all the cake you like, you
Yeah.
fat bastard. Kabazi +2, ace-4 suited. Did we just see somebody fold ace-4 suited +1? I think we did,
I think we did, yeah.
Kabazi ace king 10 suited though. He's definitely not going to be folding.
Big fan of Kabazi. He just seems to just be very consistent. I told you he loves the great game of PLO, but he also seems to just be running deep in a lot of these. 207k in total live earnings. Won a hyper turbo here back in May. Couple of second places for the 5-figure scores.
Not too shabby, but like you say, predominantly a cash game player. Levy picking up a queen jack suited in the big blind. He does have his suits locked, unfortunately. Suit locked. So a couple of diamonds could make things interesting.
Oi, oi.
Oi, oi. Ace deuce deuce 2 diamonds. Kabazi going to be going for the range bet here, but going to be loving the actual hand he has as well.
How bad's the FOMO been kicking in for you today, poker-wise?
A little bad, but
Yeah.
not too bad, you know.
No?
I'm alright in the booth this week.
Yeah, I think it's perfect that we have Monday off. I feel like after tomorrow, I'm going to kind of... Because I'm getting there. I was actually thinking of maybe grinding for a few hours tonight. But I would also patiently...
Yeah, I was thinking of
patiently
grinding
wait
tonight as well.
until Monday.
Could definitely happen. Saturday, I don't know if it makes any difference in Cyprus.
Ooh, wow.
Does day of the week make any difference here, or the game's probably just always good, aren't they, during the
Always,
series?
yeah, always running.
Wow.
420 in the middle.
Back to the cooler at hand. Kabazi turning the nut flush, Levo turning the second nut flush, and this is going to get really nasty for Levy because he should effectively have the nuts here. Like, there are very, very few combos he's losing to. Obviously, there's aces full and ace deuce, but that's a very small percentage. Only 2 combos of ace 2 suited, only 3 combos of aces. And Levi might not expect Kabazi to always fast play his aces full. So pretty interesting to see how this one develops. He just goes for the check call on a turn. Maybe perhaps a bit suspicious at that bet sizing.
I feel like that's all we can do in this spot, right? Like, are we meant to have check raises on this ball texture?
Yeah, I would think so. Different if it's ace ace deuce. But
Right.
ace deuce deuce, I would say we're... Oh, especially ace deuce deuce 5, big blind with 3 diamonds. Yeah, we would 100% have check raises on this. This is actually a much better board for the big blind than it is for the opener. We got straights, we got deuce X, we got more ace 5 offsuit, we got more flushes. We don't have the nut advantage, but we still have more than enough strong hands. Like, we both have ace deuce suited. We can have ace deuce off out of the big blind.
That's true. Yeah, that's very true. I can't be loving this, but...
No, now we're absolutely not loving it. But still just calling, because there's enough combos of like 10-9 suited and stuff like that. Just worse flushes that are value owning themselves. And potentially something like King of Diamonds, Queen as a bluff, so... I don't think Levy's going to end up folding this one. He's just going to call it off. Yeah, does. Gets the bad news.
Thank you.
2 million chip pot, one of the biggest,
pot, yeah.
biggest pots of the tournament. And Levy, can't believe it. I mean, you've only got like the 15th nuts, mate. 34 left, but yeah, cooler situation.
Very unlucky there. Nasty one to be on the wrong end of.
Yeah, as we spoke about earlier on, you know, sometimes in not just tournament poker, but even in like cash games, it's just your turn to die, or your turn to lose a massive hand.
To be mortally wounded.
Through absolutely no fault of your own, you're just defending the big and you turn a flush.
Yeah. Still got over 20 bigs though, so it's not the complete end of the world.
Oh yeah, it's cruising. 25, 30 bigs, big blind 50k. Sire, unfortunately, can't pip the 10-8 suited.
Nothing much for anybody so far. Shefagulin. Is this a different Shefagulin?
I mean, there's probably...
Might be a much more common name than I think.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, there's probably names, right? Kind of like Smith or...
Like I imagine Levy is a very common Israeli name.
Yeah.
Surname.
Or like Peters or...
Yeah. Shafagulin seems a bit more unique, but what do I know?
It probably, yeah. So does Smith probably to them whenever they're...
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Maybe you're right. They hear Worthington Least and they're like, I bet that's really common. Everybody's called that where you're from.
Yeah, it's funny. We got pretty unique surnames, to be fair. Well, you definitely do.
So we can come cheap, you know. I had to buy that on eBay.
Yeah, I was thinking of buying one of my own. I go with Bond.
Bond. Kill Bond.
Seeing as we're going to potentially be going to Montenegro, if we play our cards right.
Oh, yes. Wouldn't that be nice? I've never been to Montenegro. I always love going to a new place. Kabaze cruising after winning that chunky little pot. He's up well over the 3 million chip mark. Going to be up there in terms of chip counts. I haven't really seen much. I haven't seen any 4 million plus yet at the feature table, so definitely going to be up there.
Going over to Facebook page.
See if there's any chip count reports over there. Ace-Jack suited now for Kabaze under the gun. 3.2 million. 25k, sorry, 20k, 50k. So 64 bigs. Very, very healthy stack indeed. Makes it 105 to go. Grigorev +1. That king queen off. May choose to go down the 3-bet bluff route with this hand, but instead decides to just let it go. Very disciplined. Just snap folds. Ashkenazi pocket fours once again. Puts it in the cutoff. Seeing if he can find himself a 4 on the flop.
.33 left. 5% of the field. This is where you start. Maybe not start dreaming of final table, but you think about end of day, bagging up, getting some rest, coming back for the big day tomorrow. I've already spent the 200k in my head.
At this point, I'm like, I'll be lucky if I don't come 33rd, usually. Like, I just approach MTTs with no expectations, no nothing.
That's great.
I've played enough to know that 30 left means absolutely nothing. It's only really of interest to me once there's like 15 left, I think. Not of interest, but you know what I mean.
Yeah,
I can start maybe thinking, okay, that's how we're going to approach final tables, etc., etc. But yeah, I think even 15, a lot can change in a structure like this.
It's interesting to hear you say it. Like, I love the way you manage your expectations. You're not setting yourself up for failure by being overly disappointed if you do start purchasing things for 200k in your head. But the thing that I don't like about that is because a lot of recreationals are already thinking about the money, they're thinking about the next pay jump. I feel like when I get down to 33, and I'm not talking from much experience, but the way that I would think a lot of elite regs view it is, okay, now's the chance. Now's the time to start really leaning into a lot of people. People are looking at the pay jumps. They're already thinking about bagging for the evening. They're already thinking about getting down to the final 3, final 2 tables.
I agree.
Let's start going after them.
But that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to make it any deeper in the tournament. That's why, just because I'm going to start being more aggressive now or putting pressure on people doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to do any better than I would if I played tighter. So again, like no expectations. All I do is try and play every hand properly, you know, and then see where I come. That's all you can do, really. You play your spots and you see where you end up.
Yeah, that's more than fair.
Kabaze in this 4-way pot finds himself with the best hand.
Fazal with the double gutter, 2-tone board. May decide to let this one go. Hang on, wait, Ashkenazi is called with the 4s.
Yeah, you know, got a gut shot.
Okay. Alright. Sorry for 5 rolls off. In before the 5 rolls off.
4 clubs. All day long.
He's just going to turn the 4s.
Ashkenazi got some tricks up his sleeve as well, so it might not be a I need to get there
to
win type situation.
The 9 of diamonds needs to roll off.
Yeah, it doesn't like that river, Kabazi. A really, really terrible river. It's going to be super hard for him to call, and Ashkenazi is absolutely going to get this through, so. There are so few bluffs left. Even a lot of front door spades that bricked are going to have a straight.
If I'm sat there with ace jack, I'm snap calling the floor for the string bet. Snap, I'm like, no, that was 25k.
Nah, they'll rule it.
Dropped.
I think forward motion, pretty clear forward motion
Yeah,
in that one. I think judge rules.
100%.
Go to jail. Do not pass go.
Right, listen, get Judge Rinder on the phone, okay?
Yeah. Well, if we're having phony judges, then you know you might get your way. We'll get Judge Judy. She knows what's up.
She does know what's up.
She doesn't take
Absolute
any nonsense.
boss, mate. Imagine Judge Judy as a tournament director.
Yeah.
Wow. There would be zero nonsense
Or Anne
from
Robinson.
like whiny poker players like Alan Kessler. Get in the bin.
He'd never be able to play a tournament ever again. She'd just ban him.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Small size, throwing Kabazi off. Yeah,
Wow,
does let
let's
it go.
go. Ashkenazi.
Got moves, mate. He put a massive free bet in earlier with 10-9 suited. He opened 10-9 off under the gun. Called 7-6 off out the small blind, multi-way off like 20 bigs. All sorts of drama, but he is chipping up nicely now. Up to over 30 big blinds. Looks more like 40 big blinds plus, so he's more than comfortable at the moment. He's got a dirty stack though. I hope he notices.
Oh, it's a bad dirty stack as well.
Yeah, where you lose 20k when you find out.
Mate, what happened to your phone?
It's out of battery.
Your room's like 2 minutes away.
Oh, it's more than 2 minutes. I'm right down the end.
All right, it's like 5 minutes away.
Yeah, it's about 5 minutes away.
But you know you are free to leave at any point.
I am, but the time my phone died was just about when we went on break, and it was a 15-minute break, and I wanted to get food.
Okay.
So I thought I don't have time to do both, and food is more important because next break the buffet's going to be closed. So.
Is it going to be closed though?
I think it finishes at 10.
All right, room service it is then.
Your room service, or you can just go now. Get me a cake.
Nah.
Go on. I like the chocolate Swiss log thing.
Mate, I can't walk. It was leg day today. I was actually hobbling back to the booth. Tell you what we're going to do on Monday on our day off though. We are swimming from the Cove all the way over to the Premium. It's like a 1.5 kilometer swim. It's a really nice swim.
Okay, I'm in.
So that's why I did legs today, so I can rest them tomorrow. I don't want to be drowning. Leo!
Let's do it. Have you got your swimming stuff?
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, not the same professional stuff that you've got, but...
Professional goggles.
Yeah.
Cool.
Cool. No doubt, no doubt.
I would love to swim in the sea. As long as there's no sharks.
No.
Well, that's the Mediterranean, so actually there are.
Not here, there aren't. Is it the Mediterranean? You sure?
Is it not? The north. Oh, it might not be. What is it then?
Oh, of course, we're on this side. Yeah, that.
Wow.
Wow.
This is the Mediterranean. What else is it going to be?
It's not the Mediterranean. I didn't think it was.
What is it then?
It's the Aegean Sea.
You sure?
Yeah.
100%?
I mean, I
Google like Cyprus North Coast Ocean or whatever. Is Cyprus in the Mediterranean?
Mind you, even this isn't called the Mediterranean. It's
The Mediterranean is north of Africa, but I don't know if we are too north for that to count.
So what do you want me to Google?
Just Google, is Cyprus in the Mediterranean?
Ask the dog.
Yeah, in the Mediterranean. Anyway, 10's under the gun for Langer, or Langar. Learn something new every day when you're with me, don't you?
Yeah, where do you think it's comes under? Europe or Middle East?
Cyprus.
Yeah.
North
Controversial.
Cyprus.
Wow. Yeah.
I would
Oh,
say
hang on a
Middle
minute.
East because it's Turkish, isn't it? So.
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute.
Ooh, we got a juice box of a hand. 2 times ace king, 1 times 10-10. 10-10. Oh, it's going to be a really interesting spot for 10s. Depends on what Faisal does, but I think Faisal's just going to jam, and then 10s are going to fold, and Ashkenaz is going to call it off, and it's going to be a chop.
Going to be incredibly...
I'm going to go for Middle East. Am I correct?
I don't know, because I don't want it to
You
be...
don't know.
Yeah, I don't want to say anything controversial on stream. Florent Deuce is saying, Henry Kilbane, try the baklava soaked in milk. It's the best dessert in the house. Florent, firstly, how you doing, dude? Long time no see.
Soaked in milk. Interesting. That does sound pretty delicious.
Absolute legend of the game, Florent. One of the best Romanian players.
Won Goliath.
Did he actually?
Yeah, he won the Goliath once.
Wow, one absolute. How do you even win the Goliath?
I know. It was after he won a big tournament in Vegas that summer as well.
Right, let's jump back into the action here, because this is going to be one of the biggest hands of the tournament. We've still got players behind, by the way, that could wake up with hands.
Yeah, we could have a pair of queens hiding in there somewhere.
Langer's just like grim spot.
I don't think it's super grim, to be honest. I think this is absolute best possible case scenario, and every other time we're like in not amazing shape. Depends on what you think of Ashkenazi though, because he has shown his a kind of tendency to put some wild 3-bets in, so it does change things slightly. But it's very, very in depth because Faisal has to know that as well. Both players have to be acting upon that accordingly. So I imagine Langer's just going to get out of the way, but certainly always a shame to fold this kind of hand.
Oh, 8-7 of clubs.
I know. Cool. So nobody found queens. And it's back to Langer.
Ashkenazi doesn't strike me as the guy to fold ace-king, even if it is for 1.6
no, absolutely no chance. He's just going to snap it off.
And Langer would be in incredible shape if he could find
Feels
the
so
corner.
unjust when you get it in a spot like this and it comes ace or king. Honestly, one of the most unjust spots in poker.
Yeah. Seen it before so many times. Played incredibly well on yesterday's feature table. And discipline laydown, I get it. Look at the action behind. He's open from under the gun, facing a 3-bet and a cold 4. And hello! Wow. Ashkenazi just like straight in the muck.
I'm shocked. Did not think that was coming at all. Would have wagered good money that he was just going to snap call. I'm very surprised. And when Faisal sees that one back, he's going to be like, okay, fantastic, about as good as it gets.
Honestly, man, like a lot of people often like reach out on Instagram, asking questions like how they can improve, and don't get me wrong, like studying, obviously going over some of the things that you mentioned yesterday makes a ton of sense, right, from like a theoretical standpoint. And I'm not necessarily using this hand as an example, but watching these live streams as well, for me personally in recent years, has just like taught me so much about general population tendencies.
Yeah.
Again, there's obviously an exception to the rule, but that doesn't necessarily change the rule. There's always an exception. But watching people like Lagner, who is clearly a competent reg, play against these types of fields, and they seem to be so consistent, it's because they trust their instincts and they deviate from what the solver would say and what the theory says against certain player types. And you look at this and you're just like, okay, well, this guy's just snap folding ace-king.
Yeah.
But I guarantee you, if that was you that cold 4-bet, he would spike call you because you look like a reg.
He said something about amateur when he folded. I heard him say amateur.
Yeah.
in a foreign language, but I don't know what he was saying exactly. But yeah, I agree. I just always get called. I never get it through. I've never got it through in my
100%.
life.
How much? 135?
Gave up bluffing years ago. It's interesting for me because when I first started playing, it was just a few years before like the dawn of solvers. They didn't even exist in any form at the time. So my first couple of years, or 3 or 4 years probably, were purely based on like intuition, live reads, population tendencies kind of stuff, playing with a very small player pool and just understanding how most people's brains naturally want to make decisions when they don't know what the right answer is.
Yeah.
So and then I built like from like a theory base on top of that in the later years, and I think that actually is a good thing. Like I think that worked well for my strategy because I find I've got a good solid mix of like knowing when to deviate but also knowing what I'm supposed to do, you know, and knowing when you should just play the right move and when you should play the wrong move, so to speak. There's a lot of art. You run into quite a lot of resistance when you tend to like go against the grain a bit or deliberately do something that you know is incorrect, quote unquote, because some of the new generations of people just treat solvers as if they're the holy grail, and if you don't play like a solver does, then you're making a mistake. But this is not. That is true in a situation where you're playing against a computer who's making perfect decisions. But humans are very imperfect beings, and you have to adapt to that. The very best people in the world just are exploiting the people they're playing against the hardest. But
especially in America, mate.
But that comes back a lot of the time. Like elite high stakes, high roller small fields, playing the best exploit against people comes back around to playing a very sound GTO strategy because your opponents are playing really, really well. Whereas in these tournaments, that's not always the case. So there's a lot more room to move away from the theoretical approach. And yeah, like you say, in America, it's just exploit city. If you're going over there thinking you're just going to play like a solver and print loads of money, you're completely leaving money on the table.
Yeah, I recall grinding with you back in the day, and just be like, "What's Barbara doing again?" Just like cold calling a 4-bet out the small. Like, how do you adjust to this?
You fold. You give up immediately. As soon as Barbara's in there.
I was just like cold called to Jack 10 suit because she wanted to see a flop. Yeah. Langer taking the spot against the cut-off open.
Yeah.
Effectively Journal. Hello.
Interesting one, yeah. The positions are late enough that I think Pashugin is going to perhaps end up putting this one in. Langer could definitely have worse hands than Ace-Jack here. Small blind versus cut-off for 13 bigs. So expect to see Pashugin get it in bad shape here, but he won't be making a mistake in the progress in the process.
Why do people always have cooler fashion choices than me?
That's not hard, is it?
That El Patron hat. It's cool.
Is it?
I think it's cool.
Fair enough. That explains why people always have better fashion choices than you.
We are both a scruffy pair of.
Yeah, we are. I couldn't care less what I look like.
Yeah, neither could I. That's my problem.
No, it's not a problem. It's freeing. Why does it matter? Who are you trying to impress?
I don't know.
She already fancies you.
True. Yeah. They all do. Pachugin down to its final 11 bigs. 12 effective. Big blind already in. 33 left. No pay jumps.
No.
Anytime soon.
I've just been thinking about baklava soaked in milk for a few minutes now, so sounds delicious. But the Ace-Jack does manage to find the fold, gets away from a cooler situation. I certainly wouldn't be folding Ace-Jack there. Big blind versus small blind versus cut-off versus who I perceive to be a solid reg, and the opener I perceive to be very wide and playing a big stack. You would have to pry Ace-Jack off from my cold dead hands. And I'd probably be heading out.
Out the door in 33rd.
Absolutely.
Another near miss.
Disappointing result. Go home. Tell my family I've failed.
And they're just like, we
do you ever win? Yes, Mum. It's not very often. That's how the game works, all right?
It's like, well, in chess, best players always win.
It's true. That's why I don't play chess. I want to give them all a chance. Zaya not going to be interested with the Jack 3. Grigorov in the cutoff with the ace-5 off. Could see this one getting opened. Does cover a couple of players behind, so good spot to exert pressure. Ace-X becomes much more relevant when you're opening into shorter stacks because you heavily block those rejam ranges, so that's super important. Like ace-5 off is a lot weaker in this spot at like 100 big blinds deep because then playability matters because you're not going to get into pre-flop battles so much, but yeah, he just goes for the shove here into 3 kind of 10 to 15 big blind stacks, which I really like. Good play. Gets it through. Up to 1.4.
Alessio Asaya, old school Italian OG, by the way. WPT
nice
winner,
scores.
IPT winner in Italy, San Remo rather.
Oh,
and
back
Venice.
in the day.
Back in the day, yeah, old school.
2009, 2011.
I remember seeing like there's actual WPT footage from that, like
WPT
actual
Venice.
stream.
Wow, I bet that was absolutely unreal.
Like actual stream. IPT, MPP came second.
IPT doesn't even exist anymore.
No, it doesn't, no. MPP opener event, covered that, 94k.
So yeah, several good results, really solid. What's the total
Second for a
cashes?
bracelet. 2.5 million, yeah.
Nice, very nice.
What else have we got? Yeah, a lot of like healthy 5-figure scores. 1, 2, 3, 6 6-figure scores.
Barzi +3 out of the way with the 10-8.
Whatever happened to Greg Merson, man?
He won the main event and then probably just quit playing because it's like I got $8 million now.
Oh, did he actually win it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he did, yeah.
Understandable. I'd probably do exactly the same, to be honest. If I won $8.5 billion, you'd never hear from me again.
It's crazy because he won the main and then wow,
after winning 4 days before he won a 10k six max for 1.1 million. I didn't know that.
And then just a month before that came 5th. Oh, I did not know that. That's insane.
Wow, $10 million WSOP. What a life. We got an all-in at developing here. Shafagulin is all in for his last 2 big blinds. Was ahead briefly for a second there on the turn, but Ashkenazi with the re-get there on the river. And Shafagulin going to be eliminated in 33rd place. Good game.
GG's. Yeah, you're right. He just dropped off the face of the earth for a good couple of years.
Only plays WSOP by the looks of that.
Hasn't played a live WSOP. Oh no, sorry, he did. Yeah, he did. Played this. Played this main event. Like not even that many results. Just 2 bracelets. Won the
Heater of the century. That's insane. 2 10Ks back to back, and one of them was they're both WSOP bracelets.
Well, 3rd of July.
Yeah.
2020.
So he literally registered the next day for the WSOP.
1.1 mil. Registers 4 days later because it was November 9 back then.
Yeah.
So don't forget that because Reg was on the 7th, but he would have won it in November.
Yeah.
For 8.5. And then fast forward. 3 months after he wins the main, goes to the PCA, comes second in a 25k high roller for just shy of $1 mil. Continues grinding for like a year and then just pieces out.
Yeah.
Don't blame him, yeah, you're right. What life.
Still 90th on the all-time money list, even though he hasn't played for like 10 years or something.
That's crazy, right? That's crazy.
That's what winning the main event will do for you. Kabazi opening up the King-Queen off, under the gun +2. Langar getting out of the way in the cut-off, and King-Queen suited on the button for Pashugin. playing only 11 big blinds now, so expect to see this get moved in. Does eventually put it in.
Those of you just joining us over on YouTube or Facebook, this is the Merit Poker Vintage Series warm-up. Day 3, deep into day 3. Henry Kilbane alongside Leo Worthington-Lees in the commentary booth. Tomorrow, on Sunday, 20th of November, we're going to be playing down to a winner. The eventual champion's going to be going home with over $200,000.
I'm not being funny, but that's going to be an extremely long day.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
I don't think it is, mate. I want to look at the structure sheet. I'll have a look. It's Cabeza does.
Make the call eventually. It's going to be a chop most of the time here, but Pashugin does have 7%, and Kabazi does have the potential to make 2 different flushes. 2 hearts. Kabazi picks up a bit of equity. Heart on the turn to make it sweaty as always.
No, he's suited.
10 of diamonds. Chop it up.
Never easy. Final day.
10-minute clock.
Actually, is this hand?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be that long.
No, fair.
Let's have a quick look.
It's
So it was 624 entries, right?
Yep.
100k. We got 32 left.
Average 40 bigs.
What's the big blind at the moment?
50k.
Yeah, blind's going up any minute now, though, right?
Sure.
All right, like 20 minutes. Average 40 bigs.
33 bigs if the blinds go up, still chunks. We'll see, yeah, maybe you're right. I'm sure they know what they're doing. They've run a few of these, haven't they? So.
Well, it's only going to take 10 hours from now, 10 more levels, for there to be 100 big blinds in play.
Yeah.
120 big blinds in play. At big blind 500k.
Yeah, so that could easily be like.
So that's the 2 more hours that we got now. The 2
yeah.
more levels. So this level.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, and then
yeah,
8
but then
tomorrow.
after 8, that could be like 5-handed, 6-handed, 120 bigs, 20 big effective.
Don't be ridiculous.
It could be.
I mean, it could be, but
easily be
I've
500.
covered a lot of tournaments. Like, it's very rare. Unless it is like an absolute stalemate throughout the entire final team, and you don't have like an overwhelming chip leader or like a bunch of short stacks, then yeah, sure. But
possible. We'll see. You're going to eat your words. We're going to be here until 11 o'clock the next day.
I mean, we should start prop betting in the booth. You know?
Well, we're obviously not going to do that.
What, prop betting?
No, I mean be here till 11 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
We can prop bet if you want, though.
It would be fun.
It didn't work out too well for you before, though, did it?
Wait, what?
It's the old swimmer, the old swimmeroo.
I regret paying you that, you know.
Yeah, you think you could have? Well, you could have done it now. Maybe you've had a
do.
bit of practice. You've been going to the gym, but back then you're a sack of potatoes.
True, that's true.
Smoking 20 cigarettes every break.
Literally. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Nah, you couldn't have done it. Trust me. Drawing dead.
We'll see. We'll see tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I don't doubt it now. But
no, I'm curious to see what we'll do to on Monday. Is we'll both obviously we'll set off together anyway. We'll do the whole swim together. But you'll lead the way, so you set the pace for us. And I'd be very curious to see where like you think the 500 mark is.
500 meters.
500 meters, yeah.
Okay.
Because I would have no clue. I wouldn't know how to measure
500
it.
meters in a pool would take me roughly 10 minutes.
Is that like a minute in length?
No, it's less than that. It's 30 seconds in length. 30 seconds every 25 meters, roughly 25 to 30 seconds per. So it's about 1 second per meter, basically. So it'd take me about 500 seconds, which is just under 10 minutes, like 8.5 minutes. That's like my very consistent pace in a pool.
You don't get gassed out?
No.
Not after 500?
I do 2K at that pace.
Wow, that's impressive, mate. It's very impressive. I'd be very, very keen to see your form at the moment, because I remember when you first started getting into it, I was already impressed after you'd only been doing it for a short while.
Yeah, I've definitely put a lot of hours into the pool. It's such a therapeutic place to be, you know. Whenever I've been feeling like down or low energy or just like unfocused, bit depressed or whatever, swimming just never fails to make me feel good. Doesn't give you like that full body sensation. You just don't get that anywhere else. Running is like a little bit close.
I love running.
You do get a similar buzz from running, but swimming just, I don't know, there's something about it that makes me feel so strong.
Oh, hello, 9 in the window.
Wow, and Ashkenazi flopping top pair as well.
Fortunately for Ashkenazi, just the 7 kicker.
Yeah, see what Levy decides to do here. Back up to 2.8 million. How did that happen? Didn't he lose a massive pot? He did lose a massive pot. That flush one. Did he have that many chips before? Wow.
Yeah.
He had like 3.8 million, didn't he? Yeah, makes sense, I guess. It was about $1 million each. And Levy just going for the call. Absolutely love this. Protecting all those draws that he's going to have here, leaving himself far less exploitable on later streets. I think this is something a lot of people miss as well. They just fast play their good hands here without realising that that makes them very, very exploitable on later streets after they call the flop. Queen of Hearts on the turn might slow things down slightly, but Levy definitely still has a more than strong enough hand to go for value, especially facing the check. When Ashkenazi bets the flop and then checks the turn, he's very likely to have 10x. Much more 10x than draws, I think. And does get out of the way quickly on the turn, though, but yeah, what else are you going to do? He's just fixed his dirty stack as well. It's nice, satisfying.
Thought you were going to go out there and tell him.
Yeah, I would have if he'd kept it there for 10 more minutes.
Tell me that you're out.
Grigorev deep into day 3. Sub 30. Couple of ladies.
Really nice. Great time to start picking up hands.
Deep in a tournament. Can't wait till we all have chips implanted, and when we play poker, you just have your Google Oculus glasses on and they just pop up in front of you. I'm sick of looking down at like Ace King suited as my first 2 cards in PLO 5 card, and then the next 3 cards are just 8, 7, 3.
You just want to see them all at once.
Just want to see them all at once. It's the same in Hold'em. Like just
I like the peel.
Nah, come on.
There's nothing better than like having a first card ace and then sneaking that little bottom corner. There is nothing better.
That's disgusting. Why do you want to do that?
Oh, because I love peeling Queen 4 because I'm a sicko. I peeled Queen 4 the other day so many times in a row. It was unbelievable. Honestly, I was like, one of these has to be queens, surely. But no.
No.
Kabaze making the defend out of the big blind with the ace-10. Whiffs flop. No club. But we're going to probably see him defend once more versus the small size.
Yeah, 6th pot. It was a very reluctant, like, yeah, go on then.
Yeah.
1/6 pot. No club in hand. Ace of diamonds, somewhat relevant.
Ace just going ace high going to be the best hand, a decent bit here, so can't fold just yet. Hitting ace is going to be pretty good as well because it's going to be a card that Grigorev continues to bluff, but Kabaze just making a very disciplined laydown.
Yeah, under the gun, opening off sub 30. Really only beating like king, queen, ace 4, ace 5 suited.
Got good equity against pocket pairs though, ahead of some flush draws.
It's true.
Also, like just getting 6 to 1 or something, even versus a jack. A jack that doesn't share a card with you.
You're too many layers deep though, mate. Giving away all the strat.
Sorry.
It's not your job.
Sorry, I thought it was my job.
you get text messages, I promise you. If you know how many times, like I've...
Stop telling people how to play poker.
Yeah, I've actually had like end bosses, and I mean proper end bosses being like, Henry, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm commentating. They're like, but why are you saying these things?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I'll never give up my live reads information, and I'm keeping that till I'm in my grave. But I don't mind, you know, just whatever. There's enough out there, isn't there?
Oh, he sounds like Charlie Carroll. Just like, hey, don't comment if you see it in the video. Don't you dare leave a comment in the YouTube comments.
Yeah.
But if you see it, keep it to yourself.
Exactly. Exactly. Some things are better left unsaid, but a bit of strategy advice here and there doesn't go amiss, does it? That's what people want to hear when they watch these streams.
I think they want to hear about our skiing adventures and your skiing adventures.
What we got up to in Bali. Why you were naked in the pool?
It was pretty boring in Bali, to be fair. We just had a grindhouse.
Was it? Was it indeed? Nothing of note happened at all. Ashkenazi under the gun +2 bumps it up to 120 with the ace-deuce suited, and Kabazi contemplating making a move here with the ace-7 suited. But eventually lets it go. I think we want to peel there a decent bit of the time with our suited ace-x. Especially against one of the wider, kind of more splashy players. Grigorov in the big blind going to come along and defend his queen 3 suited, playing the 30 bigs. Grigorov a bit of a live tail box. Flops bottom pair and a backdoor flush draw, and Ashkenazi flopping top pair and a gut shot, so a bit of something for each player. Ashkenazi continues 135 into 310, just under half.
Wow.
Grigorov going to continue. Grigorov with his backdoor flush draw. Move into 2 pair, be pretty well disguised as well. 6 on the turn, no, doesn't change anything. Ashkenazi still a big favourite. Might see Ashkenazi check back here though. Does decide to just quickly check back, and rivers are straight. And this is one that is really good for Grigorov to start bluffing, so wouldn't be surprised if we see a pretty chunky bet here from Grigorov. And Ashkenazi won't be going anywhere.
Now that you've pointed out live tells, just...
Can't stop noticing it, can you?
Yeah, no, 100%. This is the...
But does decide that his showdown value is enough.
Fair play. I was just thinking of that Danny DeVito meme where I'm just like, so anyways, I started blasting.
So anyway, I started blasting. The thing is with this spot, as your Grigorov, is like, what else are you really going to have? If you don't start bluffing a hand like a 3 or a 4, what are you really going to have? Because you don't have anything worse. And that's how GTO approaches how should I bluff, what parts of my range should I bluff with.
How do I construct a bluffing range?
Yeah, what's the bottom of my range? And he's going to have some worse 3x, you know, but it's only going to be like 10-3 Jack-3 suited. He's going to have a bunch of straights and a bunch of 2 pairs on that run out, so Queen 3 would definitely make it in there as a bluff for a solver.
Blufferino, cappuccino.
He's got dirty stack again.
What is he doing?
Mate, this guy, honestly, he's doing it just to tilt me. His whole purpose he came to this tournament just to put me on tilt.
32 remaining. Got about an hour and 10 left on the clock. Everyone guaranteed $6,435 for their efforts. The pay jump's starting to get big now. $1,000 pay jump when we get down to the final 26. Not sure if we're going to get there tonight, as the pace of play has slowed down considerably. Average stack around about 40 bigs.
Let's compete together and find a table, not here.
300 people over on the Merit Poker YouTube channel. Do appreciate it. If you haven't already, please do go ahead, hit that like button. drop us a subscribe as well. We're going to be putting out a ton of content, not only throughout this festival, but the plans for 2023 are pretty insane. So a lot of poker content going to be released over on YouTube and on Facebook as well.
Grigorev in a small blind with the King 10 offsuit, playing at 26 bigs, but it is less than that. The effective stack, I believe, Langer in the big blind only has around 15 bigs, so I expect to see Grigorev move all in here. Does, right on cue. Langer, yeah, just over 15 bigs. Queen 6 off, though, into the muck. Blinds up, 30k, 60k. Bringing that average down, stack down a little bit to about 33 bigs. Still plenty.
So quick dealer change, blind going up to 30,000, 60,000.
Yeah, so from 2050 to 3060. So what's that per orbit? You've gone from 120 to 150. It's not that big.
Oh, no, it's not. Sorry, I thought it was 2040 for some reason. Yeah, that's not that big. It's 30,000, 60,000 with a 60,000 big blind ante. That
Traditionally, both blinds do go up. That is how it works.
Yeah. So now there is 1,000 big blinds in play.
Yeah.
1,000 bigs in play.
I've got 400 of them.
You got 400 of them?
Yeah, yeah. I'm going to go back in a minute. I've just been sitting out for a while.
You're doing the Sean D, but you're multi-tabling.
Yeah, multi-tabling, commentary, and live warm-up deep run.
Hourly in here, hourly out there.
You know, you just got to get that money, don't you? Get that cheddar.
Get after it, even though the world's burning, doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about paper. Am I right, or am I right?
Gonna buy back the Brazilian rainforest.
Yeah, good luck with that. It's already sold, mate. More money than we'll ever see in our entire life. Oh my God, fix your stack, mate. I'm going to come out there, I swear to God.
Oh, he actually hasn't fixed it.
Nah, he's never going to see that one either.
Oh no.
Hopefully somebody else tells him from this side.
Oh, he keeps touching him.
Distracting. Levy +1 opens it. I've seen a lot of this ace-3 off type of stuff opening, which is definitely not anywhere near the range we're supposed to open, but I have seen a bunch of people doing it. I wouldn't try that at home. I get it if everyone's got like 20 bigs behind, but it's not like that. Like, there's plenty of stacks that can pip here. Grigorev got one of them. King Jack suited to go along with it as well. 30 bigs on the button. Oh no, less now. Blinds up. 24 bigs. Just going to be a peel.
Ugh. So grim. 12 bigs out small, ace deuce spades. Can make a steel wheel. Snap marked.
Easy muck.
Yeah, for sure.
Pishugian in the big blind with a 10-8. I think we can definitely get away with peeling this one.
It's annoying because if Levy doesn't open, it falls around to Grigorev who opens it and we just get to rejam.
Yeah.
From the small.
Let's it go with the 10-8 though.
Yeah, that feels incredibly
yeah, off these short stacks, like, you just want to be calling because your stack off threshold is much lower. 10-8 can flop a lot of decent draws that you can get it in with, and you often get folds on the boards that you do connect with as well because everybody's kind of quite condensed around that Broadway section. So
1.3 million.
Queen 6-5, 2 hearts. Both players whiff completely. Not even a backdoor flush draw. Grigorev has some hint of equity in that backdoor straight draw and the overcard. Levy just with the bare overcard. Looks like it's not going to stop him though. Puts in the 100k c-bet, and I think Grigorev's just going to have to get out of the way.
I'm telling you, the old quarter pot on any board when you've opened from early position, just getting it done.
Yeah, this is not the one, but it gets it done. Don't know if we have any quarter pot out position on that type of board. Would be pretty surprised.
I think it's just a live exploit, mate.
Yeah,
just
it's like, I haven't got a very good hand, but I want to win this pot, so I'm just going to put a little bit of money in.
Yeah. And the thing is like when it works as frequently as it does in these types of fields where people just aren't floating correctly against you, like they're not even in position.
Yeah, not floating backdoors and stuff. I've seen a lot of like good backdoor combos getting folded on the flop.
Yeah. And like people just seem to be playing incredibly face up as well.
Yeah.
Just makes it really nice strategy to implement, and then it's just super easy to like give up when you just don't turn any equity or anything. Oh, what card did he turn over? He looks absolutely gutted. See what he's woken up with. Was it 7 of clubs?
Yeah, 9 or 7 or 9. Oh, not the 9.
Imagine if we see the 7 of clubs now with someone's hand as well. It's like, hang on a minute.
Nothing burger for everybody so far this hand. Don't think Langer's going to be pipping on the button with the 10-3.
Oh, come on, bin open.
Shugan in the small blind, 6-4 suited. See what he decides to do. I think a limp is the appropriate play.
Limpin' is pimpin'.
Limpin' is pimpin', especially with a hand like this. Does complete. Not Kabazi. Ashkenazi. ISO's out the big blind, the Queen 4. Love this. Great hand choice as well. One that's definitely in there. But it basically makes it absolutely massive. It makes like 4 racks, almost half the guy's stack. Just got to have a soul read, I guess. He's like, you're folding, aren't you?
Like 2.5 bigs achieves the same thing there. Like,
yeah.
Well, at least I feel like it does. Maybe it doesn't.
I think it does. I think it does, yeah.
I don't know if it does,
Well,
mate.
he's going to probably peel 6-4 suited, but in terms of like creating an image for your range, it achieves the same thing.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, maybe it doesn't achieve the actual same physical thing, but
when you're trying to get a fold.
Yeah, when you're trying to get a fold, but screams I'm trying to get a fold, really, doesn't it?
It does, actually, when you think
like,
about
why are you
it,
going to make it 4x of aces when the guy's only limped in off 10 bigs? Like, or even, I mean, maybe some people do it with ace king and stuff because they just don't want you to peel. But I think those can just jam as well. Like, we're going to have so many jams versus a limp. Isaiah with the Jack-10 suited.
Hello.
Under the gun +1.
26 beavers. Start the hand. Bumps it up to 125. One seat over in the low jack. Cabeza. Doesn't even think about it. Just discipline fold. Ace-8 of diamonds.
Ace-8 of diamonds, yeah.
Grigorev. Suited 1 gapper. May want to try and peel one off.
Why does Grigorev make me think of Harry Potter?
Don't know, mate. I think that's a you thing.
Is there a character in Harry Potter called Grigorev or something like that? I don't know,
Oh, you mean the actual name or the way that he looks?
Yeah, no, the name, not the way he looks. Grigorev. I feel like there's a Gregor.
Cedric Diggory?
Yeah, I was thinking that as well, but I feel like there's a closer one. Grigorev. I don't know. Whatever.
Well, there is a Greg.
Oh, there's a Grigorovich or something like that, isn't there? Who's he? Why do I know that name? Grigorovich.
Oh, I think you're right, you know. It's not the... It's not that...
So Google it, let's find out. Maybe he's a footballer. There is as well. Mikey Grigorovich. Who the hell is that?
Oh, he was the head teacher of... oh, no, he's not.
He was
the famous European wand maker.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He's in one of the last ones. Where, you know, they're looking for that fancy wand.
The Deathly Hallows, yeah.
Yeah. And Harry gets like a dream about him being murdered or something. I don't think he's ever actually in that big time, but Grigorovich. Close enough. Take that. Something on the bubble. Must be a satellite or something.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Does sound like it.
Kabaze +1 with the King 9 suited. Imagine this one's going to be opened.
makes it 125. Grigorovich with the ace-4 off in the muck. Langar, though, finds a hand finally to put his last 12 big blinds in.
Good luck, Langer. It's been incredibly patient. Nice to short stack. Well, found a spot. Taking it. 31 left.
Yeah, should be able to get it through as well, assuming the big blind doesn't pick up a hand. Which he does not. So Kabaze not going to be able to call this one off.
5% of the field left. 31 players remain.
Heaps.
Average stack, 2 million.
Something like that. Whatever 5% of that. Wait.
Do the math.
5% of 300, 600 and something K, isn't it? So we're 3 million.
No. 62 million chips in play.
Yeah. 5% of that would be.
Yeah.
31 million.
All right, mate.
3.1 million.
I'll let you do the math again.
Would it not?
But
how would it not be? How is 5% of 61 million not 3.05 million?
So 62 million.
62 million?
Yeah.
So how is 5% of that not 3.1 million?
You're right.
I am right.
You are right.
Yeah.
But that's not how it works, is it, when you're trying to figure out the average stack?
Why not?
Because you take the
total number of chips divided by the number of players left.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's that divided by 31? 2.2 million. What am I doing wrong?
You're dividing it by 20.
I'm dividing it by the percent. Yeah, that's because that's 5%, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't know where we're going. How
are they different?
How are we getting this wrong here? Hang on a minute.
I don't understand how they're different.
Well, no, because we're calculating what 5% of
the total chips in play is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is that's not how it works. Why is that not how it works?
I'm super confused. I'm trying to do the math here.
5% of all the chips in play with 5% of the field left should be the average stack. Right? I'm so confused at why it's not 3 million. I actually can't work it out. I don't get it.
624 players.
Would have 6.24 million.
10% would be 62.4. 5% would be 32.2. So why are we not getting this number? Because someone in the chat, can anyone do the math for us?
Can anyone do maths?
I'm super confused.
Why is the average stack not equal to the total number of chips divided by the remaining percentage of the field?
And rather the players. 624 times 100,000 divided by no.
Times 0.05? 0.05, yeah.
Divided by?
Times 0.05. That gives you 5%. Yeah. So that's 5% of the total number of chips in play.
Yeah.
Oh, right. That's because the field size is not 100. I feel like I can picture where we're going wrong here, but I'm going to struggle to put this into words.
I'm the same. I know where we're going wrong, but I don't know how to articulate it. Because what we've just done is we've calculated what 5% of the total chips in play is.
Yeah, but that's not relevant because all of the chips are still in play.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right, there we go.
That's the mistake
Yeah,
we
that's
made.
the mistake we're making. We're equating 5% of the chips in play.
I
as
do
the average
apologise
damage.
to
Doesn't matter.
absolutely every single person
all the
out
time
there
of your life that you're not
just
getting
had
back.
to listen to that.
Yeah, sorry about that.
As us two absolute pigeons in the commentary booth.
Failed basic maths. Let's move on.
How incredibly embarrassing.
I think it's a reasonable confusion to make. I'm not going to let it affect me. You know, I'm secure in my.
Oh man, that was brilliant. Both of us were just looking at each other, just like, hang on a minute.
Why doesn't that work?
Where are we going wrong?
How are they not the same thing?
That's brilliant.
All right, we got there though. King 9 suited for Faisal on the button opens to 130k.
Filmer from Scooby-Doo in the background
Yeah.
doing the chip race. Love that. Love this hoodie. It's the Darth Lord, the Sixth Lord. Vader hoodie on.
Kabazi, big blind, ace-5 offsuit, 30 bigs effective. This one goes into a jam occasionally in chip EV. But I think in ICM we're happy to just defend. No need to add all sorts of variants to our tournament. And it looks like Kabazi is going for the 3-bet not all in. Also a very nice option. Don't know how much ace-X we are supposed to use here. I think it's a lot more like king 4, queen 6 offsuit type hands that we use in this spot. 30 big blinds, big blind versus button. And the ace-X start getting used a bit more versus the cutoff and the hijack and the low jack. But still think as an exploit this is going to perform pretty well. And I think having a lot of bluffs from the big blind is going to be a pretty good idea in most live fields versus the button. And it gets the fold out, king 9 suited, which
that feels incredibly tight.
Yeah, it's definitely also supposed to peel.
It's the smaller 3-bet size.
Yeah, a lot of king X suited there. You actually peel there in chip EV with like king 5, king 6 suited. So a little on the tight side, but there is some ICM pressure, a reasonable amount now.
Right, I'm going to run and get some food, mate, because I'm absolutely starving.
All right, bring me back something nice.
You want food, yeah?
Just a cake.
Just a cake.
Yeah, a whole one.
Whole cake.
Whole cake, like a birthday cake.
Fantastic.
Or a wedding cake. So last level of the day, got about 45, 50 minutes remaining before all remaining players will bag up for day 4. Day 4, that is exciting. Day 4 in any tournament means you're doing pretty well. We will come back tomorrow for, not sure what blind level. Be interesting, I guess it would just be 40-80, won't it? Ashkenazi picking up pocket 7s, under the gun +2. Hits us with the 4.2x open to 250k, as you do. Gets through everybody so far, but Isaiah picking up ace queen suited on the button. I'm really interested to see how he responds to this massive open. Really, really interested. I wouldn't be surprised if he just peels, but this hand is so strong. He may decide that 30 bigs, he just wants to get it in now. Potentially pick up this pot pre-flop. If Ashkenazi has some raise folds for this size, it would be an absolute win for us. But yeah, it looks like he's just going to go for the call, which I don't hate. This hand plays very well in position. Unlikely to go multi-way, as Ashkenazi's given us a bit of protection with his large open. So Kabaze just moving out the way realizes that both these ranges are going to be pretty strong for this sizing. Isaiah not going to be calling anything worse than king queen off on the button, that's for sure. And Grigorev moves out of the way as well, out of the big blind. So we'll go heads up, and we've seen a queen folded.
Can I have waters? Water. Water. Cold one, please. Cold. Yeah, cold is good.
Ace queen 3 board though. Isaiah absolutely smashing that flop. Now he's praying Ashkenazi has the ace king part of his range. Ashkenazi firing out the c-bet still. Not dissuaded at all by the 2 overcuts. And Isaiah, I imagine, just going to call here.
Doesn't need any protection whatsoever, really just wants to keep Ashkenazi's entire range in. So very, very strong hand, no need to panic. Makes the call. 4 of clubs on the turn. Isaiah picks up the nut flush draw to go alongside his top 2 pair, and Ashkenazi doesn't want to slow down with his pocket 7s. You got to be thinking now, after a 4 exit pre and c-bet the flop, there's not going to be a whole bunch of weak hands in this range that Isaiah is cooling us down with. So surprised to see this barrel from a player who's previously got out of the way with relative ease in some spots. But Isaiah just obviously absolutely loving this. Absolutely nothing to be worried about. He can stack off on every single river in the deck. King, obviously the worst one, but still, we've got 2 pair. What are we going to do? And even the king of clubs is going to give us the nuts, so only 3 outs in the deck that are bad. Makes the call. Not sure what Ashkenazi's plan is here, but you're not going to be loving this at all. Maybe river in a 2-outer is his plan. Jack of diamonds on the river completes the board. Not too much for his eye to be worried about. It's a pretty good river. Doubt there's any king 10 in Ashkenazi's range. I mean, it could exist, sure, but if he has king 10, he has king 10, is what it is. If he's flopped a set, it's a big cooler as well when we're blocking both the sets that he's likely to have after making it this size pre. Ashkenazi just doesn't want to give this one up. Makes it 500k. And I think Isaiah just going to put the rest in a minute. Definitely wants to try and get the rest out of ace king here. Just makes the call, Isaiah. Interesting. Ashkenazi has just absolutely blasted it off there, to be completely honest. Not sure what that hand was all about at all. Huge pot goes Isaiah's way, and I'm surprised Isaiah didn't jam the river, honestly. It seems like leaving money on the table versus somebody we perceive can definitely just have ace-king there. Like, why would Ashkenazi not just be all in on the river after those 2 big barrels? He could easily have just jammed the river or bet much bigger than 500k with a hand like ace-jack or a set or whatever. So I would have liked to see Isaiah jam there, because ace-jack is always calling. And ace-king in a world of pain. You want to just give your opponent that opportunity. Not enough for us to be worried about there, blocking aces and queens. But there we go. Got to get value in tournaments. It's very, very important when you've got good hands that you make sure you really are focusing on getting the maximum value, because that's really where all your chips come from, is playing your value hands well. And if you're leaving money on the table, you're just going to be coming up short in tournaments pretty often. You've got to really maximize those opportunities. I know obviously we can see Ashkenazi was never going to pay him off with the 7s, but it's not about his exact hand, it's about what hands can be left in that range. Ashkenazi finding another one to open now. Down to 1 million though. Levy getting out of the way, and Faisal picking up 7-8 suited in the hijack, but I think we're just a little bit too shallow to peel this and too many players behind. Doesn't look like Faisal got that memo though, and he decides to peel. These hands lose a whole ton of value. These kind of stat depths, it really becomes a high card blocker orientated game at 30 big blinds and below. So these hands just really shrivel up, because the properties of these hands mean that you're going to end up flopping lots of hands like gut shots, middle gut shots, pairs with like middle pairs or bottom pairs with backdoor flush draws and stuff like that. And hands like that require deep stacks behind to enable you to play them profitably, because you need to be able to
let the hands unfold down the streets, you know, and play multiple streets with those hands, turn them into bluffs on later streets, but you just can't do that at these kind of stack depths, and the outright strength of these hands is not good enough. So Desire overcalls in the cutoff though with this pocket twos, seeing if he can just flop a set, which I think is pretty reasonable in this spot. Not too many players behind, and Ashkenazi opening from early position, so not going to get squeezed a whole lot. Grigorev in the big blind, close one as well, playing less than 20 bigs, but we did have a look at this spot earlier and we saw that 10-8 off and all those kind of things were getting folded, and when you add a bit of ICM pressure to this... Oh, we have Jack 10 suited. Where did we get Jack? Oh, it was Grigorev that had Jack 9. So Jack 10 suited, yeah, obviously going to be an easy defend. That's cool. 4-way pot. Definitely a space for action here. 600k in the pot already, so Ashkenazi and Langer playing a pretty low SPR. Less than 2. Queen 8-6. 1 heart, 1 club. Langer flopping gut shot and a backdoor flush draw with his Jack 10. Not much for Ashkenazi. Faisal as well with middle pair. Backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Not sure if it's strong enough to start betting, but looks like he is going to. Going relatively big as well, 250 into 590. 40% pot bet into 3 players. 210, excuse me. 210, so more like a third. Getting the chips confused. Isaiah now with the pocket twos, just going to have to get out the way. Tough spot for Langer. Really interested to see what he decides to do here again. That's what I was saying about those 7-8 suited type hands. He's flopped one of those annoying kind of middle gut shots with a backdoor flush draw that you really, really want to peel, but we're just so shallow behind. Let's say we do peel over 1 million chips in the pot and 600k in our stack, leaving a very shallow SPR. So if we do turn a club and Faisal shoves into us, it's going to be pretty grim. But maybe he's planning on donk shoving turns that club or something like that. Guess we're going to find out. Just wants to ping off the 9 ideally, but yeah, we're not. It's tough. We don't have very many chips behind compared to the amount of the time we do actually improve in this hand. Queen on the river, sorry, Queen of Hearts on turn. Really improves Faisal's hand a decent bit, reduces the likelihood that Langer had a queen. And also, we pick up a flush draw to go along with the middle pair. We might see Faisal just check back here. Langer's range is going to contain draws and Queen X on the flop, so we don't really need to put very much money in against that range. And 6 clubs on the river completes the board. Faisal middle pair is best at the moment. See if Langer finds the bluff here, but he is probably going to be aware that he has a whole bunch of potential bluff candidates in his range, and Jack 10, not a particularly great one because we're blocking some of the potential hands we might get to fold, and we're not really blocking too much value either. So I expect this one to probably just go check, check. Faisal just hoping his 8 is going to be good and beating a draw.
Jack high.
Does go check, check. Faisal up to 2.5 million. Nice pot sliding his way. King 8 suited for Levy under the gun +1. I think we can definitely open this one. Playing over 50 bigs, almost 60 big blinds.
So far, so good for Levy. Got it through everybody. He's going to be, at the very least, in position. Should this one go to a flop, Langer, with 10 bigs in a small blind and 10-9 suited, gets out the way. Discipline fold, knows what he's got to do. And ace-6 suited for Pichugin in the big blind, playing under 7 big blinds. Be interesting to see what he chooses to do here. I think versus the earlier position, just defending is fine. We're going to get a c-bet on an ace-high board every single time, so I think we should just call here to realise our equity. Decides to shove though. I think Levi's just got. Henry's just bought me a plate of cake. 2 cakes, shouldn't have. Levi just going to be forced to call this one off because it's not very many big blinds, and we are off to the races.
You tuck into that cake, mate. I'll call the action for this one. 1 million in the middle, 15 bigs, 17 actually. So, Pichugin to get back up to 17 bigs. Top and bottom for Levi. Nut flush draw. So if he's drawing dead, at least acting that way. 10 or a heart needed for Pichugin to stay alive. 31 left. No dice. 3 of clubs on the river. Deep run here, but not to be. As Leo flinches, just eating the cake at my booming voice.
Henry yelling.
To be fair, this is like the level that we should be talking at. But when it, you get 10 hours in the booth, and I don't care how much you think you love poker. All right, 10 hours in a room talking about the same odd thing. It can get tiring, and I honestly, I think I'm the first commentator that has started implementing this duo thing, right? And not a single person, none of the bosses, none of the top dogs that like have to approve everything. Not a single person has come to me and said, "No, you can't do that." About going to the gym or taking it in turns to like shift work, and the quality of the streams just goes up tenfold.
You shouldn't have told them we were doing it.
They already know. And I just say it with such confidence. They're like, "Where are you?" I'm like, "I'm at the gym." They're like, "Aren't you meant to be commentating?" I'm like, "No, Leo's got it. Don't worry."
Fifi came to look for you earlier.
Did she?
She was like, "Where's Henry?" And I was like, "He's at the gym." And she was like, "The gym?" I don't know if that was surprised that you go to the gym or surprised that you weren't here commentating, man.
Oh man, that's brilliant. It's like, wait, he lifts? Doesn't look like he lifts, skinny boy. You do realise I bought those for both of us, and you just, yeah, it's all right, no big deal, it's fine.
Why would you put them both on one plate and then put the plate in front of me?
Well, because I was speed running to get back.
Well, you can have that one because it's rough.
It's rough? What do you mean it's rough?
It's not for me. Nutty base, not my kind of thing.
Oh,
well, you can have yourself. I don't want all of them.
Well, dive back into this hand.
Honestly, what kind of person brings somebody cakes on one plate, puts them right in front of them with a fork, and then goes, "Oi, one of them was for me," after I've eaten half of both of them? You put food in front of me, it's going to get eaten. Faisal opening the Jack-10 off under the gun +1. Isaiah just calls with the 9s. Oh, you missed what's his name? This guy.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely blast it off.
Well, all of it?
No, not all of it, but most of it. 30k, 60k, he opens to 250k with pocket 7s. Isaiah flats the bottom of ace queen of clubs. Comes ace queen 3, 1 club. Bet call. Turns 5 clubs. Bet call. Rivers a jack. Bet 500k call. Shows 7s. Isaiah shows ace queen and he just looks at his mate and he's like,
What am I supposed to
Can't
do?
believe he's got ace queen. Like, well, what do you think he had, mate? He peeled your 4x open pre, called the flop, called the turn. Getting pretty thin on the ground. Thin for hands there.
Some people just love the game.
They do. Faisal putting in the c-bet on the ace-7 deuce, 2 spades. Isaiah not ready to fold just yet with his red 9s. Makes the call.
Yeah, got to keep him honest.
Queen on the turn. Faisal picking up a gut shot.
Interesting combo to contemplate barreling with twice.
Yeah. I think we want a suited one, probably. Like, just helps us control our combos, and having a 1 spade is not amazing because we're blocking hands that start to fold. And we are blocking a strong continue in like King 10 suited, Queen 10 suited, Jack 10 suited, but there's going to be a lot of ace-x in Isaiah's flatting range in these positions. At this stack depth, he's going to have ace-queen, ace-jack, ace-10 suited at a decent clip. So we do block some of those as well. So yeah, definitely an interesting one. But just in favour of controlling frequencies. Because we're not always going to want to barrel it off here with ace-x. 3x on the river. Faisal with the decision.
Both flush draws do break.
Check. Check. Isaiah takes that one down with the 9s. Up. Over 3.5 million now, looking up for another deep run for Isaiah.
Yeah. Yeah, second place in the opener in the MPP just a couple of months back. Strong start here. The Merit Poker Vintage Series. Little 209k to kick things off.
Plus a juicy little package.
הכרטיסים של הזמן מביאים לך מחדש, מחדשים את זה מחר?
Faisal opening once again under the gun this time.
So a few more hands going to be played today. Just receiving word.
A few more.
Last hand of the day is going to be hand number 149.
Okay.
So 6 more hands. Are we going to be bagging and tagging? 30 left. We'll find out. Current standings, rather.
Current things.
Current things. Planet's on fire.
That is the current thing.
Leo's eating disgustingly heavy chocolate cake.
Don't know if disgusting is the word I would use.
And everyone's currently guaranteed $6,435 for their efforts, 4 away from that $1,000 page. We got a few.
Don't think it's coming ace high.
Go on, give me odds.
2 to 1.
Maybe a little bit more than that.
2.2. Best I can do.
Yeah,
oh, we get to watch the UFC when this is finished as well. So.
Yeah, we will. Yeah, we'll go to the lobby and get them to put it on the big screen for us.
I'm Henry Kilbane. People do what I want.
That's the idea, mate.
The B-knock. Yeah, ever heard that phrase? B-knock? Big name on campus.
Well, it depends if they got the duck through there. Yeah.
Jack 8-7. Interesting decision by Isaiah to just peel the ace-king suited the ace-king offsuit pre versus the under the gun open. 35 bigs. Could have easily just been a 3-bet call. Perhaps trying to induce one of the shorter stacks behind to get it in.
Maybe just his style of play, you know.
Yeah, a little low variance. I mean, I definitely flick it in here sometimes. So
yeah, these old school regs.
I think it's fine.
Everyone flopping a little piece of it. Isaiah's got the 2 overs with the diamond. Faisal with the bottom pair. Ashkenazi with the backdoor flush draw and the gut shot on the flop. But it does go check, check, check. Jack on the turn, not changing anything. Faisal still has the best hand. And I think he might get to showdown with it, you know. It's not unreasonable that all these ace highs just try to check down. Can't see Isaiah starting to bluff now. Wouldn't make too much sense. 8 on the river, counterfeited, and it's a 3-way chop. Wonder if Ashkenazi takes a stab. He does love it, but decides not to. I think Faisal, yeah, still has enough showdown value to just check here. Ace high is going to be the best hand a lot of the time because a lot of the hands that are going to want to check down on this are going to be ace high and then like pocket pairs that aren't good enough to bet either street. I think 9s and 10s are good enough to bet either flop or turn for either of these two guys. So there's going to be a lot of like 6s, 5s, 4s that got counterfeited. So ace high is just going to be the best hand still a lot. Decides to bet it, see if he can get a chop to fold.
So I'm now thinking, why didn't I just 3-bet pre?
Yeah, what have I done here? He may call it off here though. There's a good, I'd say there's a reasonable chance he calls here, especially for this size. Yeah,
someone playing a recorder in the background.
Like it, didn't it? Badly as well. Yeah, it does call Isaiah a nice read of the situation. He knows that, like I said before, those counterfeit hands do exist, so there's no reason that Faisal can't have them as well, and no bet till the river.
Go on, Ashkenazi. Just find it, mate.
All in. Don't think either of them have got anything. I'm in.
Like a block 9s, block 9-10.
No way.
Oh,
just calls for
wow.
the third of the pot. Ace high. Ace high? Ace high.
Same.
Very optimistic call there, and Faisal's going to be like, how on earth have I just got third of this pot back after they both called the river? Honestly.
Wow.
Yeah, what a hand that was.
29 left. We got money being put in on the river. Like 3 players with ace high. We're playing for 200k. It's the Merit Poker Vintage Series warm-up 2k buy-in.
That river call was blown my mind, ace 9, honestly.
I actually think he's got a really nice bluff candidate.
Yeah, of course he does, but bluff catching is just so wild when his eye's already called, as if his eyes just called him like king high or something. Like at best you're chopping with his eye.
Yeah.
You're calling to win 50% of the pot, absolute best. Like you never beat both of them ever.
Well, I think that's what his logic was, and I don't blame him.
He's like, oh yeah, Faisal can be bluffing and then I'm just chopping it with his eye.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like Faisal's opened pocket 4s and now he's trying to like, whatever.
Could be that.
So I don't hate it, but I want to know who was playing the recorder in the background.
More important. And why.
Let's go, hot 15 minutes.
15 minutes. I don't think it's even 15 minutes, isn't it, buddy?
Oh yeah, it's 15 minutes for them.
Oh yeah.
And then it's probably last 3 hands, given that
2.2 is good.
we're finishing at hand number 100 and, what was it, 59?
1.8. I'm not greedy.
149?
I think so, yeah.
Let's run it up.
So that's 100 quid you owe me now, mate. I mean, you're laughing, but...
Fine, take it, see if I care.
Rob Young saying he's going to be over here in a few days.
Oh yeah?
Love to see it.
We had a Rob Young lookalike on the stream for a bit earlier.
Did you? I don't know what's going on, but yeah, he's flying over on the 25th. He's going to be here for the main. Obviously, Rob Young and the Lux on Pay team, the team behind the MPP,
Some kind of deal going on, isn't there?
In partnership with...
Grigorev opens the hijack with the ace-jack off, and Langar gets out of the way in the cutoff with the ace-5 suited. Perhaps just thinks Grigorev's range is too strong off this kind of stat depth. 16 bigs, 17 bigs. Good read. Levy in a small blind with the king 6 suited. This one could get free bet for sure at this kind of stat depth. Could go for like a 325 to fold.
1 million, yeah?
But does get out of the way. Faisal in the big blind 9-4 offsuit. Think we're just going to fold this one too, and Grigorov going to take that one down. 5 more hands to go.
Fold.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on.
Oh.
Yes, man. Oh, we're gonna see it anyways. Okay. Better this one.
Oh. Good check.
If there's 10% of the field left, isn't the average stack 10 starting stacks? That makes sense. So then when there's 5% of the field left, the average is 20 starting stacks.
That's what I calculated
Yeah,
it by,
yeah, yeah.
and you completely threw me off.
Yeah.
Completely threw me off.
Yeah, I threw myself off.
Because normally when you like come up with a counter argument to something I say, it's normally spot on.
Yeah.
So like I'm like
second guessing.
Yeah, I'm like, hang on a minute. He's gaslighting me again on stream.
Trying to make me look stupid here or what? No, I was just being the stupid one. But that's okay, it happens. I can deal with that. Won't be the last time. Say something.
Oh, you got to laugh at yourself when you make a fool of yourself, and you can't take yourself too seriously all the time.
I'm glad it's not
Whatever. Go on, Ashkenazi. I disagree with Ever. I think there's sometimes you need to take yourself seriously. Like gym, studying, all that good stuff.
All that good stuff.
Big up Ashkenazi. 3x with the diaper. The dirty diaper, as they like to call it in, what was it, Louisiana?
Yeah. Gets it through though, doesn't he? Boss man. Boss man Tings.
Back up to just shy of 20 bigs. Bit of breathing room.
Not going to be 20 bigs for much longer though.
No, I was about to say, I feel like the same rules don't apply to Ashkenazi when it comes to breathing room. It's either 100 bigs or no bigs.
Yeah, he is one of those guys. Wow, I forgot I had a muffin this morning as well. Today has not been good. But I did have 2 oranges.
I only had like 2 bites because it's full cake 2 hours before bed. Although if we are going to watch, what did you call me? The B-knock?
The B-knock, the big name on campus.
Big name on campus. Where did that come from? The skiing
No,
chalets?
I heard it years ago. Years and years ago.
It must have been from like the skiing chalets or something.
No, I think it was just from when my mates were at uni.
Ah, okay.
You know, uni campus, big name on campus, B-knock.
That's hilarious.
Include, yeah?
Doesn't get used very often. I haven't heard it. I've never actually heard it outside of that. I don't even know where I heard it from.
I mean, it's so fitting when you're
Isn't
at
it?
uni, because at uni you do think you are the most important person in the world, and it's not until life humbles you in your 20s and you realise that, hang on,
I'm insignificant.
You're like, I used to get the best grades in my class of 30, and now I'm out in the real world.
There's 1,000 people.
Yeah, it's just like, hang on a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, life certainly does
knock you down a few pegs.
Has to. Funny old world.
Yeah.
Got a feeling this levy's going to run deep, and this 3.7 been pretty relentless. I mean, this is just incredibly out of line.
It is out of line indeed.
But
I wouldn't say it's incredibly out of line, but there is a notable drop-off in equity between Queen 8 and Queen 7.
Yeah. I don't think he's thinking about that. I think he's just thinking,
either.
we are 7 minutes away from bag in for day 4.
I'd like to make my stack a nice round 4 million.
There we go.
Now he's going to ease off.
Picture in the group chat, lads. Day
4
4
mil.
incoming.
4 mil.
That 5 ball looking like it could convert into 10k. God, nothing like buying action from a friend.
Winning chunks.
In the deep weeds of day 5, day 6.
So I'm going to just thank him.
Should ask Endra. He's got more experience than anybody.
Endra is every time. I mean, I just message him directly, and I'm like, look, mate, I'm thinking about putting a post out for this event. I thought I'd just message you first, because you always buy regularly.
If somebody in the UK has a 5-figure score, Endrit had a piece. That's a rule of life. Only 3 things are certain in life: death, taxes, and Endrit having a piece of somebody's 5-figure score or more.
Oh, I wonder if he has like a spreadsheet. I don't think he doesn't strike me as
Just
a person
all
who
green.
does. Doesn't strike me as a person that does. He's probably just like, yeah, like he's like, oh, I forgot about that.
He's got it. He's got it in the notes of his old Nokia 3310 that he uses, you know, or written down, carved into the wall, and just like
in crayon.
Yeah, crayon, whiteboard in his kitchen or something.
Oh,
nah, he's a bit more organised than you think. I've been to his place a few times, and he's got office full of whiteboards.
There's a difference between whiteboards and being organised in spreadsheets.
Yeah, no, I don't know if he's a spreadsheet kind of guy, but he occasionally does admin.
Because me and my group, it's kind of ridiculous. I'm the worst out of my entire group.
I'm absolutely terrible. I haven't done admin in years. The only thing I just do, every time I sell action for a tournament, I just open a note on my phone, write down who bought what, close it at the end, send all the money back, and then delete the note. Like, I don't do any spreadsheets or anything like that.
Oh yeah, I mean that's still solid. You still got proof of who's got what.
Yeah, I just do it one tournament at a time. That's just the way I operate. I don't like to spend loads of time doing boring stuff.
Yeah, no, I just got individual tabs with different people.
Yeah, I've only got one tab.
Fairly sure.
Just always settle.
Yeah, I was about to say I think I owe some people money, but
yeah, you owe me a few grand.
Yeah.
Isaiah opening the button with the ace-4 off, and Grigorev putting in the very, very sexy 3-bet out of the big blind with the queen-5 offsuit. Love this. Great hand selection too.
You just love any aggression, big blind versus button, don't you?
No, this is legit solver land strategy. Because you don't want to use your great read from Isaiah. I love that. Using the ace-x blocker. Realizes this is a spot that the meta has kind of shifted. This used to be, it's like those things, you know, where a hotspot gets discovered, and as soon as it spreads a little bit throughout the community, it suddenly just starts being overdone over and over and over again. And that's
Sure.
the spots these days. Big blind 3-bet.
Yeah.
But you need to push. And you push.
Pocket 4, yeah.
No, it's 4 diamonds.
Isaiah realizing there that when we 3-bet not all in off a stack that size, we're going to have a lot of jams pre-flop, right, for 20 big blind versus button.
Yeah.
So he realizes that when the 3-bet is not all in, we're repping a very, very polar range
I
of
think
like
people
aces
are
and kings.
super imbalanced in that spot.
Super
right?
unbalanced, exactly. And Isaiah's just trusted his read in that spot, knows he's got an ace in his hand, so he's blocking combos of aces and ace-king. I'm in. What are you going to do about it? Really, really good day. You got to be very confident that the big blind is overdoing it. So nice read.
Yeah. No, there's a lot of that, especially like you said in recent years,
Italian.
where
I don't know.
people hear something but they don't actually understand it in depth. They've just like seen it at face value, like a one-off, or they've seen Fedor do it or whoever. And then a couple of people be like, oh yeah, you're meant to be turning this into a bluff, but they don't understand the frequencies or what they're meant to be doing it.
You know, these are the right hands, but it doesn't mean that every time you have this hand you 3-bet. It means these are the hands you choose from, and then you use some kind of strategy to decide how often you do it.
Look at the qualities and components of a hand. And
exactly. People like to randomize, but I think there's always a reason to do something. You know, or if you know that you're supposed to do it at a frequency, it doesn't mean it has to be a random frequency. It means that I think personally you should be aware that it's a frequency and then use different small pieces of information to decide which route you should take, such as player type, stage of tournament, tendencies, etc., etc., your image, their image, all sorts of stuff. But a lot of people just simplify it to randomizing, which is also fair.
All right, so 1 minute left on the clock.
Why, you was afraid to bust him and then
Or
to put
we
the big
call
blind?
it a day.
Yes. Yeah. Had a very interesting conversation about frequencies, interesting description about frequencies the other day, where the reason you do stuff in frequencies is, if you think about it like this, let's say somebody opens and you have you're like Queen 6 off is my bluff hand here from the big blind. If you always 3-bet that hand, you're setting yourself up to run into it every time they have aces or kings. You're going to run into it because you're 3-betting every single time, right? Whereas if you do it at a frequency, you leave the door open for you to pick the perfect route through where you 3-bet them for the rest of time at the right frequency. Let's say it's 30%. You 3-bet them 30% of the time with Queen 6 off. You leave the door open for you to 3-bet every single time they've got a bad hand. and then every time you call, they've got aces or kings. That becomes a possibility. Whereas if you free bet every single time, you're guaranteed to run into it sometimes when they've got aces or kings. I found that super interesting. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. No, I'm just
processing
everything you're saying. That's some Charlie Carroll run good.
But
shit right
yeah,
there.
yeah, leaves the door open for that to happen.
I'm big blind.
Super interesting.
that's it, finish.
That really.
Oh, I'm going to definitely have to pick your brain on that a little bit more after the stream. Last hand of the day. Day 3 of the Merit Poker Vintage Series warm-up. 2K buy-in with a 500K guarantee, which we absolutely smashed out of the park. Everyone's got their hand up in the air looking for that ball. It's gone over the fence, over the top of the stadium roof. 1.15 million in the kitty, plus the packages to Montenegro on top of that.
Very juicy indeed.
Yeah. Tomorrow it's looking like we're going to have 29 players left, although Langer, aware of the fact that Levy's been really abusing this end of day 3 bubble, may take this A7 spot for his final 7.5, 8 bigs. See how this one plays out. And tomorrow, Leo and I are going to be calling the action all the way down to a champion.
Oh, that's going to be a good day.
Eventual champion going to be going home with $209,000 plus a package to Montenegro.
Plus a nice 5-star all-inclusive holiday in 2 months' time. Yeah, what a life. 3 months' time. Hang on, really thinking about it. Ace-7 off, super junky though, that's the problem. But when you're so shallow, it doesn't matter too much. What is important is, do I have the best hand or not? That becomes much more important at those shallow stack depths. Just running it when you have a 60-40 edge is massive. Ace-5, obviously going to be the best hand to a bunch. Does he want to bust last hand of the day? Does he want to bag up 6 bigs for tomorrow? So many questions. 5.5 big blinds to come back to, I think. If he folds here, it's going to be 40-80 tomorrow.
Yeah, and there's also the randomness of potentially being in the big blind tomorrow with the redraw.
Yeah, exactly. But he does make a disciplined fold.
Yeah,
and
good
he's
fold.
Got out of the way of a bit of a potential bust out there. Ashkenazi flicks it in off just a few big blinds with the 4-3 off. But we did have a look at this chart earlier, and it's a call down to 4-2 off for Chip EV. That would change slightly with ICM. Well, actually significantly. These ones will start getting folded pure, but Ashkenazi flicks in the snap call on the flop. Don't think that's going to worry Levi too much, Levy. 10 on the turn doesn't change anything. Expect this one to go check, check, does. Brick on the river, check, check. 7's going to take it down.
So
yeah, do us.
Levy up to 4.6 million. Bit of a tear there towards the end of day 3.
Very nice.
What an epic day of poker. Played down through the money. 97 returned. We are down to the final 29 players. And tomorrow, going to be coming back for day 4 coverage of this Merit Poker Vintage Series, where Leo Worthington, Lise, and myself, Henry Kilbane, are going to be calling the action. Where we are going to be, calling the action all the way down to a winner, where the eventual champion is going to be going home with $209,000. Leo, end of day 3, thoughts on, you know, how these guys are going to go study some ICM, and they're just going to call it a night?
Do you know, I would say that probably like less than 1% of the field will go home and study something, which is like 0.3 players at this stage. But you know what I mean? I would say probably like a couple of these guys will go home and maybe rewatch a couple of hands off the stream. You know, get answers to spots that they weren't sure about, and maybe run some spots. But I feel like most people do their studying, play a tournament, and then study again afterwards.
Yeah.
But yeah, great tournament, and still some interesting characters left in. So I think tomorrow's going to be a fun day.
Definitely going to be a lot of fun with 6 figures up top. Back tomorrow from 12:30 Eastern European time. We'll see you tomorrow.
It happened. Let's go.